Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream. What are we at now? Day 12? So today we are going to clean up what we didn't end up doing yesterday, as well as trying to finish out Milestone 7. So today, of course, we are working on the Jade monument pieces. We need to go get this to complete out tier 6. We are right at the level range, so all we got to do is go and get them. Feels weird, as normally we end on these, but this will be the first time that we're actually starting on one of them. And then from there, maybe we'll go to the bone zone once we reach around level 47 or so to try to finish out the last few levels. Well, we'll go do this for the next level or two, go overhead over there, and then just finish it out on the bone zone. It should be good to go. So look, here are out. Hello to Drew. Hello, Renos. Welcome, 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 welcome. And yeah, that's pretty much the game plan. Just here just to go do the little cooking bounty since I was around the area. And yeah, we'll go store these away and let's go head over to foraging. Of course, cooking, still trying to get that up ever so slightly. At this point, yeah, it's not moving up much, but it's getting there, it's getting there. Eventually it'll be tier 5. Though tier 5 to 6 is going to be the most annoying one, just because of how little supplies I have for tier 5. But once we get to tier 6, cooking should be kind of fine. Hopefully by then they'll have like that kind of mini game or something, because they're adding some kind of like special delivery thing that's eventually going to be added to cooking bounties. That's not coming anytime soon. It's not in the like next 2 months, but it is on like the chart of things that they will be doing. Also, why am I going this way? It's way quicker to teleport. Like walking all the way over there is if I need it. Oh yeah, by the way, before I go, oh, too late. I'll check out the other storage rift. At this other storage rift real quick, we have a bunch of scrap metal. Of course, we ended up getting that last night. Didn't do it like for the entire night duration, as early this morning I was messing around with a few things. But yeah, I think we ended up getting like 8, 9, 10, somewhere around there. It's not too bad. And of course, we're not even at the level right now that we could be even able to get it. We just boosted the whole entire way, which is a very nice use of the boost potions. But yeah, if we go check, should actually be under smithing supplies, oddly enough. If we go check our scrap, we can see, yep, that's what we got last night. We end up getting 14.2. Is 14.2 going to be enough for 1.5 smithing levels? Probably not. But hey, it's more than nothing. We also had some for when we did tier 5 earlier for one night. Which, honestly, probably not going to need. Unless I need the first time bonus. Oh, I do need it for first time bonus at least, if nothing else. Not sure how we get the rest of scrap metal. I guess we have to go buy it from the guy. Or maybe just touch all of them once if I didn't already. Which, why don't I have that bank then? Did I never touch all the other scrap metal once? No, I did. Oh, that means I probably already did them. And I just didn't do the tier 5 and tier 6 yet because, you know, we were getting to the level. Okay, I see what happened. I did touch them all once, but I already processed them all once as well. So yeah, we're good to go. Anyways, yeah, let's start up the Jade routes, and we'll go from there. Is it hard to find the courses on Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity? Courses. Not sure what you mean by courses in that regard. Let's see. You mean the little seed guys? I'm trying to remember what mechanic you're even referring to. Oh, yeah, by the way. We're also pretty much out of XP pots. I think we only have like a 5% left. We are like dead on XP pots right now. I think after this stack, I'm just going to move over to the 5% because we are like at 0 right now. I think I have like another pile of like maybe 10-ish or 20-ish 6%. So yeah, once the 7% is done, we are officially in 5% territory, which is not ideal, but yeah, we can't really help it. The amount of time it would take to produce enough potions to do that just isn't worth the time. So yeah, we're just not going to be bothering. It's just too pricey to end up doing it. Oh yeah, we don't grab the shell, do we? I think I ended up skipping the shell last time we ended up doing this cycle. I kind of wanted to wide farm this too, but oh no, I think we're fine doing this circle. If we did wide farm it, we'd be able to grab a few more shells and stuff over there, which would be kind of fun, as well as circle around the monument. Oh no. The problem with it is we get half as much, but it might be worth it for how much XP we get. I don't know, let's go give it a shot this time. We're gonna try it a little bit different. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab every single one of, oh, if I can click correctly. We're going to grab every single one of these. Grab the one potato there. Actually, I should probably circle around the whole monument if we're doing it this way. Because one thing about nice about starting this early on is, since we're starting it so early in the stream, we can actually do a bit of a wider cycle and not need to rush it down near the end. So we can try to do some things that we didn't quite do in the past. Like right here, we should be able to grab 3 of these, 3 of the other thing, grab one other thing, bank it all, and we should be good to go. Might be a little bit weird number just because of how we handle the limpets at any given time. On how we end up going about them. But otherwise, this should pretty much be a full inventory. And it allows us to grab some resources we otherwise wouldn't really get, like hugberries. Oh, you're talking about the little gold seed things? Honestly, I would just look up a guide on it. Because I do not remember where, like, almost any of them are. I believe there's some kind of thing in the game that lets you track them, though. I forget if it's like a perk on a weapon or what it is, but there's something that like literally tracks down where they are without needing a guide. There's like an internal thing in the game that lets you do it. It's like some kind of perk thing you have to unlock on like a weapon or something else. I can't remember. It's been a while. But there is an in-game feature to track them. Otherwise, you would pretty much just have to use a third-party guide to try to figure out where they are. I think that's going to be our cycle every single time. Mostly because I've been really neglecting on limpets and the other thing at this category, and I want to have some amount for when we go to that level range. I don't need like a crazy amount, but it's this potion right here that we'll be able to make when we go, and not that. What is that? But let me see, how do I click it to be able to see it properly? There we go. Is this potion right here? Oh no, it's not that great. I guess the main benefit of making it would be that we might eventually need some yellow boost. But beyond that, honestly, they're pretty skippable. I guess we'll just take it while we're doing Jade and then not take any more of them. Because if we're getting about 3 sets for every 8 Jade and we need 450, we can actually figure out right now how many I need. If we go do some quick maths. Calculator, go! Because my brain's definitely not going to do that this morning. 450 divided by 8 times 3, right? Yeah. So we divide that by 8, that's how many cycles we're doing. Times that by 3, that's how many we'd get. So doing this would get me 168 yellow potions. So that's okay. That's a little bit more than the first time bonus. That gives you like an hour of doing that potion. Not like a crazy high amount, but you know, if we ever need some yellow boost potion, I have like 100 something laying around. So yeah, I guess we'll do it this way. Is this the best XP we could be doing at this level range? I have no clue. Probably not. But, I don't know. A little change of pace compared to what we normally do for the cycle, so we'll give it a shot and see how it goes. Worst comes to worst, it's definitely not the most inefficient thing we could be doing. But yeah, we get 160 yellow potions made from doing this set. While getting all the monument pieces. Maybe a little bit more because we'll probably overhit the monument because I'm probably not going to keep track of it like perfectly. Since we're only getting 8 per cycle. And we need to try to hit the number 450, which is... we're definitely going to overshoot. If anything, we'll initially undershoot, then overshoot. Oddly enough, this time around we were too short. Maybe I grab this further limpet. Oh, if the monument would get out of the way. I'm gonna grab this further limpet, do this one, then grab that one and see how that goes then. I feel like we're still off somewheres because that means I grabbed 4 limpet total this time. No, it's only 3. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Alright, 3 limpet's fine. So that means I would grab this one and then all the jade pieces. Unless I forgot that jade piece that one time. Because this jade piece keeps hiding against the other green, and it keeps confusing me. I know they're like 2 drastically different green, but from some angles you can't actually see it, and I'm not actually sure if I'm not even grabbed a jade piece that's set. Hopefully I did. And I'll find out what the number comes out to at the end of this one. But I think we could, I hope we could grab 3. We should be able to. If not, we should go avoid that 1 potato if it's a weird number. Because we definitely want 3 limpet, 5 that shell, 5 the other one that gets doubled, or it would be 3. So what's the number? We get 3. 5, 8, too many numbers. 6, 8 is 14. 14 into 5 is 19. The other 3, 22. Where's my other 2 coming from then? Wait, where on earth is my other 2 coming from? Oh, did I forget potato? Okay, yeah, that means I need to skip 1 potato then. If I mathed right, because I don't think I added potato yet, and that would make it go 25 and I need 24. I'll figure it out this lap. We'll figure it out. I'm doing math somewhere's wrong. No, I'm doing the math right. It's just... There's one item somewheres that's wrong. Let's see. Let's see if we can figure out from here. So I would need to get 2 more limpets. I'm getting 3. No, it works out perfectly. Oh, I think I counted something as 4 that was only 3. Oh, it's because I didn't get the double? No, I did get the double. Oh, it's because I'm only grabbing 2 shell, not 3 shell. I keep thinking we're grabbing 3 shell because we're grabbing 3 shell, but we're only grabbing 2 because one's getting doubled. Oh, okay, that's where my math was wrong. I was assuming 3-3, which would be 4-3. But it is, it's not because we're grabbing a double on the shell. So we're only grabbing 2 shell, not 3 shell. Okay, I see what's happening. I see our error. I was counting an extra shell that doesn't exist. Because I was counting the shells based on how many we have, not based on the fact that we doubled one. Because we're hitting 2 nodes, but we're getting 3 shells. But I was counting it as we were hitting 3 nodes, which would be, you know, 4 shells. But no, the extra shell is coming from the doubling. As we're doubling the shell rather than the potato. Alright, perfect. Alright, well, that's our cycle then. Let's keep doing that until we have all the jade pieces. Normally, getting all the jade pieces here would take about an hour and a half, but we are going to have to stay on it a little bit longer just because of the type of cycle that we're doing will end up making us have to stay here for a quite a bit longer time, since we're getting basically half the rate of how many we normally would be, where otherwise in the same time we'd be getting about 16, almost 20 of them, whereas now we're getting 8 per set. But the benefit of that is we're getting some good XP rate, and hey, we're not actually picking up shells from the beach, or at least not only picking up shells from the beach. So a little bit of a different gameplay loop overall. Even though, ultimately, we're still getting a lot of the same stuff. It just lets us go a little bit wider than we otherwise would be able to in the past, which is nice. So that one jade piece is kind of annoyingly far. I also want to, like, drop it, but, I don't know, it feels weird not taking that one jade piece. Like, not taking that one shell doesn't hurt at all. But, not taking that one jade piece just feels weird, given that the whole goal right now is to get as many jade pieces as possible. While also still getting okay XP rate. I just forgot to use the XP pot there, though, in all fairness. Our XP pots are at a point where they're just so useless. Poor XP pots. I wish we had more small ones to use. I guess we'll just have to start using the 5% or just none at all. I'll put the 5% there just in case I want to click on it. But there's a chance we just don't bother. A lot of cycles. It is still always worth using. I'm just not sure if it's worth the hassle of constantly remembering to use it each set. As well as the tick delay that I would otherwise have. Just for a few % extra XP rate. I don't know, we'll use them occasionally if nothing else. So I really wish his Hogberry was closer to the path. Where it's positioned is fine for combat, but otherwise it is very, very badly located. I'm surprised they didn't actually move that with all the reworks that they did. But I guess they did the same thing with the potato on the other side. Where the one potato is just really, really badly positioned. I still take it, though. It's the one all the way in the corner. You gotta waste extra tiles for it compared to any other potato in the room that are all 0 tile. Because ideally, in a perfect world, they'd all be 0 tile. In the sense that on primary path, they would all be adjacent to it. It's one of the reasons why the shell thing we were doing yesterday is just so potent. It's because if you keep going down that path, you're basically 0 tiling everything in a sense. Because if you're already walking down that path, you know, as you're walking down, you're just walking right by them. So in a sense, they're 0 tile. Yep, Shuna's still on the other set. It's funny how many, like, reoccurring people we keep seeing. Since the player base is so small and how the server thing groups everyone together. Like, every day, anyone who's active will see the same people if they're still doing the same grinds like we are. And of course, a lot of people on that monument grind right now. But yeah, tier 7 I think is the final tier that we're going to like mega properly grind. I think beyond that we're going to start using the passives a bit more as a training method. Lately we've just been doing it as, you know, we go to bed and then end up utilizing it just for, you know, one night's sleep of XP. However, we are going to start utilizing it soon as an actual training method. Where we might be doing something else or, you know, just doing a little bit less. In order to go get, you know, just the passives to do the work. At least for 8 and 9. Tier 7 will probably still be doing it like we did 5, 6, 4, you know, all the other ones before it. Even though it will take longer. But Tier 7 will be the first tier where we actually start primarily using, maybe not primarily, but like half and half. Start using a passives as an actual training method, rather than simply as offsetting some XP. Just because the passives are starting to get so strong at this higher level range. Where the game is basically forcing you to have to use them. Like, obviously you could still, you know, just use them occasionally, but Tier 8 and 9 highly, even some 7, highly encourages you to use the passive activities to be able to make up for the time that your actives aren't doing. Which means after we ever finish Forger, the main things I'll be passiving are all of our Tier 8 and above skills. Is one of the reasons why with the smithing AFKs, if you're wondering, because I never really explained too much why I want to go get Milestone 8. Because even if we get Milestone 8, yes, that's the highest tier stuff we can make, but it's far away from where our combat level is. Like, we won't be able to use that stuff for a while. But the main reason why, with the smithing bounties in a few Mondays, or 3 Mondays from now, and the stonemason bounties in 5 Mondays from now, the main reason I want to go push around that time, you know, to tier 8 smithing and stonemason, is not because I want to make better weapons, because those, we don't need them for a long period of time. The main reason I'm doing it is so we can start passiving for that better XP rate. So we can start getting this nice 1006, or, you know, 360 difference compared to this 930 difference. It does increase so much around that level range. So whenever we do passives, I want to have them open so that we can end up doing those as our passives. Which is the main reason why when those bounties come out, other than just have fun with the new content of the bounties. But it's also because we actually need it from a strategic leveling standpoint. So that I can start passiving smithing and stonemason again for really good value. Not that it's bad value to do it now, but it'll be even better value if we did it later, or, you know, at that level range. But the game is, how the game is currently set up, it is very beneficial to train all your skills to milestone 7 or 8, and then basically passive them to max in a sense. And then if you need any other supplies, just grab them later down the line. Like some kind of gameplay loop almost like that. Is how a lot of the game is set up at the moment. So having as many tier 8s as we possibly can that we can go throw passives onto and then train everything that isn't tier 8 is probably the most beneficial thing you could do if you're somewhat around this area. But even if you're like earlier on in the game, just getting a skill to tier 7 and then just kind of let it passive up while you do other stuff can also end up working out really, really well. As those final 3, particularly final 2 levels, just gain so much benefit from passive compared to active. They're still, of course, perfectly fine to actively train. It's just going to take you a lot longer. Like a lot longer. But it's still doable, obviously, at any level range. It really comes down to how good is the supplies from a given skill. Like, I feel like Botanist is one of those that you passive a lot if you were to have it really high. Just because the actual products that you get from the skill are really bad. So you might as well just passive it. Which are also pretty bad, but, you know, you're trading out one bad thing for a different bad thing. But skills like that are probably fine to passive. Same as Detective. Even though Detective's somewhat still pretty free to go get up. It's just kind of annoying with how they set it up now. And until it gets other features, passiving it up is actually not too bad. Especially if you're at like Milestone 7 or higher. As everything you get from it's just pure profit. Even Forensics Potions now are pure profit, seemingly. Not sure why, but they made them really good as the most recent update. For reasons I do not know. I guess because they were too bad before, which I guess makes sense. Because they were just dead content before. But yeah, main goal for today, hit Milestone 7. And obviously finish Jade Monument. In combination, both of these two should take us, I would say, 7 hours? So it's still going to be a pretty ambitious goal. Also, a goal. Also, hello, Isabel. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. And yeah, as far as new games that we'll be playing on the channel, we will be doing Slay the Spire 2 when it comes out pretty heavily. Well, I wouldn't say heavily, but, you know, we'll definitely be doing it when it comes out. Probably have a couple videos on it, maybe stream it initially. I'm still not sure how I want to tackle it, though. We'll find out as it gets closer. I believe it was March 6th that was coming out. Because I've been really hyped for that for a while. And that's one of the reasons I kind of want to get this account to the point where it can start passiving the Forager grind. As there's a chance we don't have this grind done by then. But even if we don't, we'll be at the point where we can passive for absurdly good XP. So we'll be able to get that in as we're kind of pivoting a little bit and coming back to finish out the Brighter Shores grind. Because I'm probably going to play that pretty heavily for at least the first week, if nothing else. Or at least the first few days. As bare minimum, I want to go win with every character. And depending on how long it takes, I want to reach max difficulty with at least my favorite character of the bunch. Which previously was the Silent, but we'll see what it is in a new group. Because after trying the newer characters, I might want to try one of them. But that's pretty much my game plan for what we'd be streaming with that. Is we'll do at least one win with every character, whatever a win is considered in the new game. And then, assuming difficulty is already implemented into the game, we'll do try to get to max difficulty on our favorite character. And I think that's as far as we'll go for the beta. Because this is only beta, it's not actually fully launched yet. It's just the beta launch for the game. So it is launching pretty content complete as far as, you know, everything that has in it. So that's probably going to be my main game plan for how long we'll stream it. And given that a run takes like an hour, slightly over an hour, and the fact that we'll lose a couple times, I think that would take us about 40 hours to complete. Winning with every character to try them out, plus getting to max difficulty on our favorite character. I'm pretty sure it's about 40-ish hours. Then the rest of whatever I mess around with would probably be off-streamer videos. And then beyond that, yeah, you know, I'll be all back in Brighter Shore grind then until we finish it. Yeah, 40 hours shouldn't take that long. That's probably like 1 week that we'll just like power grind it then. First day, we'll probably try every character, win with every character. And then after we get a feel for it, we'll just go for whatever our favorite is. Which hopefully will be the Silent again. Who knows, maybe one of the other newer ones will be our favorite. How have I been doing? Pretty good. Still kind of annoying having to deal with all the dentist stuff, though. But that should hopefully be completed in the next month or two. And then after that, I shouldn't need to stress about the trip anymore, other than the actual getting there part. Because then, like, every major expense for my entire year should be done with, or in, like, the next month or two. Unless something else randomly comes up. Because then taxes would be paid for, all the dentist stuff would be paid for, and then, hopefully soon the ticket will be paid for. I'm just not getting the ticket yet in case, you know, any medical stuff comes out up in between then. That I might not have money for. But I'm probably getting the ticket within the next month or so. And then every, like, major extra expense I have this month, other than if anything else randomly comes up, should be paid for the year, hopefully. Because then I don't need to stress about money as much for a little bit. So I have some other side projects I need to go finish before then too, just for a little bit of money, unrelated to the channel. Worked on it some the other weekend, but there's some other stuff I still need to go do. Because of course the YouTube channel doesn't make like that much. Ad revenue's been really bad lately on YouTube. Of course it's also because we've been, you know, not doing too many things that really get a lot of views. I don't know, there hasn't really been any kind of thing that we've really pivoted to that would kind of do it. Like, even when we do Slay Aspire 2, I don't really think anything that we do for it would really pop off. Even if we did do, like, videos for every single thing and everything like that. It's just one of those games that's a little bit too concentrated with how many people are going to be covering it. As well as all the people that will just be covering it for the first week hype. Which to some degree we are also doing. But the only reason I'm only kind of doing it for the first week is because it's not actually launching, it's only the beta. If it was like 1.0 launch of the game, then, you know, I'd go a little bit more into it. But it's literally just the beta launch, so it's like, you know, I'll try it out for a week and then probably drop it for a bit until it's actually like 1.0. But the problem is, like, everyone's going to be doing that at the same time. So unless you're already, like, a big creator, it just gets buried in everything. Which is one thing I still never understood with Brighter Shores in that regard. I still never understood why our streams got so popular initially. Like, literal, like, hundreds of viewers. Because we didn't really do anything differently. Yet, you know, our streams kind of broke through for some reason. And I don't know how or why when they happened, that happened. Because there's about a month straight where we're hitting like triple digit almost every stream. For like the launch month. And there was one point where we were the biggest streamer for the entire game. Around like early December. Like after we ended up stopping with the league for Old School RuneScape while doing the league plus, you know, Brighter Shores at the same time. Around that time, there was a period of time for about 2 or 3 weeks where we were the most viewed person of, like, anyone on Twitch. There was even points where I think we had more viewers than, like, the entirety of everyone watching Brighter Shores on Twitch. Which I never really understood why that happened. Because I didn't really do anything differently. Like, we're gonna do Slay Spire 2 in, you know, like a week or two and stream that. And, you know, it's gonna be like 5, 10, 15 viewers, maybe 20 if we're lucky. Like, we did the same thing for Brighter Shores, and it's like, add a 0 at the end. I never understood that. Well, I don't mind. It's definitely an interesting experience. YouTube's really weird sometimes. Be a game plan for this stream at this point. Keep doing the loop we're doing now until Jade Monument is completed. Or, you know, tier 6 fully with the Jade pieces on. Make sure not to skip the cutscene so we see what gets upgraded. Though I think the stairs got upgraded on the previous one. It's hard to tell, though. Well, let's not skip the cutscene this time. Then we'll have full tier 6 completion. Then after that, I think we might diverge a little bit back to the previous method just for a little bit. But then, as soon as we hit 47, we go to the Bone Zone until we hit Milestone 7. And then we just Bone Zone all the way to those levels. Because that allows us to get the nettles that we didn't get earlier, allows us to get the bones that we haven't even touched yet, allows us to get bone spikes that we've barely touched yet, even though I have technically touched them. But that was mostly because I was going there to do the first time bonuses for all the other stuff that was there last night. Actually, this morning I technically did it. But, it was pretty much the game plan. Is do this till Jade completion. Fall back onto what we were doing earlier because I think it's still better than what we're doing now, I'm pretty sure. And then we go to the Bone Zone from 47 to the end. So we'll get to have a little bit more variety other than like yesterday where we're stuck at one spot the whole time. And then tier 7 should be the last tier that we do normally. Tier 8 and 9, we're probably going to start really bringing out the passives. Just to help speed us through the grind. Yep, not what I wanted, but sure, we'll take that. I was trying to get the other tile to save a tile, but then we go -2 tiles. Or technically -3 since I used the extra tile. That's the only problem with trying to do this tile save sometimes. Is if you mess it up, yeah, you just lost yourself more than you would have gained. Which is unfortunate. Also, does this move you to the wrong tile as well? No, it moves you to the right tile, good. And I remember to actually keep XP potting some. Because I want to go drag the 5% out, even if we're not going to use them that much. I still want to have them in my inventory, just so I don't have like a weird stack of only a few potions just sitting there. It's just driving me crazy that I have a stack of just 2 potion. Like, this one being small doesn't matter as long as we have enough. But this one, we need like hundreds of it, and we have 2. Just 2. Oh yeah, this route also doesn't get any fishing XP, but if anything, that's almost an upside. Because it's more time that we're grabbing, obviously, forager-related supplies. I'm just gonna start grabbing that one first. And then grab those 3. Oh wait, I know why. It's because I didn't grab the other one. I was gonna say, why am I feel like I'm missing a piece? Duh. Yeah, because the corner. Oh no, we could always start skipping the corner piece. It's only 8,000 something XP. It's not like we're grabbing it because it's XP. We're just grabbing it because it's Jade. And we're not really in a race to get the set done. So you know what? I am going to start grabbing 7. I'm going to start skipping this corner Jade for the same reason we always skip the corner Starfish. It's just too far out of the way to grab. As I grab the hogberries that are all the way in the middle of nowhere. I guess we could do the inverse, though. What if we grab the Jade piece and the Starfish, but we don't grab the potato and the other one then? And maybe we'll start doing that. I just need to remember that we're still on this cycle. But I think we drop that potato, or, you know, not drop it, but just don't take it. And then we drop the other hogberry. As those are the 2 on this path that lose the most amount of tiles. So maybe I just grab the Starfish and Jade piece instead. Because even though they're using tiles, I feel like they're using less than if we skip those other 2. There's only one problem with that, though, which is the main reason why I'm probably not going to do that. My hogberry to limpet ratio is going to be off if I do that. So maybe I don't do that. Okay, I'll just stick with what we have. Even though that probably would be a little bit better for XP, I specifically need to have 3 of these for every 3 of... 3 limpets for every 3 of this hogberry thing. And if we don't, that's going to be kind of annoying later. So the more of that we can have being almost even... I think I grabbed a few limpets here and there, but... the closer I can have to both of them being even, the better. So even if this is slightly worse for XP by a few %, I think it's still worth it just so our ratios are a little bit better. So yeah, we'll stick with what we've been doing then. So I will grab all the pieces. Even though that one piece is kind of in the middle of nowhere. And of course it gets your Jade Monument done a little bit quicker, so we can move on to a different set. Because I need to do some of this set, but doing it a ton isn't really too big a deal. But similar to the other beach, we are still stuck on the beach. It's basically the beach collecting skill. Because even when you do the Bone Zone loop, you're still stuck on the beach. The only core loop that is not on the beach for anything for Bone Right is the Bell Plant. When you have to do Bell Plant for a short duration of time. But aside from the Bell Plant, you are always in a loop that forces you to have to go to a beach. Like almost all of it's on the beach. Or cycles through a beach. Is even the Bone Zone where they end up putting it is a beach. It's where 3 of the bones are. Like every bone except for... actually, 2 bones are not there. The bone spikes aren't there. There's 3 different ones, but there's still 2 missing. The only 2 that are not there is Bone Spike, which is in the... it's in the same loop, but it's not in the same beach. And then the Goat Horn, because they're over here. But aside from those 2... every single bone is also, from the Bone Zone, at least touches the beach. That's one nice thing about doing the route that we're doing right now. We do get some potatoes. It's only like 200 something, but, you know, it's more than none. Because I feel like I've really been neglecting the potatoes, even though they get doubled now. Because even with the doubling, I still feel like we're going to be a little bit short. My idea around it was, oh, when we get to Carnivorous Plant, we'll just get them passively in the future. But that's not quite going to work because of our combat range right now. Maybe for Tier 7 that will be applicable. And for Tier 9 because of, you know, just getting potatoes from other stuff. But I don't think Tier 6 and 8 are going to be that good for potatoes. I don't think we're going to get that many ultimately. 7 will just because of where our combat's going to align to, and 9 will just because it's 9. You're going to get a billion of any 9 resource, regardless of how you look at it. Especially since if you were to grab any after the fact, it would always just be the 9 resource. Which actually will feel weird. We don't have a single Tier 9 level. It feels weird given how much we've grinded. Given that we're at like 2,000 something hours, like 2,300, whatever it's at these days. Although about 2,200 of it's about roughly is on this account. But it just feels weird that, yeah, we're kind of like really, really far behind in that regard. Like I feel like by this amount of hours played, people are measuring how many 500s they have. But because we went relatively evenly on everything, we don't even have a Tier 9, let alone a, you know, maxed out 500 Tier 10 skill. That kind of combat. Combat works differently. I feel like I always have to mention that every time. Because I was saying I don't have that level, and it's like, oh yeah, we have a level, Tier 19, level 900 something. But combat has a really different scaling. Based on how combat currently scales, we're not even at level 250. Like, we're not even at milestone 5 for combat. It just scales in a really weird way. Or we're not even at equivalence of milestone 5. It's basically as high as our botanist level is right now, as weird as that may seem. It's actually our second lowest skill, even though it is technically, numerically, our highest level skill. But with how it scales, it's like slightly higher than where our botanist is right now. Like, barely. It's between where our botanist is and where our chef is. As far as how low of a level it is, right at that 4-point-something meter. Alright, we have officially ran out of extra potions. I guess I could grab the 6% I have, just to say that we've truly ran out as of today. So I guess I'll go grab them. It's only going to last us like an hour if we actually remember to use them. Probably less than an hour. But then all we have left are 5% and our highest tier. We would have officially depleted everything. Don't worry, Monument. We'll build you up in a couple weeks. Slowly but surely. You will be built. And then we'll get the Venture slot, and then we never need to worry about Forager or you ever again. Other than when we worry about it while doing combat. But at least the Monument we'll never need to worry about again. I still find it kind of crazy how good of a reward they made for Monument. Given that at one point they were considering making it cosmetic. And they went from cosmetic to making it the best unlock in the entire game. Quite a 180. There it is. Our final 16s. Also, I gotta use... Actually, let me grab that. Just so we have all of them. But there it is. And then every single potion that is Hope Port that we have in our bank would be in our inventory. As soon as we finish out these 6s. Because then I'll have all the 5% attached to our belt. And then every single Hope Port potion that I currently have banked would not be banked. It would all be in my inventory then. After we finish up these 6%. And go attach the 5%. So at least we'll know at any given time exactly how many we have. We do have to keep in mind the max stack we could ever have if something's 1,000 though. But we're actually going to have 0 Hope Port potions banked after we finish these 15. Our whole bank will be on us. So whatever we have on us will be our total that we have at any given time. So this will be easy to track how many Hope Port potions we have left. Because however many we have left is how many we have attached after we finish these out over the next like half an hour or so. That's pretty much the game plan. And then we'll be stuck with 11% and 5%. Which is not awful for this grind. It'd be nice if we had a little bit better, but, you know, that's better than nothing. It's better than using only 5% or something. We'll have 11% for the knowledge points and 5% for spamming. This middle potion could just be whatever. Should probably make it a fear potion for later, but we don't need it for a couple days, so we'll be fine. Actually, more than a couple days, because Monday we'll be doing the fishing bounties when they come out. Which will be one day that we're gaining almost no Forager XP. But hey, at least we'll be at a good level range to go do passives. I'm not sure exactly what passive we'll be able to do in tier 7, but hopefully one of the good ones. That'll be probably one of our goals by Sunday stream to get to one of the passives by Monday, so we could do it both Sunday night and into Monday. Oh yeah, we get another tool upgrade. I didn't even realize that. But yeah, we got to be at least Feather or Moth. So by the end of Sunday stream, we have to, which is tomorrow already. So that means we have to get 10 levels tomorrow. Between tonight, basically today, gotta go get 7. We gotta go get to milestone 7 with 7 more levels. Then tomorrow, between, you know, the end of this stream and the end of tomorrow night stream, or tomorrow day stream, whatever you want to call it, we need to go get to Feather. So that I can passive Feather during that night, maybe get a little bit more in. And then as we're doing fishing bounties, and that following day, I can then go and AFK Moth to go with our feathers. So that will end up working out perfectly for getting to the really good passives. Nice. Alright, so we'll get some really good passive value there. It does mean I have to somehow get 10 levels tomorrow, though. Which at this level range, right at the end there, is going to be a little bit rough, since it's going to be right at the beginning of milestone 7. That gets even slower. But yeah, sometime between that time, we got to finish out tier 7 today, which is very doable. But then the scarier part is we got to get to tier 7 level 10 sometime tomorrow. Which is a very long grind, because I'm pretty sure every level is going to take over an hour. which means between the end of this stream and the end of tomorrow, by the time I go to sleep tomorrow night or stop playing in any degree, I would have to, unless I'm going to use a boost potion, like last night, I would have to get to a level 10 in Milestone 7. At least we'll get to see exactly how slow it is. If nothing else. That means we're going to be stuck on a lot of Bell Plant. I don't think we've ever really done a Bell Plant stream. Mostly because we've never been stuck at it long enough where we had to. But I think this would be the first time that we're ever, like, streaming the Bell Plant cycle. I've showed it a couple times, but we've never, like, grinded it for hours upon hours on end. We're actually going to need to. Because at this earlier range, I kind of have to Pondweed. Unless we want to keep Bone Zoning, but Pondweed's probably just going to be way better. And then I kind of have to Bell Plant. And we're skipping that Kelp there, so we're stuck at that Bell Plant with the other thing for, pretty much all of Sunday. It was originally going to be a combat angle, but now that we need that much XP, even if we go all in on these, we might still be a little bit short, but that is the game plan. It's going to be a really heavy Pondweed Bell Plant day, particularly Bell Plant. I'll probably still have to do some Pondweed to go with them, as I do want to have a relatively equal ratio of both, of course. There is one nice upside of that, though. Once we get our little bit of extra alchemy there, that's going to be an 8-minute AFK potions. That's almost the max really good one. So we definitely want to get a decent amount of those too, so it kind of works out. Because I'm already going to want to have a lot of that resource. As the 8 minutes and 9-minute AFK potions are by far the best. The 7 minutes that we're doing now are fine. But the 10 minutes that you get on the final tier are actually kind of bad. Not because they're, you know, bad in the sense of, you know, 10 minutes is good. Longer AFK. But as long as the ground timer is also only 10 minutes, which currently is right now, there's a good chance that the first drop that you get from an enemy will despawn if you're doing, like, you know, mega AFK method where you're just waiting for the audio to cut off. So you actually get a lot better value from 8 and 9 minutes AFK potions than you do from the 10-minute one. And since the supplies that we'll be getting at that level range tomorrow is going to be the 8-minute ones, we actually do want to prioritize it a decent bit. As it is one of the last two really, really good enrage potions. Obviously, if we had to make a bunch of 10-minute ones, it's not that big a deal. There's just a small risk that every time we ever use it, that will accidentally despawn the first drop or two. If we're, like, mega AFKing. Which obviously you generally are when you're doing it, so... The upside is you get to AFK longer, but the downside is the first drop that you get might despawn. And you'll never know. It could have been a 4-star piece of equipment to sell for, like, 2 gold. Because you know that's going to happen. Everything that ever despawns is a 4-star. 100% every time. Because you don't know what it is, so obviously it was a 4-star that despawned. So that's why we wanted to stick with the 8 and 9 minutes. Even if it is only a 1-star, you're still missing out on a lot of silver. That's like 15, 16, 17 silver at a level range. I think it goes up even higher still. Not sure when it really starts capping out how much gold you get from combat. I think soon. But, yeah, that's still like 16, 17 silver worth of resources, even if it's like the worst possible drop you could have gotten. It's more than nothing. Especially to be losing that like 6 times an hour. It's up to be almost 100 silver an hour in loss. Oh no, actually a little bit less than that. No, actually, yeah, it is about 100 silver. It is almost 100 silver in loss per hour if you use 10-minute AFK potions and every first drop you got despawned. You would average probably about a 7 silver loss, counting that some of them, you know, just go straight into your inventory. But yeah, you would lose about 50 to 70 silver per hour if that was to hypothetically happen. If you use 10-minute AFK potion and every first kill you did despawned, you would lose like 50 to 100 silver an hour depending on, you know, the enemy, the drops, everything else. Which is not a lot, but, you know, that would start adding up. For a potion that's supposed to be better, yet it's worse. Hey, that's the only big downside of it. Like, if that happened, it wasn't that big a deal, but the fact that the potion is supposed to be better is kind of weird. As it's probably the only potion in the game that actually gets worse from a specific upgrade. Which is why we really care about tier 7 and 8, which we're about to hit soon, by tomorrow. Is that Pondweed and Bell Plants are the final 2 really, really good ones, unless they're eventually ever going to fix the ground timer or the potion. The other solution would be to bring the timer on all the potions down by 1 minute, but that would be a very bad idea. Don't do that. But that would be the other solution. The more logical solution would be to extend the ground timer. Maybe make it 15-minute instead of 10. It would also make drop merchant less annoying, since you would only have to reset everything every 15 minutes instead of 10 minutes. But no, they'll figure out a solution eventually. It was like the main thing I mentioned in the beta too. And they acknowledged that they got the message, yet did almost nothing to fix it. Which is kind of unfortunate. Whereas mentioned to them that this would be a problem, and now it's a problem, and they haven't fixed it yet. Hopefully they will at some point. It's not that big a deal, obviously. It's definitely on the low priority list. But it's one of those things that hopefully we'll see in like a quality of life update in the next like few weeks, in that every other week. Because even though we've mentioned the bigger things, like all the bounties that are coming, they are still doing a content update every week. It's just going to be more like bug fix stuff and, you know, stuff like that. And, you know, maybe some feature things here and there. But there is still an update every week that's going to be happening. Because I always mention, like, oh, the fishing bounties are this Monday, then 3 Mondays is smithing, so on and so forth. But beyond that, there is also a quality of life update with some other stuff that might be coming, some smaller things. Every single week, like in between those. So maybe one of those would add, you know, something like that. That's definitely something that would come in one of those updates. As far as that category of update. Also multitasking right now. Trying to get the little vent thing done on the other thing. We got the little fox. Let's see. Can you see it? Yeah, we're doing a little fox thingy. I don't even need the thing anymore. I just do it because it's good resources. Is, of course, yet another point-based resource system. Which I'm still really surprised Andrew Gower has not done yet. How many point systems he's done in the past in his past games. It must be torture for him to have 0 point systems in the current state of the game. Unless he got over putting point systems on everything, but I have a feeling he hasn't yet. I just think he just hasn't yet because there's just not really any content that needed a point system. But wait until they are. I'm willing to make a bet like 2/3 of all content in this game is going to be a point shop. Which honestly I don't mind. This is going to be point shop, point shop, point shop, point shop. Dungeons, point shops, world events, point shop. PvP, point shop. Like pretty much everything except bosses and skilling. Though I'll probably find a way to add some skilling stuff as well. He's definitely been point shop heavy in the past. Not just in RuneScape, but in even side games that he's made were really point shop heavy. Like when he did a bunch of games for Fun Orb. I'm not sure how much influence he had on them. On like every game that was developed for Fun Orb. But he definitely had influence on some because the amount of point shops used were so absurdly high across all the games there. They just had their points in like different currencies. Like Arcanist had it in like wands and stuff like that. Which also used a 10-tier milestone system. Because a couple of those games also use 10-tier milestone system, which he brought back for Brighter Shores. Which is the first time we've used it on an MMO, oddly enough. So it's not the first time we've ever used it in a game. It's just the first time we used it specifically for an MMO. Which I'm not sure if it works for an MMO or not yet still. Like, I definitely like it more than the previous system as far as how it works. But, you know, there's so many other systems that you could do that it's hard to tell yet if it's, like... I'm not sure if I would use the word better or, you know. Like, it's definitely not bad. It's definitely different, if nothing else. I do feel like this game does a lot of things just to be different, though. And that is definitely something in the category of kind of being different. Though I do feel like quite a few other games do end up using some kind of similar tier system. I just personally don't play that many of them. Because generally I don't play games that have, like, necessarily, like, a definitive, like, tier that you would start calling things. Generally I play games that you would know the equipment by name, not by tier. Where you wouldn't call it, like, tier 5, tier 6, or whatever, 5-star, 4-star. You would call it, hey, this is the blade of something something, or the whip of whatever whatever, or the staff of so-and-so. Obviously this game would eventually get stuff like that once 5 stars come in. But I generally have never really played games where the main way you would refer to something is, this is the tier 6 sword for Cryonite or something. You know, this is the tier 6 big blue sword. Technically it's called the broadsword, but you know, this is the tier 6 broadsword, or the tier 9 broadsword, or the tier 9 mace, or, you know, stuff like that. But this game will probably get more equipment identity as, you know, it needs once bossing and everything comes out. Maybe dungeons will bring in something, though likely not. I don't expect dungeons to actually bring in stuff like that. Because it seems like the way that they want to do it requires tier 6 to be released in 5 years from now. So there's a good chance we're not going to have much equipment identity until then. I feel like that's going to be the biggest thing people will complain about with whenever they finally do the second combat rework. Is one major thing the second combat rework is likely not doing. Two major things the second combat rework is likely not doing, based on the current direction of philosophy for the game. It will likely not be bringing in bosses, and will likely not be bringing in equipment that you know by name. It'll still be like, you know, all tiered equipment, stuff like that. And it likely would still be no bosses, unless they do decide to finally add that around that time. Those two things are really likely not to be included in the second wave of whenever they finally do combat rework. As I'm pretty sure unique equipment's going to require Chapter 6 to properly function correctly. Based on what we know from Chapter 6 already. And Chapter 6 is like ages from now. So the best they can do is just rework combat stuff. Where they would add skill tree, they would add special attacks, stuff like that. But unique equipment, 5-star equipment, stuff like that would likely not exist by then. Nor potentially even any bosses by then. I am curious when they do start adding bosses, hypothetically, how many they're going to add per year. Because originally, his rate was like 1 a year. Maybe 2 a year if you're lucky. So it'd be interesting to see exactly what that rate would be like in Brighter Shores once they do start coming in. Obviously, there's a lot that they could reuse and just revamp to make harder. I'm just concerned that bossing might be a little bit too easy initially with whatever they end up doing for it. Because they're also going to need to make it scale across like almost, excuse me, every level range. So they're going to need to figure out some kind of system that they can infinitely replicate for any boss. That makes it so they can, you know, make it scale to the player to some degree. Unless they're just going to have static level bosses. The only problem with static leveled bosses is mostly like where everyone's at in the current state of the game. Like, let's say they release a tier 5 boss. Like, that's really realistic that a new player could get to there in a timely manner. Like, if you have a tier milestone 5 boss, you might be able to kill it at milestone 4 even if your equipment's good enough. And, you know, you would just go from there. But if it is, let's say, hypothetically, just a static tier 5 boss, then what kind of drops is it going to have for someone? Like, what's the experience for someone, like, at this kind of level? Like, you know, if you're tier 10, 15, 20, even higher, like, are its drops going to scale? Are you just going to kill it really quickly? Is it going to have, like, a thing where you have to have, like, a minimum time to kill it? So even if you're like mega upgraded, you're still gonna have to have like a bare minimum. Hey, it's gonna take like 30 seconds for you to kill this boss. Even if you come in with like the best in slot to ever exist in the game, it'll still take you like 30 seconds, regardless if you're like tier 20 or tier 30. And are the drops even going to be worth it if it is static like that? Or are they going to scale it so it auto scales to your level within some range? But then are you really gaining any additional power then if the enemy is, you know, always at the same scaling? Like if it's always like, you know, if we had to fight it at like 19 milestone, for example, it would just scale up to whatever we're at, down to whatever milestone it is. But then that would also have the problem of, you know, at the beginning of each milestone, the boss might be really hard, but then at the end of each milestone, the boss would be really easy. There's a lot of complications to it that could happen. And I'm not sure if they have a solution to it yet. They probably have some concept in mind, but they've never publicly shared what that concept is. But they're definitely going to need to figure out something to make it work. There's a lot of angles they could do, but, you know, we just don't really know what angle they would do. There's a lot that can work. There's a lot that can go wrong. Only time will tell. It definitely seems like really low priority at the moment, though. Mostly because I'm pretty sure they need Chapter 6 released before they can properly do it. A lot of things hinges on Chapter 5 and 6 being released before they can really extend combat much. Chapter 5 for the obvious reason, you need armor. Chapter 6 because of how the enhancement system will likely work. As that system is probably pretty required for them to add any amount of bossing at all. As it would likely define gear progression beyond just number go up. But there'd be other statistics and other, like, rare things that you'd actually want to go and gather that aren't just, you know, get smithing level up and other things just to make number go up. It'd be more beyond just that. I said, hello, Tyrion! Welcome, 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 up, Osmond. We're still on the monument grind. Probably for a couple more weeks. They are going to start passiving it like crazy, though, soon, so we don't have to spend as much time on it. Because as we went through Tier 6 and soon to go through the even slower Tier 7, I'm now starting to realize just how much the curve is curving near the end. Where the first 3 tiers is like, yeah, this is almost nothing, and Tier 7, 8, and 9 is going to be a nightmare. But luckily, Slay the Spire 2 is coming out in a few weeks, so I'll be able to set up my passives by then. And we'll kind of be able to passive through some of it while still doing Brighter Shores here and there. And then once we finish out everything I want to go do with Slay the Spire 2, we should be at the point where it should be easy just to go one more week and then boom, just clear out the monument grind. Because that's pretty much the game plan. Alright, store away all this. Back to cycle. How many potions do we have left? 9 more. And then we're stuck at 5% forever. For the rest of the grind. That's another problem too. We don't have the XP pots. And 11% is just not worth chugging them. There's no way we're chugging 30 of these an hour. It's just not worth it. It's definitely worth using them for knowledge points, obviously, and a few other things like that. Maybe even a few first-time bonuses and, you know, for the oyster, stuff like that, but I'm not using it every 2 minutes. That's just overkill. That is so absurdly overkill. Especially when you put out into consideration the amount that they cost if we were to sell them compared to, you know, using them. You have to gain, like, X amount of XP for it to actually be worth it. And checking them every 2 minutes is not giving that much to justify the otherwise costs that we're losing. Because we can sell these for 11 silver each, which is a factor that we have to consider anytime before we sip them. That's why we're mostly using them for knowledge and stuff. Like, 11's not a lot, but, you know, you had 30 times that, you know, that's 330 silver an hour. Compared to what we're spending on them now, which is only like, you know, 20-ish silver an hour. Though in combination with the 5%, I guess that's coming out to like 80-ish silver an hour. It's still not too bad, though. 80 silver instead of 330 silver. Obviously, if we were loaded with like infinite money, that wouldn't matter too much. But 330 silver in losses really starts adding up at our level, at our gold range. Like, obviously, we could do that for some amount of time, given that we have, you know, multiple hundreds of gold. But, you know, we'd eventually hit 0 pretty quick and would keep biting into our gold pretty quickly. It's one of the reasons I haven't been chugging them like that. Even though we technically could. It's just the cost isn't worth the time save. Mostly because there just really isn't any, like, over-the-top money-making methods in the current state of the game. Ever since they nerfed Leatherworker into the ground. Like, you can still make a few gold per hour, but it's nowhere near, like, the 8.5 that you could peak at before. Whereas even when, at the Leatherworker level I was at, I think we were making, like, 4 gold an hour or something. Like, 3.5, 4 gold. Which I'm not even sure there's anything I can even do for consistent 3 gold in the current state of the game. That doesn't have, like, a luck variable attached to it. Like combat. Alright, put that in the Forger, put that in the Forger. Also, I'm not sure what level range I should go see how far we are. I guess at level 45 I'll go check how we're doing on Jade pieces. Because we've never actually done this exact method before, so I'm not sure how to gauge how long it would take. But, I don't know, maybe we should go a little bit longer because there's no way we finished within an hour. We've only been doing this for 1 hour and there's no way we got enough Jade pieces. Because we're getting half as many as we normally would. So maybe 1 more hour from now we'll go check then. Because by that point we should be a little bit closer to actually knowing how many inventories we need to finish. Or could even target it if we want to go move on to the Bone Zone. The only problem with the Bone Zone is the Bone Zone is downgraded until I get a few more levels. We do get a big Bone Zone upgrade at 45, but we don't get the final one until 47, and I kind of want to wait till 47. So once we finish Jade, I might fall back on the previous loop we were doing. Just until we gain those 2 levels. As we know we were going to gain 5.8 million an hour, which is still more than 1 level an hour. And then we fall back onto Bone Zone for the final 3 levels. If nothing else, just have a bunch of tier 6 bones laying around in case we ever need it for upgrades and such. Even though we're probably not going to use it much for actually upgrading the skill itself. But just to have for future upgrades in case we need it for whatever reason. I'd rather have it and not need it and need it and not have it. Though I say that, though, getting some more potatoes would also be nice. I am concerned with our potato stacks at tier 5 and 6 at the moment. As the loops I keep doing are not giving us yielding that many potatoes. Like, it's not like we're getting none, but I don't think we're getting enough to last us through the level range that we expect to use them for. The only good thing about tier 6, though, is we do have a lot of fish to offset it, which will hopefully save us. As we have been poking a lot of tier 6 fish during these grinds. Some tier 5 as well, but mostly tier 6. Which I'm hoping will fill some of the holes in cooking. Alright, 8 potions left. We'll finish that out in the next half an hour, not even. And then we finally got to go remember to go get our 5% stack. And then every Hope Port potion we have on us will be on us. Or, you know, every Hope Port potion we have will be on us then. Every last one of them. I don't need to bother with that. Grab that, grab that, grab that, grab that. But yeah, at this rate, maybe I'll just go check out the level. Because I'm curious exactly how many more we're going to need. Is there's a non-zero chance I might just go target farm at some too. It's just if we do, we're missing out on all the precious potatoes. We could always just, like, focus potato. I still want to figure out a way that we could take potato water lily. The main thing that has made this impossible to do, well, not impossible, but really awkward to do now, is potato water lily doesn't have bell plant to go with it anymore. They moved where bell plant is. And that was, like, the main thing that made you able to do water lily potato. Because you would add +1 bell plant to it, or not +1, but, you know, you would take, like, 6 bell plant along the way. But now that's got replaced with a bunch of low-tier bones that aren't good for XP or really for knowledge. Just because they're an 8 spawn rather than a 6 spawn. Which has made that area really awkward to do now. And the only other pathing that you could possibly do to go through it is do, like, really wide stone. But the problem with really wide stone is you loop in a way where you don't really get potatoes. You get water lily, but you don't get potato, really. Because you're pretty much skipping almost the whole potato area. It's one of the weirdest things with Forager now. It's one of the reasons why we keep, like, just camping every beach. It's all the inner loops kind of got ruined when they added this top area. As this top area basically took away the few things that that middle loop had that made it good. As they moved nettle and they moved bell plant up there. And in doing so, one consequence of that is they killed one of the inner loops of the lower end. Where all the beach loops still exist because they didn't nerf anything from the beach. If anything, they added stuff. But they kind of did that for the area over here. As the bell plants that used to be in these 2 rooms got moved to there. And the nettles that are in just these 2 rooms that used to be over here in those 2. And that's what really made that area good. And they removed everything that made that area good. Poor area. It's one of the reasons why we're not really looping there much. We get to do it some when we go kill, like, here beasts, but we're not at the level where we can do that at the moment. This thing is strong against us, and it's like 30 levels above us. So that's a double no right there. At least currently. Obviously, we'll get combat level up at some point to go deal with that. Also, I haven't done the math yet to figure out what the XP for this route is. Like we did yesterday. For my sanity, I'm likely not going to, though. Just because, yeah, I can't be bothered to do that much math right now. All I know is we're forced to have to do this until the Jade Monument is done. So regardless how good or bad it is, we have to do it, so... It really just comes down to how are we getting the Jade pieces? Are we doing it wide? Are we doing it tight? Or we're just doing it wide for once. Good old wide Jade. Which is the main reason why I didn't do the math like yesterday. Though I do kind of want to test it for some things on tier 7, potentially. Just so we kind of know what the ratio is for, you know, 8 and 9. Just to know what's worth and not worth. Yep, not what I wanted. Well, if I just grind, it doesn't really matter since we're forced to have to do it for X amount of time, regardless if it's good or bad. And I believe it's actually technically the only skill in the game that forces you to have to do an activity technically. I don't think any other skill really has an activity that you 100% have to do by the end of the skill and as you're progressing through the skill, like similar to how the monument is. Where at certain level ranges, you're basically forced to have to go to this new activity. Like, there's skills where it's very favorable to move to, you know, a certain next activity. I don't think there's a single skill where it's like, you absolutely have to do this to be able to complete out the skill. Given that it has, like, you know, an actual, like, secondary goal to it. No other skill really has an equivalence of that. Like, the closest I can think of is having to do each of the raid dens once for detective. So you unlock the shortcut. That I think is the closest thing any other skill has other than Forager for Monument. Is having to do each raid den once for detective is basically required. Because that's how you unlock the shortcuts. So I guess that's the closest equivalence. Is having to do every raid den one singular time. Which takes like a few minutes each as long as you're geared for it. But doing every raid den one singular time is the closest equivalence to Monument in the game. Which is not even close. One is like a half an hour grind if you already had the levels. The other one, and the gear. The other one is a several dozen hour grind. As far as, you know, how much time you would spend getting all the monument pieces picked up. It's probably like 20, 30, 40 hours. Compared to detective, that's like half an hour at max. And I'm not, of course, counting all the levels you need to go and get it. I'm just talking about the activity that it forces upon you to have to do. How long you have to do it. For detective, it's under half an hour. And for Forager, it is like 20, 30, 40, 50 hours. However long you count picking up all the pieces. Also comes down to how you're picking up the pieces. Like right now I'm picking up them really wide, which is giving us less jade per hour. Which obviously is making the time go longer rather than shorter compared to, you know, spam jade. If you're just doing 8 jade to 8 jade to 8 jade in the bank. But obviously go quicker. But would yield less XP. Also, 4 potions left if I remember to keep using them, because I feel like I'm forgetting them. I'm not sure why, but the lower the percent is, the more I forget to use them. Like, if that was a 10% potion, I would remember to use it almost every time. But because it's 60%, soon to move down to 5%, I keep forgetting to use it. You didn't realize how expensive maxing kingdoms in Gems of War really is? Oh yeah, it's absurdly high. It doesn't matter if you're measuring in gems, or in money, or in time. Maxing a kingdom is a very long time. Though we're getting pretty close to having all of them maxed. It is after like 16,000 hours since the feature has come out. And I don't really spend extra money on it. I buy like the season pass and stuff, obviously, but I never just like outright buy deed books and other material for that game. But no, it's definitely doable and free to play. It just takes forever. Especially if you're trying to like target farm it off Explore. Because you're talking like dozens of hours for like one deed book, maybe even more than that. Well, if you do it during Vault Weekend, you get a ton of other loot, so it's kind of worth some of the best farming you can do in the game. Because that's not the only resource you're getting. You're getting like 1 billion of every resource in the game, so it's kind of nice. The problem is it's only like mega worth doing during Vault events, which is only like 3 days out of every month. Which is the only thing I kind of hate about Vault events in that game. And I hope Andrew Gower doesn't bring that back for Brighter Shores. Like the double XP weekends. I'm not the biggest fan of games that have 1 weekend a month where you get better value. It is a concept I'm not a big fan of. I've played a lot of games that have had it. Gems of War has it. Fall Guys had it. The original RuneScape had it. In the case of double XP weekends. I'm not a big fan of it because it just kind of forces you to have to play like crazy during those times. And it makes every other time that isn't that time just feel so much worse for value. And I'm hoping it's something Brighter Shores doesn't end up adding. Like, I'm fine playing a game that has that mechanic. It's just really annoying that, like, it feels like bad value other than, like, the few days that the extra bonuses apply to. Like, you save so much of your grind just for those few days. And then if you can't play those few days, you feel like you're missing out on so much value. Yeah, Tyrion, the main benefit now, of course, is they've made it a lot more infinitely farmable, which is nice. Like, people that have the time or want to grind, you can. Whereas before it was really time-gated, but now it is technically possible to grind infinitely. It takes forever, but it is technically possible to grind infinitely while doing a bunch of other value in the game. I just can't be bothered to do that personally. But the option's there. Like, I do it some, obviously, just not, like, crazy numbers. Like, I'm not going to spend, like, 3,000 hours trying to max every kingdom right now from where I'm at, when I could just get it passively done for, you know, a couple hundred hours over a long period of time. Same reason why we're going to be utilizing the passives for Brighter Shores as well. Like, there's no point in doing, like, Tier 8 and Tier 9 in this game when we could just passive away a lot of that time for way better value. I like when games have a mechanic like that. As I will almost always choose doing it over a longer period of time rather than rushing it down. Or a mix of both. Like, having the mix of both is really nice in any game. Where you can passive it down if you just don't want to bother with it, or you can just rush it down if you know, really care about getting it done. Having both options is nice. Being forced into one's never good. Having both options as an opportunity is something more games should have. As it gives a lot more flexibility to tackling various grinds. Oh, so did I miss an object? Oh, no, I just didn't grab the other hogberry. I was gonna say, why am I like one item short? I'm not. I just haven't grabbed the one over here yet. Up, second to last non-5% potion. And then we're stuck at 5% forever. At least for the duration of this grind. For alchemy, we'll probably offset and actually chug a couple 11% and stuff down the line. Once we start getting access to 12%, 13%, so on and so forth. But we need to be actually training the alchemy grind before we can start doing that again. We're on a very limited amount until then. So until then, for the rest of the forager grind, we were stuck at 5% then. Which is basically what these are now. 6% and 5% is not really that big a difference. We could technically buy 6%, but it's not worth the extra cost, I don't feel like. I'm pretty sure it's like 4 to 5 silver more just for 1% more. It's not really worth. The 5% are barely worth. We will still do 5% though. It's better than nothing. Regardless, I'll at least use what we have banked, if nothing else. Then we'll figure out if we're still using 5%. I assume we would. It's just accounting for drink time and everything and remembering and everything. It's just not really saving that much time at all. Like, it is, but the amount of effort you have to put towards it to save, like, a few seconds. Not really coming out too much. Like, drinking those 5% potions are saving us, like, 1 minute an hour, roughly. Yes, that's time saving. But it's costing us, like, 60 silver an hour as well. Despite saving us only 1 minute. Which means, let's break that down. Let's say, hypothetically, let's be generous. Let's say it saves us 2 minutes an hour. I don't think it is, but let's say it is. Let's be generous. It's saving us 2 minutes an hour at a cost of 60 silver. So what am I trying to figure out here? The silver per time saved? Oh no, I'm trying to bring out how much it is saving us an hour. So for every 2 minutes, it costs 60. So 30 times 60. It costs 1.8 gold to save us 1 hour. Yeah, 5% are worth. 1.8 gold to save us 1 hour is kind of worth. But I was giving it the really generous number. If we do it the other way around and make it, you know, only 1 per thing, it is 3.6 gold an hour to save 1 hour. And now is 3.6 gold worth it to save 1 hour? Kind of. Kind of. And the fact that it's 0 time makes it not that bad. That's the only thing that's kind of saving it. But yeah, 3.6 gold for 1 hour is not ideal with the current gold rates. But it is still kind of worth. Because it's 0 time hour saved, in a sense. So yeah, I guess they're worth. If you find saving 1 hour worth 3 point something gold, then yeah, it's worth. It's basically what it comes down to. Is 1 hour time saving worth 3.6 or so gold, or whatever it comes out to if you did like the exact math. That's anywhere from like 3 to 4 gold per hour saved. So if that's worth it, then it's worth using 5% pots, basically. If 3 to 5 gold is worth an hour saved. And of course, that's per effective hour, not literally every single hour, of course. But per effective hour that it saves, it's costing 3 to 5 gold per effective hour that the 5% would eventually save you an hour. Because per hour, it's only saving you like a minute or two at a cost of 60. But per effective hour saved, it's roughly 3 to 5 gold depending on the potion for 1 hour of time saved. And that's why 6% aren't worth it. Because instead of like this 2 to 5 gold, whatever you want to call it, depending on potion, it's like anywhere from like 6 to like 10 gold or something per effective hour saved. Like it just jumps like crazy. But it saves you, it gets you that hour saved quicker though, is the main difference. Like the cost ratio looks way worse, but it's getting you quicker to that hour saved. Which that is definitely not worth, which is why we never buy 6%, by the way. The only situation a 6% would ever be worth buying from the shop is if you really do not want to bother with alchemy for some reason, and the best potion you have would otherwise be the shop 5 and 6%. That is the only time it would be worth it, and only for knowledge points. Where you would use the 6% specifically for knowledge points only. That is the one and only time a 6% is worth it, is if you somehow have no other boost potion whatsoever. Because you just don't want to bother making them, or because it's chapter 2 and it's all untradeable stuff. Or, you know, you can't buy it from the shop, you can only buy the potion from the shop. Which is probably one of the main use cases, actually, honestly, for it. Is buying 6% Hope Forest potions. Because all the supplies you need to be able to make all the XP potions for the chapter are not buyable from shops. So on a Lone Wolf, you have to gather them. And on a trading enabled account, you would either have to trade for them or get them yourself. But for whatever reason, despite the resources not being tradable, the potions are. Which I find really confusing. I guess just to make it uniform across the chapters and everything. But you can't buy the supplies for 5% and 6% Hope Forest, for example, but you can buy the potion outright. I'm not sure if that's an oversight on their part or what. If they'll change that in the upcoming weeks or something. But it's really weird. You can buy the finished potion, but you can't buy the supplies to make the finished potion. Really strange. I assumed he just forgot, but maybe just did it so every every skill can at least get their lowest tier potions bought. Also, 5 levels to go. Oh yeah, I said I would go check Monument around this level range. I guess I'll go check it right now. I believe we need 450, and we should have 200 something banked right now. If I had to guesstimate our number. Monument should say 450, and our bank should say roughly half the number needed. Like low 200 something. Alright, let me go check both real quick since we're right over here. Because I forgot, I don't actually have the bank to go check. I just have to go check her and then check the thing. So this should be 450 if I remember correctly from when we got the stone completed. Yep, 450. And now the number we don't know is, what is this monument box saying? So grab that, check that, queue right into it. What number are we talking about here? Yeah, 248, okay. A little bit more than I expected. But we're only like halfway there, a little more than half. So we'll do it for about another hour then. And then we should be done with Jade. And at that point, we should be only 1 level away from the Bone Zone. So we might default back to the previous method we were doing, and then Bone Zone from 47 to max. Or, to 7, I mean. Max for this tier. Not max, I wish. Not quite there yet. But max for the tier. Hey, how are we doing on the ratio of level compared to the other person around our level range who was grinding? Where is it? Friends, Forger. How's he been doing on his grind? Hey, we passed them, but he's in the slower area. Oh wait, I forgot to grab my 5%. It's finally time. We finally passed them. We were always about 1 off, but of course he's at the slower area, so we didn't like pass him. Because tier 7 takes longer than tier 6, and so on and so forth. Well, we've always been more, he's been slightly more than 1 tier ahead of us the whole time. And now he's slightly less than 1 tier ahead of us. That's because his take longer, obviously, at that level range. It will take us longer, too, once we get there. Anyways, what am I doing? I'm grabbing potion, and I'm grabbing every last potion we have banked. We have 401 of these. And now every single XP potion for Hope Port I have on me. So if I move this to Potion Belt and I move to XP Pots, it should show 0 XP potions for Hope Port. There it is. Well, it shows me the AFK potions that we had made at 5%. We're not counting those. We have 0 Hope Port potions now. Because they're all on me. Oh, there we go. Yeah, officially, every last Hope Port potion we have is now on us, so if we're running low, it'll be very easy to tell. Since they'll be right there looking at us constantly. So it'll be very easy to keep track what our ratios are, as, yeah, we got 405% and 79 11%, and that's every last potion we have. We've depleted them all during the Forager grind. Obviously, we'll buy more 5% as we need, and I'll make more 11% as we need for knowledge points. So we're never going to run out. But at least we can always see what our full ratio is, so we know when we're running low. So we'll know way in advance when we need to get more. And I can't, like, overly stock up because the max you can hold is 1,000. So even if I wanted to stock up on 5%, you know, I could buy up to 1,000, but I can't get any more than that. Yep, though we're done. Yeah, goal at this point, I think we'll go and keep going for 1 level. Put all the monument pieces into the monument. And then we'll see where we are from there. Then probably, if we still need any Jades, I might just target Jade it then. We'll fall back to the beach loop we did yesterday, as we know at this level range we'll still be able to get 1 level in an hour. Based on the math of 5.8 million counting knowledge points. So we'll easily be able to still get our 1 level an hour at that level range. And then, we go to the Bone Zone for 3 levels then. Which will hopefully still be a level an hour. I hope it's not slower. I sure hope not, given that we're getting 2 bone upgrades there. I know bones are worth the XP, but come on, the upgrades gotta make them worth. Plus your tool works on them. Plus we get the nettles over there for doubles. It should be better than the previous loop. I would sure hope so. And if not, I need some of the resources anyway, so it kind of works out. Same reason why we're kind of doing this loop right now. Is I kind of need the resources. As I've been neglecting 3 of these during our loops. I've been neglecting the limpets, I've been neglecting the hogberries, everything else. Also, why does my ratio look different here for some reason? Oh, because I grabbed double... Oh, I see what's happening now. That's weird. Because I waited to go grab the potion and everything. I'm at a weird cycle now where I'm grabbing 2-1 instead of 1-2. Let me go back to grabbing 1-2. Because 2-1 pathing works better than 2-1 pathing works. Because at some point I was starting to grab double limpet and then 1 of the other thing, but now I need to go back to 1 and 2. Because the pathing works better when going through there compared to the other way around. Otherwise we have a weird pathing where we have to do a double tile on this end. So I'm going to reset it back. Oh, so my tooth from the other day still isn't fully healed yet. It's been making eating still kind of annoying. It should be within the next day or 2. Like, it's not bleeding or anything like that, but you know. Like, the hole itself isn't, like, fully closed yet. It's getting there, though. The problem is it's so far back that I kind of need, like, an extra mirror that I don't even own to be able to look at it. Like, I can feel that it's not fully healed, but I can't actually see that it's not fully healed. Because it's so far in the back that you can barely even tell that the tooth is missing. That's one of the good thing, I guess, technically about getting that one pulled. Since it ended up getting chipped and just had to be for health reasons and everything. But it is so far back that you would, like, have to look into my mouth to even notice that it's gone. Like, it is so subtle that it's gone and it's so far back there. Hey, scrap metal. Hey, that feels so weird. We just unlocked the scrap metal passive that I did all last night. I almost forgot about that. Because we still haven't unlocked it yet. We've just been using boost potions to access it earlier. For the first time ever. Which honestly kind of makes me want to do it more often. That felt so good. I'm so glad you get to make it at like a billion different tiers. Because before it was only really worth using at tier 4 because of how the milestones worked. Like, only the final 2 tiers of it actually were worth using. Because you needed at least 4 points in order to move it to your next activity. Because you always needed 4 knowledge points instead of 1. But now that everything only requires 1 knowledge point, every single one of those passive potions is now worth it. So, when we make the +5, the +6, the +7, the +8, the +9, the +10, they're all going to be really viable to use once we get around them. And one of them I can actually make right now. I think I have like 12 of them banked. It's something we'll do in our alchemy grind later, but this one right here. I can make like 12 of these, roughly. Based on how many we gathered of this tier material. Which is not a lot, but you know. That's like one night that you can do an activity early. It's not huge, but you know, one night early that you can do something. Quite a bit of extra XP if you were doing like a power grind the following day. Like, you definitely got to use them strategically, but to get to either activity you really need or something similar, or better XP rate, like an absurdly better XP rate. There's one thing to keep in mind is, even though there's not the pre-200 jump like there was before, the main benefit of those passive potions is there is still a big jump between tiers. So for example, there would be a big jump if I was to go and start passiving, for example, this Sea Slug. Unfortunately, this is a really bad passive, so this is a really bad example, but it would be way better XP. Well, I don't know, what's a better example? How about mining? Like if we have the mining passive of, let's say we weren't tier 8 yet. Like if we were tier 7 and something, and then using that to get to the next one. I guess smithing would be a good example for this since we're at that level range. Like, let's say hypothetically we weren't doing Forager, and I didn't grab all the scrap metal we need to go get this level. Well, what we could do is, since we don't have the scrap metal for this, and we might just one-time it or something, though we do have it all, so we will do that. Well, let's say we didn't. We would then go use a boost potion, and then boom, we would get the way higher XP rate of, you know, this. Or if we had a really big potion, even the other one. But realistically, we'd have this, where we're getting like 300,000 XP per hour. Compared to, if you were just stuck at the previous one, it'd be way worse than that. Like, way, way worse. Like, that one's 300%, and we go check what this one is, which the one I'll actually be doing is only 188. So we are getting like 120% less XP from per hour, not using the better XP pot. So it's still really good to use them to jump from a tier, or to, of course, like we did last night, to get to a resource that's actually good rather than a resource that is bad. So using them in either way is really strong. But you still get that really big jump like you did before per tier. But now, instead of just the pre-200 to post-200, you get it every 50 levels. So they're a lot more useful than they were before. As it is always worth jumping that extra tier to get it done a little bit early, if it happens to fall that way. And that's applicable for basically every skill in the game, unless the resource is just really bad. Like for Forager, the first resource is really bad, and a couple other of them, handful of them. Where it's still better XP rate, but the resource you're getting is complete trash. So for Forager, for example, you would definitely prefer doing the scrap metal over doing the really trash resource you would get at the beginning of the other tier. But for a lot of other skills, it'd be really worth doing. I won't need to do that for smithing for reasons we just mentioned, but we'd probably do it for bone right. Might be one of the next ones we end up doing it for. Or we can actually get it, because I'm trying to see what level range we have. We could technically do it for cooking, but cooking passages are never worth doing. The detective could technically do it soon. I just don't have a big enough boost potion. But for example, being able to go and boost to these investigations for 295 would be quite a bit better than being forced to have to do what we would currently have to do, which is only 169. We're getting almost double the XP per hour if we were to boost to the next thing. That is a lot different. Just because this one has negative, I assume, and just as good money, which I think is the main reason why it's so down. Yeah, this one's really bad XP but good money. That's why it's such a big difference. Or we would get almost 2 times XP if all we cared about was XP. We'd be getting about 2 times the XP if we were to boost from... If we got a few more detective levels, used the boost potion, and then did the next detective activity. We'd be getting nearly 2x the XP per hour from that jump, which is kind of crazy. So there's a lot of areas that you can kind of do that for many skills if you wanted to. Which we do plan to some degree. Also, should probably go and check what the value is to go and just buy them from the shop. There's something I haven't actually bothered checking yet. Like if you buy the boost potion supplies from the shop, because they were pretty cheap in the past. I'm not sure what they are looking like now. But they're probably still pretty cheap. But we need to see what the ratios are and everything to see if it's actually worth buying to make a couple of them. Because if they are, I might make it for the full 2 times bonus for every level in alchemy just to be able to do that. As there are a lot of situations where they're better than the XP pot. Like that one that we just showed. I'm not going to do the exact math right now, but you can tell based on the number difference that's about an 80% XP increase. Do you know what 80% is compared to 14%? Like a 14% passive potion has nothing over what a boost potion does when going from tier to tier. It is insane how much more XP you get from a passive potion. Is one of the reasons why when we're at that tier 4 for passive potion, when, you know, before the alchemy changes from botanist and then the alchemy changes again from milestones, the reason why we camped that thing so long and got so many of those passive potions was just because of how strong they are when they skip like that. And the new system still has it. It's just from tier to tier rather than from, you know, up to 200. So now you just have more opportunities to be able to use them for absurd value. Because that plus couple boost potion at that level range for detective is effectively stronger than an 80% XP potion. Which of course the highest they go is 14%. And of course they stack, so you could even use both together. Use whatever your best XP potion that you currently have in combination with the boost potion. And then in combination be gaining almost double the XP otherwise would be getting if you were using no potions at all. But those boost potions at those very specific level ranges very, very, very strong. And there are some skills we'll need to utilize it for. We haven't really been doing it much for Forager because Forager's not a good skill to use it on. But the production skills are the main targets for it, probably. Bone Right, but maybe not Bone Right as much because Bone Right's pretty chill. But Smithing, Stonemason, going to be really big targets for it. Leatherworker could be a decent target for it. Actually, what does Leatherworker get at that activity? Leatherworker at that level range gets... it's a bad activity, though, is the only problem. It'd be worth it for the XP rate, but it's a really bad activity if you don't already have it banked. I don't know, which one gets a really good activity for a production skill? I think it's Stonemason. But I think that one still has one that burns money, yeah. That's kind of bad. That's kind of unfortunate. All of them have, like, a really dead one. What does Smithing have again? Smithing had... Yeah, they all have a really bad one. I guess they did that by design. So if you wanted a better XP rate for one of those skills, you had to burn money. There's some that don't, like Detective and such, but for a lot of, like, those really good skills you'd want to use them on, looks like you gotta burn money if you want that really good extra XP rate, unless you just happen to get it really early on. How about Alchemy? I think Alchemy's is the boost potion, so that's one of the few... No, it's the work where you don't make any potion at all. Which, honestly, that one's not bad. So Alchemy gets a good benefit from using them, oddly enough. Because you get access to the one that costs no supplies at all. It's just generating money. Which means using it for that might actually just be pure profit. Because if you're counting the profit that you're getting to this relative to the amount that you're spending per hour on it, it might actually break even. Like, the cost of making your boost potion relative to the profit remade from doing this might allow you to do this potion early and break even. Or pretty close to break even. As the money you make from the activity itself would pretty much pay for the boost potion that you otherwise would have made from the previous tier. Like, for example, using the plus, you know, like here, it would use the +7 to eventually do this one early. But we would use whatever cost associated with the +7 potion would get replenished by this activity right here. But we do this at, like, you know, that lower level range and kind of get it up. It's definitely an angle you could do. So out of any production skill so far, that seems to be the one that gains the biggest benefit. How about Carpenter? What's Carpenter looking like? No, Carpenter, once again, also doesn't have a good first one. It feels like they did that deliberately. Alchemy is like the only one that didn't. Like, every single skills for production skills first activity is a burn money activity. So if you want to use that extra XP rate, you got to double burn money on both the boost potion and on the supply, assuming you didn't gather it through other means. Also, why does this one not have a ×2 on it? That's weird. I guess because I made them before in the past? Through the previous system? That one doesn't have a ×2. Really strange. Yeah, it has a ×2 here. So that must have been one of the old resources. Even though I don't have the level range for it, I technically did it in the previous format of the game. So it's counting as not 2 times. Okay, as soon as... oh yeah. Wait, I said we were checking at the level. We're already past the level. Okay, you know what we're going to do? I am going to go and finish this inventory. I'm then going to grab an inventory of just Jade and nothing but Jade. I'm then going to go to the tower, put in all of our Jades, and see how much short we are. Because I was going to do that at level 45, and we're already overshooting. Oh no, is this better XP than what we were doing yesterday? Because, oh no, this feels like it's going quicker. I'm not sure if it's because we're nice and rested. Though I would say nicely fed, but I actually didn't eat anything yet this morning. I don't know, the first few hours that I wake up, I just can't really eat anything. And with the limited diet I still have for the next few days, makes it even harder to eat. Because it's very limited what I can't even eat. Oh, the Noxus worm is available. Oh! Oh, for Gems of War thing? Oh, thanks for mentioning that. I didn't see when you mentioned that earlier. Maybe I could try getting that real quick. I'll multitask 3 games at the same time, why not? While also trying to talk and do commentary. I should probably mute Gems of War, though, otherwise it's gonna make noise in the background. I don't have a really good way to mute it real quick. But yeah, we'll just multitask 3 games at once. No big deal. Okay, let me go turn in all these Jade pieces. Actually, let me go get a full inventory of Jade, and then we'll go turn in all the Jade pieces. Also, I'm literally on the screen of logging in for the first time today. I haven't even checked Tribute yet today. Also, I'm not gonna bother muting it. Let's see... Oh no, I already have it maxed. Wait, how do I have it maxed already? Yeah, I got it maxed at one point. I'm not sure if I threw orbs at it because it was so good. But yeah, never mind. Okay, we don't need to do that. Well, I checked Tribute if nothing else. And that was the first time I logged in all day because apparently I didn't do it this morning. But, yeah, I don't need it. Thank you, though. I already have it maxed. I think I used a pet orb on it at one point just because the bonus is so good. I think after I got 1 copy, I pet orbed it. Which is why it's already maxed, even though we haven't had the event that often. But thanks for reminding me. But no, I do have it maxed already. But yeah, that's a really good pet to get maxed. So much so I used the pet orb on it. Just so I wouldn't have to deal with random events like the ones that's going on right now. So I wouldn't have to do it in the future. To save time. Because it's such a high priority pet to get maxed. But yeah, the second I got one copy, I'm pretty sure I pet orbed it literally the same day. I think it was off stream. But yeah, the second I got it, it was immediately maxed. It's just so useful. It's like one of the strongest 10 troops in the whole game. Oh yeah, I meant to just grab Jade pieces. I'm not sure what I'm doing right now. Okay, I'll remember this time now that I'm not distracted. Or as distracted. I'm going to go and next loop, I'm just going to grab a full inventory of Jade. We're going to go to the tower and see if we have enough. I think we'll still be like an inventory or two short, but I want to see exactly where we're at. And then from there, we got to scrap together another level and a half so we can go to the Bone Zone. And then we're probably camping Bone Zone for the rest of the stream once we get there for 3 levels. And then off stream, my goal is between off stream today and on stream tomorrow. We cannot end tomorrow's stream without level 10 and milestone 7 for Forger. Is I need that so I can AFK a lot. Because, why is my number weird? We're off by 1. But we need to AFK a lot so that we're good to go for the fishing bounties on Monday. Since we're going to be doing so little Forger. So we're going to be passiving through a lot of that. Alright, so I got to remember to only grab Jade. And nothing but the Jade. So I'm going to grab 4 Jade, keep repeating that till we have a full inventory. We're going to miss out on a little bit of XP, but then I'm going to go to the tower, turn in every Jade we have, and then see where we're at. And hope that that is almost done. It should be like 2 full inventories of 24 if we go check. It should be somewhere around there. I don't think we overshot. We should be like ever so slightly under. But we'll go check as soon as we finish this inventory. Yeah, this is normally inefficient to do because you're missing so much extra value on the ground. But if the only thing you cared about was Jade completion, you would do this. I do this on alt accounts. Just because the only thing I care about them is immediately getting back to their AFK and getting the monument done. So I just rush them straight from piece to piece to piece. And in the stone room, I literally just have them AFK in the one room so they don't need to use fear potions. I just click every node in the room. I drop all the hogberries and then repeat. And then you have some downtime to AFK here. You wait for the respawn, and then you do it again. That is what I do on my alt accounts. Just to get it done as quickly as possible. Because they're still working on the monument too, but they're passiving the whole way. They're passiving all the way from tier 1 to tier 10. So, good luck. Maybe a year you'll get there. But yeah, aside from monument pieces, literally the only thing they're picking up is monument pieces. Everything else is just passiving all the way. They're currently doing... the best one as well, because it's right next to where the passive is. Or right next to where the venture is. They're currently doing the scrap metal. And one thing that's amazing about scrap metal is there's a bank 1 tile away from it. And your double oyster venture for your daily, which they are also doing, of course, just at a way lower level range, is like a few tiles away. It is so nice. I wish they could stay there forever. The problem is without the 2 times XP bonus, it is just trolling to stay there forever. But I kind of wish I could. It would take so much longer to get to max Forger. But you can reset them in like under a minute. It is so nice. I really wish I could do that, but you can't. Because it's not worth doing after the 2 times has been depleted. Which I think after tonight will be depleted. Which is going to be sad. I'm going to miss that spot. It's so nice to be able to reset the accounts. Like both of them in combination take under 2 minutes. Like it's under a minute each. Because you just go bank everything next to the bank you're literally right next to. Grab the oyster ventures a few tiles away. Use the XP pop boost. Go right back to your AFK. And then repeat that in like 23 hours. It is so nice. I'm gonna miss it. It's one of the best passives in the entire game because it is the only passive that is in the room with the venture. I don't think there's a single other passive in the entire game where the venture for the chapter that you can also do double of is in the exact same room. There is technically a fishing one, but fishing ventures are really dead content. I mean, fishing, not ventures, fishing AFKs, passives are really dead content. But there is one for fishing too, but it's nowhere near as good as the Forager one. Because the Forager one feeds into, of course, smithing as well. As of the milestone update. Alright, let's see how many we have. I put in 24. Yeah, we're slightly short. Okay, we gotta still keep doing the wide loop. That's fine. I just wanted to see roughly how close we were. We still got to do the wide loop for like another half an hour unless we target farm it, but I'm fine with wide loop. We still got to get a level and a half scrap together anyways before we can even go to Bone Zone. I just wanted to make sure we don't like mega overshoot. Wait, how much money are we making per each? That's something I don't really put into consideration, but you actually make money from these. You can even sell them after the fact. Though for very little. I'm only getting 2.7 each if we sell them after the fact. Which reminds me, I kind of want to go clean up the bank. I almost want to go do that right now, honestly. Once I go clear out this. I said something about that the other day, but then never got around to it. I think I'm going to do that right now. Just so we never misclick on any of them. Just so we have a nice, clean bank. It's going to give us, like, under a gold of value. Probably not even a gold. Like, probably just a couple hundred silver. But I want to go clean out the bank of every last stone we have. So the only thing that's ever in there is the one that we're currently trying to put into the monument. So there's never any confusion as to what we need to click on. Because you don't need any of them after the fact. I guess maybe if you have trading enabled, you would. To sell it to people that don't want to go and forge it. But on an Iron Man account, these extra pieces are literally no purpose other than just to sell them out. For a little bit of money, which is very small. I wonder how much the final tier sells for. If tier 6 is only selling for 2.7, I don't really see the final tier selling for more than like 4 or 5 silver. So it's not really worth gathering. Just gathering them would only be like 1.5 gold an hour. Which is not that great for what is basically max skill. Though I just realized something that would be interesting. I wonder if forge or bounties ever tell you to pick up monument pieces. Because I feel like the answer would be no. But it's something I didn't actually think about until literally just now. If a forge or bounty would tell you to go do monument pieces for some reason. Because I've always associated that as, you know, just only associated to the monument. But there's a non-zero chance it would actually tell you to go do it. Also, I hope they do not add a grind this long to every chapter. As much as I like a good grind, I do feel like Monument is in... we were talking about this earlier. I don't think any grind, other than like max levels and such, but I don't think like any activity grind should be over 100 hours of grind. Which I guess technically Monument isn't. Monument's really only a 40 to 50 hour grind if you're actually like just counting the pieces. But I really hope that in the future they don't add any grind that's like over 100 hours to complete X. But yeah, technically Monument isn't. Because if you ignore all the level requirements, which obviously you do need, but if you ignore every level requirement, Monument grind is only like 30 to 60-ish hours, give or take a little. It is under 100 hours. As far as just the time collecting the pieces in the current state of game. So it's not that bad. It's the level requirement to be able to do that that's the problem. But the actual process of, you know, rebuild Monument, if you hypothetically had all the levels, yeah, it's only like 30 to 60 hours. It's not that bad. Like, that number is realistic. Number to get there, not so much. Alright, how many more do we need? That's the main thing I wanted to do this for. I need 336, so I need 114. So I need to do 114 divided by 8. Round it up. 114 divided by 8. I need to go do 15 more laps. Alright, before I do 15 more laps... Actually, let me grab these while we're here. Before I do 15 more laps, I want to go and clear out our bank. It's something I was talking about the other time, I think when we were doing stone. And it just kind of slipped in my mind and we never got around to it. Or actually, wasn't that the day that the electricity went out? Maybe that was the problem. Because near the end of that stream, I was going to clear out my bank. But then electricity went out. I think that's what happened last time. That was the time that the electricity went out for like half a day. But I do want to go right now and sell every last piece of stone we have in our bank. That way, whatever stone is in there, we know is the stone we need. And then I can just remember at some other cycle later just to go sell whatever the last few scraps we have that we're going to be getting now. We've got to do 15 more laps right now of the wide cycle. And then after that, we should be pretty close to the level we need to go do our next activity. We're not going to be all the way there, but we're going to be pretty close. We'll be at level 46 something, like low 46 something. So we could either immediately go to Bone Zone, or more realistically, I'll probably go to the loop that we did yesterday. Just for the 1 level. And then we do Bone Zone for 3 levels. And finish it out over there. Alright, so let me go store all this, and then start getting all the monument pieces. This might take a moment, but I do want to clear this out just to have it done. See how much money we end up making. We're starting at 737. Let me write that down somewhere so I don't forget. We're starting at 737. I'm not going to put down the gold number because there's no way we're getting more than a full gold. Oh no, I guess I will just in case. Let's see. 374 737. Okay, I got both numbers in just in case. I highly doubt we're going to exceed it, but you never know. Alright, let me go and sell all this. How do I do this? I guess I just go to monument pieces and yeah, start selling. Grab max, grab max, grab max, grab max. Talk to this person, sell all, rinse, repeat. But yeah, we'll keep track of how much silver we make from this. Shouldn't be that much, but mostly doing this to clear out the bank. Grab all, grab all, grab all. Alright, withdraw items, monument pieces, grab all. Also, I'm so glad you can withdraw from banks now. You don't know how annoying this was before. There's a reason why these have never been done in the past. Is until the feature that allowed you to withdraw from bank, this was a nightmare and a half to do. Because you couldn't just withdraw from here, you had to withdraw it all the way at the other thing. Oh nice, we're down to Jade now. Gosh, we got so much tier 1 Jade, what happened? I think we were doing like some kind of mega wide loop at the time. Because we end up getting so many stone. I just don't understand why it's as Jade and not stone. Because it like split all the pieces for 4 into like 2 pieces. But for whatever reason, and all the splitting that it did, it gave me like 1 billion of this one. For some reason. I'm not sure why it's so high. And so far we haven't even made half a gold. That's to be expected. We didn't have that much banked. And the few that we do have a lot of are pretty low tier. But that way, whenever we go to the monument bank in the future, we'll know exactly what one we're on. It's literally the only one that's in there. Because everything else would be sold out. Because these don't have any additional purpose. There's even a chance if, let's say, hypothetically, there's forager bounties. And hypothetically, you get to keep the resources. If that was the case, we'd probably just drop the monument pieces on the ground after doing the bounty. If they were to have a bounty. It depends what kind of gameplay loop it has overall. But there's a non-zero chance that we would, like, if it told us to go get 9 monument pieces, there's a good chance those 9 monument pieces after that bounty would just be dropped onto the ground. Unless we have to deliver it to them. But even if we had to deliver, they'd probably only want the higher tier stuff delivered. I don't think they would want any of the, you know, lower tier stuff. So anything that we're selling out right now wouldn't matter. That does mean we might want to keep our spear tier 9s, I guess. Just in case. They have like a delivery thing for it when Forager comes out. But every other tier wouldn't matter. But I will keep my spear tier 9s, I guess. At least until we know what Forager bounties are. Also, could this guy move? He's like right next to my trade. He ruined my trade angle. We're almost done already. That didn't take that long. And then we'll go back to the loop for 15 more loops based on the math we did. It was 14 point something, but obviously we got to do one full extra thing. Otherwise, we're going to be slightly short. Well, at least we've got over a gold of value. Or not as far as a gold of value, but you know, we made the gold number go up. We didn't get a gold from it, but we did it enough to move our gold up by 1. Alright, so it looks like we got like 400 or 500 silver. So I was right when I said about a half a gold initially. Not too bad. Alright, let's go back to the cycle we were doing earlier. Actually, I'll go forge all the way to our cycle. Go take the scenic route over. Grab some XP since we still need it while we're heading over there. But yeah, how much gold did we make? So we're up to 141. Calculator. Let me just subtract the exact number we have. So I have 375,141. That's a negative number, but that is how much we made. It is 404 silver. So not a half a silver, but almost. We made 400 silver. 404. A little under half. That's not awful. It's not great. But that only took like a few minutes. Didn't take that long. Thought it would take a little bit longer than that, but I forgot the shop is like so convenient there. In the past, that would have taken like over an hour. Which is why we never bothered doing it. It's taking an hour to get like 400 silver is really bad. But you know, taking like a few minutes to get 400 silver is not that bad at all. But yeah, we'll just go do this one set real quick. I'm not camping this right now. I'm just doing it so we can get to our other bank. Otherwise, I'll be walking past a bunch of nodes gaining no XP. So we'll do this until we get to our other area. And then we should be good to go. Also, one weird thing I can do that we normally wouldn't is I can actually grab jade pieces on our way there. Something we normally wouldn't do, but we're actually at a level range where it kind of matters. So 14, or technically 15 more full cycles of Jade, or you know, the circle we were doing earlier. We'll then see what our level's at. We then might have to do what I'm doing right now, a few loops just to go get the last level that we need. And then, yeah, we can bone zone for the last 3 levels today then. And then we should be good to go to, still utilize the passive. Because we're still at scrap metal passive. But off stream, I would want to go and start pushing for, even more levels. Because we're going to end up needing it. Let's grab this for now. We're going to grab like a really weird set. I just want to make sure I don't grab like a weird amount of limpets. Because I do need these to be respawned by the time I come back here. So I'll grab this, I'll grab this. I can grab the 2 limpets that I normally don't grab on cycle. I can't grab any jade in the next room because I need them to be already spawned by the time I get on cycle. So I can grab the 2 limpets that I otherwise normally wouldn't take. At least not in the first set. And then we go bank all this. Alright, and now we go back to doing what we were doing. And they should respawn by the time we get back over there. Hopefully. We'll find out in a second. They better respawn by the time we get there. Find out in one moment. Alright, drink the XP potion. Use that on this. Put that into Forager, of course. Grab everything, and hopefully it'll respawn by the time we walk over there. We'll be able to tell pretty easily. Yeah, it looks like... Oh yeah, it already is. Oh yeah, we have plenty of time. That's not even going to be tight at all. Because I know one cycle we were doing at one point, they were spawning like almost right in front of us. Like when we were doing some kind of weird fish cycle with it. Yeah, it's sad. We don't get to do a fish in this cycle. They're like right there, but this cycle has enough downtime that, yeah, we're putting it on the Forager. In all fairness, this fish is pretty bad XP at our level range. If we were level 30 at our current fishing milestone, I'd be very tempted to. But right now, it's one of the worst fish I could even be catching for XP. So the temptation is not high. But if we were 8 more fishing levels, yeah, I'd probably be grabbing this guy. If I was 8 higher fishing levels right now. Probably would get grabbed. At the cost of some Forager XP for the really good fishing XP. Same reason why we keep catching the bass on the other set. Because it's the best thing we can currently click for XP if we were to click only one fish. Not counting, obviously, the venture. But that's also running. Also, it's weird that you can sometimes get it activated, but then it activates on your next one. If you do it, like, really late into a set. I think that happens if you do it on the last possible tick. Is it the last tick or the last 2 ticks? But if you do it, like, all the way at the end, it does it on your next one rather than the one that you're already doing. For some reason. Not sure if they're ever going to change that. But it has, like, a weird 1 tick, 2 tick delay. I guess to prevent people from, like, infinitely doing it through some kind of glitch. Is the main thing I could possibly think of why it's like that. Is they don't want to have some kind of glitch where you can like infinitely do it, so they added like that 1 tick delay to prevent it in any way. Because otherwise there'd probably be some kind of cheese method you could do to exploit that like crazy. But with the 1 tick delay, it makes it so that could never happen. Alright, that's batch number 1, 14 to go. And we can use potion math to figure it out as well. So one below 380. Right? Because I'm not sure we're going to need a double knowledge. Well, let's say we will. So at 380 and 77. 380, 77. So 380 plus 1 to the other one. We'll use potion math again like we did last time. Because potion math worked so good last time. But at 385%, we are good to go. As one of them will end up being the 11% most likely. And then by then, we can simply just use that as a time gauge. So once our 5% say 380, we have completed, we've completed the monument. I'll put that over there so I don't forget. There we go, 380. Hey, someone's actually doing co-op. They exist. People actually doing co-op. Last I recall, it's still not worth, unfortunately. Last I recall, woodcutting is never worth doing it on, and fishing is, if you're like tick, tick, tick perfect, I think it's like a 2% increase or something. Like, it's such a small amount that the coordination needed would be impossible. But for fishing, it is technically worth it. But you have to be, like, perfect for hours on end, which is not going to happen. You'll be lucky if you can even get, like, 10 minutes perfect synced. Where you're banking at the same time, where you're XP potting at the same time, where you're doing everything at the same time. But it is technically worth if you're somehow absolutely perfectly in sync with someone. But that is so hard to do. Because like 5 or 10% better with perfect sync, but you will ultimately lose all that time from not being perfectly synced. I wish I could just click on that. I'm not sure we're even losing a tile because of how diagonals work in Overworld. I sometimes keep manually clicking that one, but I'm pretty sure it is tile neutral to just click on it. I keep thinking it saves a tile, but I'm pretty sure that one doesn't care if you do it or not, click on it or not. Interesting, he actually does go for corner shell. I always found that corner shell to not be worth. But whatever level range he's at, he's taking corner shell. Like, even I'm not taking corner shell right now with the loop that we're currently doing. Good old corner shell. Also, I already lost track of how many cycles we did, but luckily, we're using the potion counter. So in 11 more potions, once this says 380 and that says 77, we should be at monument completed. And then from there, we just scrap together whatever XP we need and then do Bone Zone the rest of stream. And off stream, and by the end of tomorrow night, or I guess by the end of tomorrow's stream, either or, we gotta get to 710. Milestone 7, level 10. Like, by the time I go to bed tomorrow night, that has to happen. Because then that would allow us to start AFKing the feathers. And then from there, we could start AFKing the next resource after that to be able to get the boost potion. The really useful boost potion we were talking about earlier. Because that's what the two activities are. It's the one at 10 and 15 Forager that ends up doing that. And since we're going to be doing really little Forager on Monday, because it is Bounty Day. Fishing Bounty Day. Can't believe it's already here. This week has gone by so quick. Like a week ago was already Valentine's Day. Felt like it was a couple days ago. Still got so many things I got to do before my trip too on my backlog. Like in April and maybe even some of May. There's so many side things I need to get done. Which is why we're also trying to get all of the Brighter Shores grind that we want to go do right now by the end of March. Because April and May are probably going to be my 2 busiest months this year. As far as just my personal life and everything. And then I'll be on the trip. And then after that trip, things should probably chill a little bit after that. Rest of the year should be pretty chill. I do have one other family trip I might have to go on, but it shouldn't be more than a week at some point. Might even get delayed till next year. Because I really don't want to go during winter when there's a bunch of snow and everything. I just hate having to deal with, you know, flights getting canceled and constantly moved from getting snowed in. Just really annoying. I had to deal with that a couple times already and kind of don't want to have to deal with it again. It's so much nicer doing it during like the spring or summer where weather is not as unpredictable. Not to say nothing could go wrong, but you know. Weather events are less likely to occur in, you know, spring or summer, or early summer. Compared to like fall or winter. Because fall you gotta worry about hurricanes, and in winter is obviously snow. Not that hurricanes only appear in fall, but you know, it's the most likely time for them to be annoying. Alright, next level is almost there. 10 more of these, 1 more of those, and we are at Monument completed for Tier 6. A goal I technically wanted to do yesterday, but for obvious reasons, wasn't done yesterday. Because we are, what, 2 hours in now. We're going to be almost 3 hours into the stream before we finish. Which, counting the passive, which would have been another hour, we would have to have gone for another 4 hours from when we stopped last night's stream. Like 3.5 to 4 hours. Good thing I stopped to grab a bite to eat. Because last night's stream, bare minimum, would have been 3.5 hours longer than it was. If I actually tried just forcing it to try to get it done last night. So good thing we decided just to do it this morning. Or this afternoon. And our goal for today was still the same it would have otherwise been. Which is, you know, get Milestone 7. Just a little bit more of a grind today, but it's still shorter than the grind yesterday overall. Almost at that level, and then we get our final one we need. Or the final one until we get our final activity. The Bone Zone. We'll be back soon. We're looking for your Ramhorn. And Femur combo. It's all the shark jaws and grabbing some of the nettles while we're there. I need to remember what the exact loop is, but after a few cycles I'll remember what it is. There's like a really weird ratio of stuff I gotta grab. I'll remember it once we get there though. I think I skipped 1 shark jaw and grab everything other than 2 side on one room and 1 side on the other. Like basically I grab everything that's close. Anything that's too far away, nope. Everything that's kind of on the path, it's like, yeah, we'll take that. So we'll see what that is once we get there. I'll probably remember it within a trip or 2. I think I already remember what it is now. Ooh, stretch. Also, the weather needs to get warmer already. There's been so many days where it's just been too cold to even bother going for a walk in the morning. I keep getting sore sitting here for so long, having not, like, you know, walked for a couple miles. I wish there was more things to walk to in the near proximity, though. The problem is I'm surrounded by, like, major roads on almost every side. So once I get, like, slightly outside the neighborhood, it's just so annoying to cross any of them. Like, there's a lot of stuff near me, but it's all, like, touristy stuff. Yep, not what I wanted. No! How many more laps do we have? It looks like 9. 8 more of those, 1 more of those. And after 9 more laps, we should only need like half a level. And then we'll figure out what we want to do for the half a level. I'll probably just do it back to the beach, though. I kind of want to try a new loop that we haven't really messed around with too much. But there really isn't much we need. There's a lot of supplies at this range. If we are missing them, we can just buy from the shop. They're only like 6 silver each, or even less. They're not that expensive. We're still at a level range where buying the potion is about the equivalence of if you bought like the higher tier one from the shop, but you still get XP for it. Like, we're still at the point where it doesn't burn that much money. It's about the same equivalence if you just mass bought something from the shop. Like a 6% or something similar from the shop. It's about the same price if we bought all the supplies right now. We haven't quite hit the point where it like really starts spiking to almost double that. Where the amount that you put in actually starts to matter a bit more. We're at the sweet spot right now for alchemy where if I only grab one of the ingredients and I plan to drink the potion, it is not really any more than just buying the potion from the shop right now, currently, for any given potion. It starts to spike up soon, though, at higher tiers. But for now, we're at a good sweet spot for it. Where if I get 2,000 of one resource and 0 of another, we can just buy the 2,000 of the one resource and it doesn't really hurt our bank that much. Like, obviously it will go down. 2,000 of that resource is 12 gold. Like, that's not nothing. But when considering the usefulness of the potion that it would be made, it's basically breaking even when you account for the value of the potion drink. Plus, alchemy is going to cost you some amount if you're not selling the potions. Like, any way you do alchemy will cost you if you're not selling the potions. There's no way around it. It really comes down to how much it costs you. Like, the whole point of doing Forger and some combat mines at Matubin and doing, like, the ventures for Chronopolis and a bunch of other stuff like that, it's not to make you profit if you're saving every potion. It's to make the amount of hundreds of gold you bleed while getting max alchemy less. It's just trying to mitigate the damage. But at no point will you ever zero it out. Even if you literally gathered every resource, you will still lose 20 bronze per potion. Because you need to make the, you need to buy the bottle. So even if you literally obtained every resource needed for every potion, even though it's basically 0, you would still lose money for every potion you make. As you don't get the bottles back. And obviously 20 bronze is basically the equivalence of 0, but it is more than 0. Even if you banked every single resource you needed for 500, you would still lose money if you kept all the potions. Not much money, but you would still lose money. There it is. One more level. We see you. I thought I unlocked it for a second, but no, that's saying that I unlock it in one more level. For a second, I thought that was the pop-up. I was like, wait, how did we gain a level already? That was a quick hour. Time's really flying by. No, it's just telling me I get it next level. I was going to say, wow, time really flew by. If we somehow did that in a 1 hour grind in like 3 minutes. But that's saying it's next level. That makes sense. Luckily, we're gaining over a level an hour. I think even through this method. Oh, yeah. There we go. Oh, never mind. We're getting 5.8 through the other method. I was going to say we're getting the exactly amount, but no. It's 5.8, not 4.8. So it still takes under an hour to get a level. It's not even counting the double knowledge dump we have. So less than 1 hour until we can go to the bone zone, and then we're stuck at the bone zone the rest of the stream then. And hopefully bone zone is over a level an hour. It should be. I don't see why I wouldn't. Which means at most we got like 3.5 hours to reach our goal for today. Perfect. Sounds reasonable. And then tomorrow's goal is we got to get 10 levels in Milestone 7. We don't have to end the stream necessarily on that number. But by the point that I go to bed tomorrow, we have to have level 10. But ideally, we'll just make that the stream goal. I think it's realistic to get. It might take a while, though. I'm just scared of how much the curve curves at 7. Which is why I want to say we'll 100% get it. Because we might have to finish some of it off stream. But the goal for tomorrow is still get level 10 by any means. Would that be our ends number by the end of the stream? Who knows? Doesn't really matter too much as long as we have it by the end. Because I have to have that going into the fishing bounties that are coming out on Monday. Just so that we can get the better passive. Because obviously there's other passives there. It's not like it's the only passive there. But slugs are bad and sheep rib is bad. The resource that we get from both of these we don't need. Sheep rib is at least a little bit better because the amount of XP you get from it's kind of nice. But the other two actually makes a good potion, the boost potion. For the passive activities. Which are just so absurdly good that we kind of have to get to them. That way during the fishing day we can focus on getting a bunch of this whenever off. And then that following day I would get a few levels and then get the moth wings. So by Tuesday we're at like level, you know, like 7, 17. And then by then, you know what we can also go do? We would be at the next tier shell. So you know what that means for Tuesday. As we're right at the level that shell unlocks for the next tier. So you know what that means. Back to the beach. Not like we ever left the beach, but you know. Back we go. Because that will align perfectly for Tuesday, which is why I want to get that done by tomorrow then. As that means we could focus entirely on the fishing bounties on Monday and not need to worry about Forge or XP, really. As our passives would do almost all of it. I would still have to get a few levels off stream, but it's not going to take that long. Oh, I should have drank the 11%. I guess it's not too late. That's one good thing about using a 5%. I don't feel bad about canceling it. Whereas if that was like an 8% or better, I would feel bad about canceling it. But yeah, we can cancel it with like almost no repercussions. It's only a 5%. Oh, wait, that does mean my potion number is going to be off, though, now. That means I need to have 379, not 380. That's the only bad thing about what I just did. The potion math we were doing before is now off. So I need 379, not 380 now. Since I canceled a 5% that otherwise would have been not canceled. So once that number is 6 more. So we gotta do 6 more laps then. At 379, we should have all of our... after we finish the lap at 379, we should have all of the jade pieces then. As far as our level is concerned, making pretty good progress as well. By the time we finish those, we should only need half a level. In which case, I guess I'll go back to Beach Loop or something. Or maybe we'll try some kind of wide potato into Water Lily Loop just to grab a few more. Because this will be our last opportunity to get tier 6 potato for the most part. So I might want to grab a few. Same as the Water Lily. Oh no, they're cheap enough that... Oh no, they're basically nothing. Like these things cost 7 silver to buy. And it gives you 2 because they split in half. So it's 3.5 silver each. You know how cheap 3.5 silver is? So maybe we will just kind of ignore them. 3.5 silver is nothing. Obviously, it's giving you 2 of them, but... Oh no, having to buy the potatoes later on isn't that big a deal. Even when you consider a tier 12 potato, or tier 9, I mean, or tier, whatever the final tier 9. Even if you consider that, I think it's like 13 silver. Like 13's more than nothing, but since it gets split in half, it's only 6.5 silver each. That's not a lot. That's how much we're spending for one alchemy supply at our current level range, pretty much. Like 6.5 isn't anything crazy. So potatoes are pretty bad. Because they improved them so much and they get split in half, you need half as many. And because you need half as many, their value just kind of tanked. These are values technically half as much as they otherwise would be, since you get 2 of them. I guess you can see that also in the inverse, in that they're twice as valuable. But from a buying them perspective, they're half as... You know, they're twice as useful, so they're basically half the cost. So if it says 10 silver, it technically costs 5 silver. Per dose of it. Or per potato, whatever you want to call it. Since you split the potato in half, they work like logs now. Where you split the potato in half and they become 2 potatoes. It's the only thing in cooking that works like that for some reason. Out of all the chef dishes in the game. Despite all the other things you cut in half, it is the only one that splits into 2 when you cut it in half. And the main reason for that is because there's 2 different dishes that use potato instead of 1. Whereas every other thing only uses 1 ingredient. So to compensate for that, they made potatoes count for 2. That's the only reason. Because they have potato and mash, and they have the fish and chips that both require the potato. Every other ingredient is only ever used once. Well, not counting the base ingredients. But as far as, like, you know, things that you forage or gather in anyway, everything is only used once other than potato, which is why they made them count twice. To compensate for the second activity they're used for. Alright, 5 more trips after this one. And if we counted correctly, that should be monument completed, with only a few Jades left over in the bank, like 10 or 12 or however many. Because obviously we just wanted to get like a full trip in there. And then, yeah, we're good to go. And then we just gotta scrap together our final level and head to the bone zone. And then we're stuck at bone zone until we hit milestone 5. That shouldn't take long. 3 hours tops, maybe even quicker if the XP rate's actually good there. Which I'm hoping it is. Every node is giving us less XP than what we otherwise would be getting, but all the nodes are really close together, so you're constantly getting XP into XP into XP. So I'm hoping that that makes up for it. As even the femur, I'm pretty sure, is less XP than like the shell on the beach. But the frequency that you'll be getting XP drops will be quicker when we go to the bone zone. Plus I need some amount of the bank, so it kind of works out. Though tier 7 is when the bones really start mattering a bit more, though. Tier 7 and 8, they start mattering a bit more. And tier 9, we might even go out of our way to do the bone zone quite a bit more. As every single max equipment we want going into the future will end up requiring them. And will likely feed into whatever system is in Chapter 6 as well. Not Chapter 5, but Chapter 6 enhancement system. As we'll likely need a really good base for whatever we're enhancing. Which would still require smithing, stonemason, all that. So we'd need those tier 9 material for that. So our routing on tier 9 is going to be really weird. Because we're going to be doing a lot of passives, and we're going to be doing a lot more bones rather than alchemy supplies. It's not that we don't need alchemy supplies, but the priority of bones is just skyrockets at tier 9 compared to any other tier. Whereas the priority for alchemy supplies is about the same, if not worse for some things. For example, Enrage Potion is actually worse at max level. And the other ones are gaining such a small benefit that, you know, you can kind of live without it. At the max tier, oh, that's not even the max tier. At the max tier, where the Enrage Potion is worse because 9-minute and 8-minute are better than the 10-minute one. Just due to how ground despawning works. And as far as the other potions, we can live without 2% extra heal. The 1%, the shells we're already going to get a ton of, though. Like, the shells are still really nice, but, you know, 1%'s not that big a difference. And plus 5 power on these isn't that big a difference over plus 95. Obviously, if we're ever doing something that really requires the best of best in slot, we'll use them. But until they have, like, a legitimate boss or something else that we need to go fight with them, you know, we're not going to need that extra 5 power that much. Like, it's nice, but it's not that required. And everything else is just, you know, 1% here or there. That's why I was saying earlier, like tier 8 we're almost maxed on alchemy. Because this extra little bit of benefits we get beyond that just is so small. Compared to how much power the potion already has, relative to how much time it would take to grind through those levels. So Milestone 8 we really care about, but once we get to 8, we can kind of stop on alchemy for quite a while. Bare minimum until bounties. Honestly, it's probably not even going to reach 7 until bounties anyways. And we're actually at a good level range for bounties too, which almost makes me not even want to train that much other than what we have to. Because let's say bounties come out in like a few months or something, or while I'm away. I could do some alchemy bounties there. Those are some at AFK too, so I might be able to do them. Not sure how busy I'll be most days when I'm away. Because it's a pretty long trip, so... At some point we'll probably get bored of doing all the more tourism-like stuff in the area of Greece. And just default to just doing some gaming and such. It's bound to happen eventually. These over like 2.5 months, we're gonna deplete like almost everything you could possibly do. So at some point I'll have some time to grind Brighter Shores while I'm away. Wouldn't be able to stream it, but you know, you'd still be able to grind on the Steam Deck. Also, good thing I got my Steam Deck when we did. Because it seems like all the new Steam machines and everything that they're trying to roll out, which weren't the new Steam Deck, but all the other stuff, seems like it's getting delayed because AI is eating so many of the chips and everything. I haven't looked too much in it, but I've been seeing it like popping up here and there. It's like, oh, good thing Brighter Shores made me go buy a Steam Deck. Because honestly, like 95% of the reason I got a Steam Deck was literally just for Brighter Shores because there's not a mobile version at the moment. I've used it for some other things like Slay Spire and stuff like that. I will use it for Slay Spire 2 as well, of course, and a couple other games. But like 95% of the reason for getting it was because this game doesn't have a mobile version yet, and it probably won't for another year or two. Last they mentioned, they're not doing a mobile version until 1.0. And at current rate, 1.0 is not coming out till like 2 years from now. So we got a while before official mobile version. So Steam Deck's the closest thing to that at the moment. Which is not quite the same, but you know, it works. Just a little bit more annoying to set up the internet for sometimes. But otherwise, same difference, just on a bigger screen. With a bunch of hotkey buttons. Which are really useful. I have almost all of them bounded. Though I need to go rebind them though, because I haven't rebinded them for the new potions. And I haven't rebinded them for one thing that's really important, the action command. I personally don't do that on PC because it's easy enough just to click it. But with how small the button is on, you know, like a touchscreen like that, I really got to use the hotkey. So at some point I need to go rebind 4 of those things to these 3 potions plus the hotkey for auto. It's the only thing that's kind of still messed up because I haven't bothered doing that since the updates the last couple of months, or you know, the last couple of weeks I mean. Or they had the hotkey a couple days ago and they added the other 3 buttons with the Milestone update 2 weeks ago. I'll do that before the trip just to make sure it's all good to go. Every hotkey on what it should be. Alright, 3 more laps! And then we should be able to go and see what the Jade Monument upgrade is, have tier 6 fully completed. And then it might not seem like it, but we only have 4 tiers of the monument remaining. Well, technically 2 tiers, but 4 buildings. We gotta do Stone 2 more times and Jade 2 more times. The actual time needed to go do those, unless they start specking up like crazy, is probably only like 5-10 hours. But, of course, the main issue with that is the grind is obviously longer than 5 to 10 hours. Because we also got to get all the levels. But the actual amount of monument pieces, like if you just count the time allocated for the rest of the monument pieces we got to do, it's like 10-ish hours, give or take a little bit. Depending on how much the curve curves. It depends if it shoots up to like thousands of pieces by the final tier or something. Which I'm not sure if it will or not. But, yeah, it's only like 10-ish hours to finish. The whole reason why it's going to take way, way, way longer than that is obviously we got to get the levels. It's not like we just go from monument piece to monument piece. If we could, this would have been done on like day 3 of the grind. We would have done like 2 tiers a day until it was done. It would have been done by like day 3 or day 4. We're on day 12 or like a little more than halfway there. And it doesn't really feel like it because of how the new level system works. But our Forger level is almost our highest level gathering skill now, which is kind of crazy. Our forager level is currently level 346. Our highest gathering skill, or even just high skill in general, not counting combat, is what? Mining? Well, actually, it's bone right. But as far as gathering skills, our highest gathering skill is a 35% tool on the mining one, where we end up getting to 402. And forager will end up hitting that in like a week to be our highest gathering skill. And then like a couple days after that to be our high skill period. Not counting combat. And then another week after that, boom, maxed, hopefully. And then we don't need to worry about this for a while. Then we're probably going on another little Brighter Shores hiatus. We'll still be doing all the Monday stuff, but you know, the daily streams would cease as soon as we get the monument completed. We'd still be grinding daily, though. It's just a lot of the grinds I have coming up are really AFK. Like 8 minutes at a time, AFK, potion, AFK. Well, technically 7. I don't have access to 8 minutes yet. I'll have it banked, but we won't have them for a little bit. But 7-minute AFKs. Still pretty good. But the 8 and 9s, I do want to get a lot of that material. They're so absurdly good. Especially since we're going a little bit lighter on the 10-minute ones. I'll still be getting them, obviously, because there's a level range where we kind of have to. But I might end up switching over to Kelp a little bit early. Oh, no. What has happened? Oh, gosh. Are we still on? Hello, hello? Stream? Lightning just hit really hard, and electricity went out for like a minute or two. Luckily, internet's still up. But I might lose electricity again. Not because of a light pole this time, hopefully. But that lightning just, like, slammed to the ground. I'm actually sure. I am so surprised we did not disconnect. Oh, wait, sorry. Is the mic going weird? Let me see. Check, check. Let me redo it real quick. Is the mic fine? Check, check. Okay, that was... Oh, gosh. Did you guys hear that? Probably not, because the electricity went off at the same time. But yeah, that just, like, shot everything. I'm so surprised we didn't disconnect. But yeah, that was, like, the biggest hit of lightning I've heard in a while. But yeah, if we do go down, there's a lightning storm, apparently. So it might hit, like, an electrical pole or something, or, you know, whatever lightning does. But yeah, that's, the biggest hit of lightning I've heard, like, almost ever. And as soon as it hit, like, all electricity went out for, like, a few seconds. It's weird that it went straight back on, though. Yeah, it might be the second stream that dies to electrical issues. But obviously, if we do disconnect, we'll obviously finish the grind we're currently doing. Needs to get done regardless. I'll just do it on the Steam Deck off my phone's internet. I just multitask it with some other stuff. Oh, not what I wanted. Oh, also, this next lap's our final lap. And then, like we said earlier, we're going to go do half a level at the other area. And then we shall return to Bone Zone. And then we got like 3 levels at the Bone Zone then. And regardless how good or bad the Bone Zone is, we will do it for the full 3 levels. I need some amount of bones anyways. It should, in theory, be better than the other method, but we haven't done the math on it, so I'm not sure. Maybe I will do the math just to double check. It's just we're going to be at it for such a short duration that I don't really feel like it's needed. Because the second we hit Milestone 5, like we're there for 3 levels. So I might as well just stay there for the 3 levels and not even bother mathing it out. Like it's such a short duration. Like if we were there for dozens of levels, it'd be like, okay, yeah, we should probably go and check it. But we're there for literally 3. Like I think it's fine just to camp the 3 levels and then move the pondweed the second we get to 7. It's such a short duration that it doesn't really matter what its actual rate is, if it's like 5% worse or better, or 10% worse or better. It's not happening after a long enough duration to matter at all. And worst comes to worst, it's better knowledge per hour. I know for sure it's better knowledge per hour than the other method. Just because you're grabbing resources more often. It really just comes down to is that knowledge different make up for the XP difference. Which I assume it does. Yeah, I can't get over that lightning that just happened, though. Because it's not even, like, raining or lightning right now. It was just, like, one giant lightning and then stopped. It's not like there's any rumbles in the sky or any rain or anything. It was just one mega hit. The cloud was just really angry. Very angry cloud. But yeah, when I do take a break to grab a bite to eat at the end of the stream, we are going to have to do a little bit of a weaker method. As I'm actually not going to be moving up to the Sea Slug. We're actually instead going to be doing the same thing we did last night for a little bit. The scrap metal. It's just to make sure that we get enough scrap metal for the level range. As I'd rather have slightly too much than not enough. Oh wait, I'm actually overkilling it by one. Okay, we'll do this last trip just in case. But yeah, after this trip, we should 100% have all the monument pieces. I think I'm overshooting in inventory right now, or at least a few pieces. But just in case we miscounted, we'll go do this. Oh, there goes the rain. Alright, now it's raining. No thunder, though. Weather's really weird. Doesn't know what it wants to do. I don't worry, monument. One more lap, we're almost there. Which I almost feel like turning in right here and just skipping the potatoes and the other thing. The only reason I don't want to do it is because then we're going to have a weird ratio of some things. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. One or two inventories, we'll just fix it later. So we'll grab that, we'll grab the rest, bank it all, come back here, get all the jade pieces, boom, good to go. And we should 100% have enough jade pieces right now. We should be overshot by like 18 or something. Somewhere around there. Like something slightly under 24 we should be overshot by. But of course, better to have slightly too many than not enough. Because if we go start putting them all in and we find out we're like 4 short, that'd be awful. Have to walk all the way back, go grab a few, and head right back there. We'll grab this, grab this. We'll be perfectly set up for the 11% too. Really unfortunate that didn't get me all the way to 47. But at least now we know doing wide method like that, it gets you about 4 levels. Roughly. And that's likely to be consistent across the other tiers. It's roughly 4 levels doing it wide compared to 1.5 when we're doing it like really focused. So it's good to know for the future. Alright, let's go finish the Jade Monument. Tier 6 completed. 2 tiers to go. Or sorry, 3 tiers to go. Wait, why do I keep saying 2? Isn't there, because 7, 8, 9. Wait, was I looking at it wrong earlier? Sorry, we have 6 tiers left, not 4 tiers. Or, 6 builds left. He's after this one. 1, 2. Yeah, I'm not sure why I thought it was only 4. Never mind. Yeah, we got 6 sets left. But we're nearly there. We can almost see the end. We're almost on the final line. Oh, so I gotta make sure not to accidentally skip the cutscene this time. I accidentally did that for one of the other ones earlier. It's not too big a deal, but, we don't get to see these too often. Gotta get at least to see the upgrade. Sometimes it's really obvious, though. But I'll make sure in the final one to not skip past. Oh, yeah, how much gold are we getting per each? I haven't been paying attention to that either. I know when we sell them, we're only getting 2.7, but I think when we send them to her, it's like almost double or something. But you can't do it infinitely. You can only do it, up to the monument being completed. Let's see, I'm doing 24 and we're getting 78. So yeah, we're getting like 50% more than what its sell value is by giving it to her for the first time. Unfortunately, after you do the first time bonus, or you know, all these, then you can't sell it for that much. They sell for barely anything at the shop. But that like 50% more, that's not too bad. It's definitely not a good money-making method, that's for sure. It's not like the worst thing in the world. It's definitely less than a gold an hour, though. Especially with all the other supplies. Alright, there we go. Oh, no, we actually did overshoot. Oh, no, because we're giving some to her. Yeah, we overshot it by like 20-something. Like 21. Alright, let's not click anything. Sell all. Oh, nice! Yeah, it was the steps. So the steps got fixed from the previous tier, and now we get the nice little jade lining on the steps. Ooh. So yeah, I was right when I said the steps were the one. So the steps were ended up getting nice and cleaned up, so they didn't have all the cracks and everything. This is what the stone did. And the jade gave the nice little lining on the side. Oh, one step closer. Hopefully we can get these little guardrail things down soon. Seems like one of the last upgrades are going to do that. I don't think it makes your pathing any better. It just moves like some kind of stone thing there or something. And we only got 17 excess. Perfect. Alright, now all I got to do is, yeah, go get half a level. And then we can go do the bone zone for 3 levels then. And that should be all we need. Right, I'm just going to start at the beginning of the set. And you know where we're going. We're going to the beach. But we only need to stay here for like 20 minutes, not even. And then we'll head to the bone zone the rest of the time. I wonder what my shell count is at. We're gonna get it like 100 higher right now. I just want to check, just out of curiosity. We are currently at 3,199 shells. Which means we might crack 3333. Also, we got some tier 9 from killing enemies if you're wondering where those tier 9s are from. Yeah, that's a lot. It's definitely the most we've ever gotten at any tier. Even some previous tiers we had to do quite a bit. Especially when you compare it to like previous tier. But some of these we ended up dropping, not because they were still worth drop. We didn't actually bank them all. And that number's only going to go up for the other tiers. Alright, anything else I wanted while I was here? No. Alright, let's go do the loop. Let's go grab what we need. Stay here for like 15 minutes, whatever it takes. And then we'll go head over to the bone zone for 3 levels. Which should take under 3 hours, based on the XP rate that we're likely to get there. It's probably like right around 3 hours, a little bit less. Put that into Forager, of course, as will all of our knowledge points be until that thing is maxed. And now it's got to get a 3rd level. So I will still be grabbing a little fishy here. As our goal for Monday is still to get level 25 fishing by the end of stream. And the closer I can get to 23, so we only have to get 2 levels, the better. Just so I have enough time on Monday to actually finish our goal. Because I do have limited time. But, yeah, we should be able to get it done in a few hours. I don't see why not. Unless the bounties are horrifically bad or something. I assume the bounties would be an improvement, not a downgrade. That'd be kind of weird if they were downgrades somehow. But, yeah, Monday's goal for fishing bounties. Do not end stream until we have 25. And between the few fish that we catch now, combined with the few salmon I'll catch later, while doing the bell plant between tomorrow, or mostly tomorrow. And between our fishing venture that we'll be able to take 2 times until then. Tomorrow and on Monday, the day itself. We should have 23 by then. And with 23, that means we only have to do 2 levels when fishing bounties come out. But that'll be our goal for fishing bounty day. Gain 2 levels specifically from only doing fishing bounties. On fishing bounty launch day. And then we go right back to Forager on Tuesday. But we will be taking a day break from Forager. Or at least on-stream Forager. To go do fishing bounties for the day. Just so we have a dedicated stream for it. For people that just want to see that. Without us foraging for like 5 hours straight of the same exact activity. But it will be a fishing bounty only stream. Ooh, it feels so weird using 5%. This is the first time I had to use 5% for this cycle. It hurts. Look at how small the XP drop's gonna be. Oh, it's not even over 9,000. Oh, it hurts. These should just barely be over 9,000. Like 9,500, somewhere around there. They were like 10,000 with the 11%. Yeah, 9,643. But gotta keep getting all the good supplies. It's good XP, it's good supplies, it's good everything. It's even giving us some great fishing XP. And fish that we'll need for cooking, and it's only a one-step fish, so once you get it banked, you're good to go. Though it is worse than chestnuts, but chestnuts seem like they burn so much money if you make them. Whereas these are free if we gather them. Well, in all fairness, chestnuts are too, but we're not going to bother doing that. Sorry, botanist. We will do you one day, but that one day is like a year or two from now. At the current rate that the game is being developed. We will train you one day. Maybe once you have dungeons and bounties and a world event. And are reworked a little bit so the rate isn't as bad even with those things. We shall return to you one day, but that one day is very far away. You shall remain our new lowest skill. Before it was Forager, now it's Botanist. And now that we did the 500 Forager grind, we have even less of a reason to do Botanist. Because one of the whole reasons you would even do Botanist is like, oh, it saves you a bunch of money when you do Alchemy. But, you know, Alchemy's Forager's already doing that for us. It's like, yeah, we would save even more on top of that. But, I don't know, Forager's already saving us a lot. Combining that with some Mind of Matubin for the other resources and some Chapter 4 ventures for all the other potion that's really strong. And we can basically fill the entire hole that is skipping Botanist without really burning that much money. We'd also be skipping the hole that is Chapter 5, but you kind of have to. There's no way to accumulate to Chapter 5 material at the moment. Though I do have to say, that's one thing that's going to drive me crazy. Notice how this doesn't have any scroll bar on the side? When Chapter 5 comes out, this will have a scroll bar always. And I guess unless you moved it down more. But then I would have to make the ratio really weird. Where our inventory becomes smaller, but our skill menu becomes bigger. I could probably get away with that with Chapter 5, but by the time Chapter 6 comes out, I don't think I can scroll that down long enough for Chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a global to be shown, so there's no scroll bar. It's eventually going to drive me crazy. Because by Chapter 7, 100% you will not be able to have all of them there. There's just going to be too many of them. Even by Chapter 6, it's probably not going to be possible. I'm not sure what we do then. There is one backup way. And I think I still have it set up. There is the mega drop down. There it is. It's still set up. It's still remembered from when I set it up like almost a year ago. But yeah, we got the mega drop down. I set this up when we were joking about how many chapters they were going to add. Then it turned out to not be a joke because it actually is like 20 something. Plus probably more in the future. But this is the mega drop down for when they add like 1 billion of them. If we ever want to check everything. We didn't do the exact like measurements. But this should work for about 16 chapters, if not more. So at some point we'll need to bring out the mega drop down. It's really small though is the only problem. But it would let you see like almost 20 chapters. Without having to scroll at all. We won't need that for a while. But as a last resort we shall use the mega drop down. So that we can see everything simultaneously. Though even that will reach a point where that won't show everything. If they ever reach over 20 chapters in like 20 years from now, then eventually that won't work. But that's like a 20-year from now issue. Or at least 10 years from now, depending on how quickly they develop stuff. That issue is far, far away. They'll have some solution to it by then, I would assume. Oh, no, don't cancel. I'm trying to click the other resource. Is there any problem with these buttons being buttons now? They sometimes get in the way of you clicking if you're trying to click all the way toward the top of your screen. Like, you can click through this orb, but you can't click through these orbs. You can click through the XP orb, but not the other things at the top. It just brings up more info or the menu to cancel them. It's the only slightly bad thing about the Milestone update. Even though those are nice features to have there, they do block your clicks. Unlike all the interface that was there before. That doesn't block your click. Alright, 1/4 level to go. At this point, double knowledge point will definitely do it. Though, honestly, if I use an 11% on my single, which I'm considering doing, I think that's going to be enough. So, not this lap, maybe not next lap, but the lap after that, I think we use an 11% and just drop the 1 knowledge point instead of 2 into our forager. And then we can go to the bone zone for the next 3 hours, or however long it takes. And always camp there until we have Milestone 7. And even though I'm going to be at Milestone 7, I'm pretty sure I'm still doing the passive for the scrap metal. I just need slightly more. Let me see the XP difference. It's 192 compared to 280 something. So we're getting like 80% less XP per hour. Or 80,000, I mean. Not 80%. That's about 80,000 less XP per hour, but we're getting a resource we actually care about rather than something we just sell. I'm not sure if that trade-off is worth or not. But I still want to do it for a few more. I'm not going to do it all night tonight, but I want to do it at least for a few hours while I'm grabbing dinner and other stuff. Just to make sure that we have enough to get our smithing level 1.5 levels. Because that's the whole reason we want it. And honestly, at that level range, 80,000 an hour isn't like that much. Like, yeah, it matters, but, you know, as far as how long I'm going to be doing it for, that's the difference of, like, 5 minutes of actively training. Like, it's such a small number of XP being lost. Like, over a long period of time, it would matter, but, you know, for a couple hours, it's nothing. But yeah, next lap, I go use the 11% and hope that's enough. I think that might still be a little bit short, but let's hope it's enough. It'll be close. Between all the XP, we'll get 11% boosted, combined with the knowledge point being like 330 something thousand or whatever it is. Oh yeah, we'll definitely get it, because each lap was over 200,000. I remember from when we did the math earlier. And that was with an 8%, not even with a 11%. Oh, that's another factor too. We are getting a little bit weirder XP now. Because when I did all the maths earlier, I think I did it off of 8%, not off of not off of 5. And not off of 11. So it was like the middle ground between them. But let's go use the 11% here, and that should be milestone completed once we finish this lap. Or not milestone completed, I mean bone zone time. And then we're at 3 levels for bone zone. Are we still top 20? No. Mostly because we haven't really been playing too much over the last, Oh, interesting. You can actually queue that up. I didn't realize you could do that when you're not in a milestone. That would confuse the game. But anyways, no. We are currently, I think, ranked 20, or 51. We're top 20 for Lone Wolf, which are the ones that don't have trading enabled. But we're currently ranked 51. Though we are a few levels away from overtaking. Actually, wait, there's an anonymous person, like, right above us. We might actually get it this stream. No, they're too far. But yeah, we're 9 levels away from getting top 10. I mean, top 50, I mean. Which we are probably not getting today. But I probably would by the end of this grind. We are still top 20 for Lone Wolf, though. As far as people that did go for that game mode. We are currently 1, 2... Is that what anonymous? Yes. We're currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're ranked 10 for Lone Wolf. But not everyone allocated if they want to be or not yet. Some of them are still in the undecided category. But technically, we're top 20 in that regard. As far as overall, we're basically top 50. Like, just under, but we'll retake it soon. It's mostly because I haven't really played that much in the last 10 months. Like, we've been keeping up with dailies and stuff, but as far as, like, grinding like we have been the last 2 weeks, we haven't been. But we came back for Monument Grind after the Milestone update. And I do plan to do it for quite a few other big updates in the future as well. But for now, after we finish Monument Grind, we're probably mostly just going to be doing the Monday streams whenever they do content relevant enough to cover. With the main upcoming ones being fishing bounties this Monday, smithing bounties, and some minigame to go with it in 3 weeks. And then stonemason bounties in 5 weeks. And an Easter event in 7 weeks. 7 Mondays. All those are on Mondays. But after the Monument Grind, we'll be slowing down again a bit. I'll still be grinding off stream. It's just gonna be like passive potions with the enrage 7 minutes. And just AFKing that way. So we're gonna see a lot more combat levels coming in. Like between every single time that we do end up streaming, you're gonna see that combat level just like shoot up by several. Maybe even a whole milestone. Depending on how much time we have to go do that. How did that not give me a level? They're supposed to give me a level. Okay, we gotta do one more lap. This lap will give us a level. And then we go to the bone zone for the rest of the stream. But yeah, near the end of our Forager grind, we will be pivoting over a little bit to Slay the Spire 2. It's coming out in about 2 weeks from now. I do plan to do quite a bit of it, at least the first week. I probably don't plan to do it much after that, because I'm going to wait till probably after the beta. But for the first week, we'll probably go pretty heavily into it. At least the first few days, if nothing else. My main goals is, assuming all the features are in the game, I want to win with every character. I want to figure out which character I like the most, and then win on max difficulty with that character and do the whole max difficulty grind. That's pretty much my game plan for Slay the Spire 2, at least at launch, or at least at beta launch. But beyond that, as far as streaming or doing videos for it, I probably wouldn't touch it again until 1.0, personally. Wait until they figure out everything from the beta, and then, you know, basically it'll be a new game by the time we try it again, by 1.0. Because that's not really a game I plan to grind. At least not until, you know, full launch. I'll try it out before launch and stuff, but mostly waiting for full launch. But for beta launch, we'll go pretty heavy the first few days, first week or so. There's not too many games I generally get into during their beta. Obviously, Brighter Shores is one of those few exceptions. Just because it has no save wipe. But if Brighter Shores has a save wipe, we would not be doing this. My playtime in Brighter Shores would be like 300 hours if it had save wipes. It's the only main reason I didn't, because technically it did launch due to how this type of game works. Because when it comes to a single player game like that, obviously I want to wait till like most of the experiences in the game and stuff like that. So it makes sense for something like Slay the Spire 2 that we kind of wait till 1.0. But, you know, in an MMO where you constantly keep getting progress, if you don't have save wipes for an MMO, launch day is technically the first day of your beta. Like the first day it's open to the public, if you don't have save wipes, it's technically when the MMO starts. Even though we're not in 1.0 yet. But if there's not going to be any, like, complete wipes or anything, then the game has already started. Which is one of the reasons why I don't mind grinding Brighter Shores in beta, even though they keep doing drastic changes every few months. Like with the Milestone update the other week. Alright, let's bank all this in Bone Zone time. Alright, store away all this. Which I could just teleport it over, but we'll take the scenic route there. Alright, let's go and start up the Bone Zone. Gotta go get 3 levels off of it. We're needing like 5 million per level. And let's go get it. Should be getting at least a level an hour. Sure hope we wouldn't be getting less than what we were before. We're getting about 5.8 an hour from what we were previously doing. I'm not gonna do the math for what we're doing now, but hopefully it's more than 5.8 or at least over 5 million so we can get a level an hour. And at this point, this grind should take us the rest of the stream, 3 hours. We went for 3 hours so far, and it'll take us about 3 hours to finish what we want to go do right now. I forget if I take both these bones or only one. I'll take one for now. I'll figure out the exact routing in a second based on how many numbers we have left by the end of this. And what's nice about this is every single resource we grab should be tier 6. Well, in all fairness, everything for this entire skill should be tier 6 now. Given that we have finished the tier, basically. Everything is tier 6. Very nice. I should probably click the rest of these. And then we head to the other room. I believe we skip 1 shark jaw. I'm almost guaranteed my number at the end of this will not be a full inventory. It'll take us like a lap or 2 before we get to figure it out. I'm pretty sure I skipped that bone. Then I skipped the other 2 that are on side in the next room, and then I skipped the 1 that's on side in the following room. So how much are we getting for the jaw? I probably shouldn't have doubled the jaw. Ooh, yeah, only 3,007 something. Yeah, don't be doubling the jaw. We should be doubling femur. The femur over here should be almost 10,000 with the 5%. So save the double for the femur. Oh no, the other one's actually higher. I didn't realize that. This goat horn's actually higher. The ram horn is even more than femur. Oh, maybe not. Oh, no, yeah. The other one is still better. The higher level one, which makes sense. It should be. But, okay. That's good to know. Alright, so what numbers are we off? I think I have to grab double spike on that one room that I didn't. I think that's the main thing that's not filling up my inventory right now. Because right now I'm going to have one spirit inventory, and I believe the one spirit inventories, I do actually have to grab double spike, not single. I grabbed single just in case, but it seems like it's double. I can go a little bit wider to try to grab some of the other ones on that side. Just feels kind of out of the way. But they are slightly better XP. I'm just trying to do this with as minimal, like, side stuff as possible. Then we grab this bone spike, and then we go into there. Though, honestly, we can just walk straight in there. So let me see if I can figure out how to get a little bit more items. Because I think I'm going to skip that bone spike and just head straight in, since you can just go right across there and it's quicker to bank. So both of these bone spikes, 100%, are going to be taken. The bone spike over there we're going to not take, and the bone spike over there we might not take either, just so we can get the bank quicker. So maybe I'll grab an extra ram horn in that one other area then. And I'll figure it out in a second. So we'll double that obviously every time we get it. This one also gets doubled. And it's right at the beginning of the cycle, so we'll get to see where it falls in the other spot. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's worth going for those ram horns. Like, they're really good. But they're kind of out of the way. Is there a double spawn near each other? I wish I could see them from this room. There's one right there. One of them's like all the way in the corner, which is super not worth. I don't know, that double spawn isn't the worst thing in the world for how good they are. And I'm gonna try it. I start to get way too far as we keep going deeper though. But then we'll take these three. And then just grab the rest, and then we can skip the one bone spike. But yeah, I guess we'll grab them just because they're such good XP. Because these are pretty low. These were all the way at the beginning of the tier. But these are not buyable at shop, so whatever we grab of this specifically, we can never get more of, in a sense. Like, obviously we can gather more, but... like, if we need some in a pinch, we can't just, like, mass buy them from a shop. But yeah, this should put us to exact full inventory. Okay, I can skip one shark jaw. If I grab double of that horn, I can skip one shark jaw, or technically two. So I guess we'll just do it that way then. I'll skip the 2 for the shark jaw from whatever set we're doing. And this should be exact inventory. I'm not going to double this one because I'll wait till the next set, so it's always the same cycle. And we're good to go. And then we just bank. And grab double bone spike, repeat the cycle, and keep doing that over and over again. Perfect. Alright, we found our cycle. A little bit different than how we've done it in the past, but definitely gets the job done. So grab this bone spike, this bone spike. I'll then use the XP potion right in front of the other plant. And that should last 2 minutes for the rest of the cycle. And we're good to go. So grab right over here, grab the double femur on the side, or the ram horn, I mean. So we go right here, grab that. I then grab the double ram horn over there, skip the rest of them, and we're good to go. I'm not sure if it's worth walking for those other 2 ram horns. I feel like it's not. Because at that point, we'd get more value from grabbing those 2 plants over there. Because they'd be almost the same distance as grabbing those 2 thingies. Not quite, but it's pretty similar. It's like 5 tiles and something tiles. Let's see, how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then another 2. Okay, these are a bit closer together. And then we grab these 3 bones. 1, 2, 3, since we need to go to that room anyways. Skip that one. Skip those 2 up there. It's too far away. And then we grab everything from this room except the furthest shark one, which I think is the one in the northeastern beach, or not northeastern, whatever direction it is. Actually, I think it's southwest. Well, whatever one that one is, we skip that one, as it's just too far off cycle. It's not that far, but it's worth so little. Can you not misclick? Misclick like 3 times on these bones. There we go. So we'll skip that one because you have to go through the stairs and everything again. So end up wasting that little bit extra tile. Because you can only go through them cardinal directions. You can't diagonal through stairs. I don't think you go any slower through those stairs, but you can't go diagonally through them. And then we grab our 3 femurs, and we then bank, boom, repeat. Alright, we got our cycle. And it should get us over a level an hour. Like, ever so slightly over a level an hour. And of course we get a nice variety of loot that we otherwise wouldn't have gotten at any other cycle. These make the really good EXP fire potions, the nettle, and all the bones are for various weapons, except the shark jaw, which is for shields. And even though it's not our class, we would still need them for 4-star upgrades in the future. And in the case of the shark jaw, it's the only actually, there's 2 resources here that you cannot buy at any shop. The nettle that we're getting cannot be bought from a shop, and the shark jaws cannot be bought from a shop. So it actually gets to cycle 2 different resources that you otherwise cannot buy at a shop, which is kind of nice. It's one of the main reasons we kind of have to do this cycle to some degree, regardless of if it's better or not. Is this giving us some non-obtainable items? As whatever we have banked is however many we total have banked, or we have to go and downgrade to get them again in the future. So might as well get them now. Though I did bank pretty low amount of rack. I think we only did like 2 inventories, and then I came back to grab like 4 more, so I have like 50-something racks. We're going to be getting way more than 50-something nettles, even though we're only getting 4 per trip. Because we're going to have to do this enough cycles that we're probably going to get a couple hundred nettle. So maybe in the future we might want to camp rack a little bit longer, even though it's such bad EXP. I'm just waiting to the higher level ranges where that might matter more for EXP. It's just so slow for Forager. As rack only is really bad. The only reason why Blood Nettle isn't so bad is it has a billion other resources around it. In multiple different ways that you can loop it at multiple different level ranges. Even though we mostly only used it for this higher range this time around. Whereas rack doesn't have any of that synergy. It's just in the middle of nowhere. And the only time you can get some 0-time synergy on it is if you're doing like a bounty there. Which I actually do have a bounty for, oddly enough. It doesn't happen that often, but there is a bounty for San Rodrigo where you have to go there. In which case you could pick up 4, maybe even 8 rack. 4 would be almost 0 time, 8 would have to go out of your way a little bit, but since you're in the area, it's not that far out of your way. Well, that's the only time you can get any for free, basically. Otherwise, you never cross that area ever for any reason. Other than that one single cooking bounty in the current state of the game. I don't know, maybe when fishing bounties come out, if they have delivery locations, he'll probably be a delivery location, so maybe we do get to cycle there a bit more often in the future. Give another reason to go there. Yeah, St. Rodrigo seems like a guy who would want to buy some fish. Oh, I meant to do that at the other area. I guess it's fine if we do it here too. Earlier I was drinking the potion at the nettle. The main reason for that is the bone spikes don't gain as much of a benefit as like the femurs near the end. So we get slightly more XP if we use it here rather than at the end, or at the beginning. That's fine, it's not that big a deal. We're talking like a 1000 XP difference probably. It's very small. But if we can remember, I should be drinking the XP potion at the nettle right there, rather than at the bone spike. Because it's going to expire at some point during the cycle, and we want it to expire after we take the final femurs. And we'll take the bone spike for less so that we get more from the femurs, which give more to begin with. So the percent gives more overall bonus. It's not that big a deal, though. But given that we have to take the exact same amount of time, we might as well do it when it's more beneficial. Grab black, grab black, grab black. Also, once again, like pretty much everything for Forager, we somehow get stuck at a beach. Every Forager loop is just pick up items from beach skill. Literally, the only exception is right at the beginning of the skill because of pondweed and bell plant. But aside from that, basically every gameplay loop that's like exceedingly viable for the skill is just, yeah, just go check out the beaches. Just go from one beach to the other. Either one part of the mega beach, a different part of the mega beach, or the other side beach. But you'll be stuck at one of them for most of the skill. Or a combination of all of them. Because what happened now, because of that 5% where we drank it, the last 2 femurs I'm not going to have 5% bonus for. Like this one right here will expire before we get it. See? That's why we drank it after the bone spike. As it's better to get 5% on these 2 than it is to get it on the bone spike. I guess it depends on your level range, but if you're doing the bone zone at this level range, the femur is better than bone. So instead of drinking the potion here, I should drink the potion at the nettle. Which means I won't get 5% for these 2 bones, but I'll get the 5% for the other 2 femurs. It's not that big of a difference, but it's slightly better. We're talking like the smallest of smallest margins. But it uses the same amount of time, so no reason not to do it here. But that is why. It's only a 2 bone difference. Do you want it on the first 2 bones or the last 2 bones? That does mean we get to touch 22 resources while under the effective potion. Which is kind of interesting, because that is actually even better than Shell Beach. The problem is, because a lot of these are bones, they're giving less XP. Like the shell we were getting 9,600 for, a little over. Like down 631 with a 5%. This is a level 47, like 30-something levels higher than it, and it's giving less XP. It's giving like 800 less per. But one benefit is, I believe it is giving more knowledge. So we are going to be cycling knowledge points a little bit more often. This mostly should be giving higher knowledge ratio. Like this one's like dead even. This one is better on knowledge, worse for XP. I think Shark's the same way if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, it's actually worse for both. It's just good profit. Well, I guess because you can't even buy it from a shop. Oh, stretch. That's kind of funny. It's raining here in game, but it's also raining right now. Also, I still can't get over that one really insane lightning earlier. Like an hour or 2 ago. I don't think I've ever heard a lightning hit that hard. Especially out of nowhere. It just did one lightning strike and it hasn't done a single one since. Though it is raining now. That's one thing I'm always concerned with whenever I go on a flight. Like, I'm not concerned that the flight is going to go down or anything like that. I'm always concerned, like, some kind of weather condition is going to, like, delay the flight or, you know, something different or something similar. And my other concern is, like, missing a transfer whenever I have a transfer, which I generally try to avoid, but, when flying out of the country, that's kind of impossible to avoid. Because I'm not at an international airport. So I will always have to go to at least one other airport to then get to where I need to go to. Because even though I have an airport nearby, it's a really small airport. It goes to quite a few locations in the United States, but it doesn't go anywhere out of the country. So I'd always have to have one transfer for something like that. And whatever ticket I get, I'm going to make sure it is only one. I am not going to do what I did one time and had like a 3-4 transfer or something. Never again. That was a nightmare and a half. Because any delay on one starts to affect them all, and then you just have a chain reaction of delays. And then by the final one, you're like rushing to even make the flight. For no fault of your own. Like literally just because of the flight schedule. We flew to Florida, and we had to deplane in Chicago. Oh no! I haven't been to the Florida airport in a long time. Like, I was a kid the last time I was at the Florida airport. Chicago I've been to somewhat recently. Like, a couple years ago. I forget what airports I need to do to transfer. It's like one of the ones, like, in a state west from me. Like, I never even heard the airport before. Like, whatever airport I'm going to be transferring to get to, Greece. I've actually never been there before, so I probably want to do some research before I buy the ticket just to make sure I know the layout and everything. Make sure there won't be any kind of weird complication. Is whatever airport I get to through Greece will be one I've never used before. I feel like it was in one of the M states, like Michigan or something. I'm not sure. It was like one of the M states that have an international airport, I think. Or Mississippi. I forget all the states' names. I could probably name like 30 something of them. But I definitely could not name all 50 states. If given enough time without any references, I could remember them all. But I definitely, by default, do not remember all 50 states. I know roughly their names and roughly where each one is located. Like, if you show me a shape of a state, I could probably show you where it is on a map, even without the name or anything. But all of it's approximation. Minneapolis? Yeah, it might be a Minneapolis one, potentially. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure which one I'm going with yet. I'm waiting until after taxes because I have to pay in. And waiting until I get some more dental stuff done just to make sure that money is out of the way. And I'm going to buy the tickets in a couple weeks to a month or so. And after that, we'll have all the details for everything. As well as knowing the exact time frame that'll be away. Which at this current moment in time is likely going to be late May to mid-August. But obviously if it's cheaper to go like 1 or 2 weeks forward or back on either side, we'll probably do it that way. Because the dates don't have to be specific. Like what dates I could do it on are absurdly flexible. Though Tuesday would be most beneficial since we could cover all the other normal stuff we do on Mondays. For both Brighter Shores, Gems of War, everything else. Just to get all those videos out to say goodbye to everyone. So technically Tuesday would be the best day, but you know, if it's like $100 cheaper to do it on Monday, I'm 100% doing it on Monday. But ideally, I'm trying to probably align it to a Tuesday. And then coming back on like a weekend. But if like a few days off from that were like 100, 200 cheaper, obviously we're going the cheaper route. I drank the 11% here. Looks like we got about a half a level. And half a level went pretty quick. Alright, we've got a bone zone for 2.5 more levels. Yeah, that's pretty much literally the only thing I'm stressed about the trip. It's literally just a transfer flight. Like, once I'm actually there and on the ground, my stress levels would go down, like, so much. It's just somehow missing the transfer flight or something similar and then missing out on, like, $1,000 is, like, insane. I've never once missed a flight in my life. But the stakes in the past were like, oh, it's like a $100 flight or an $80 flight or a $200 flight. It's like an over $1,000 flight, most likely. Whatever I can end up ultimately getting it for by the end. Like, it's around $1,000, give or take a little bit. So to miss that flight is, like, insane money loss. Like, obviously, it would already be bad if you miss, like, a $100 flight or something, but 1,000? With an extra 0 at the end? When are we going? Likely late May to mid-August. Exact dates haven't been set in stone. I'll probably know in the next few weeks or so. But late May to mid-August. Pretty much the maximum time I can say. I'm staying like 10 days less than the maximum you can even be out of the country for. At least with the passport I have, because I just have, you know, a basic passport. Because the max you can do is 90 days. But in case there's some kind of delay on my return flight, I want to do it a little bit beforehand. In case there's like a hurricane in my area, so the flight won't come in or something. These days around hurricane season, the return flight time. Getting there should be pretty smooth. Getting back is the concern. Like there might be a hurricane across the ocean or something. Yeah, this will technically be my first, like, real vacation ever. Depending on what you define as a real vacation. It'll be pretty fun. I don't know, how much do people tend to spend on vacations these days? Because prior to this vacation, not counting this one, I think the average I have ever spent on any trip is $300. Counting all flight, transportation, food, and everything was the average. Obviously some were lower, like 100-ish, and some were higher, like 500-ish or so. But it averaged out to like 300 for about a couple day or a week-long trip. This one is not only 2 months long, actually slightly longer than that, but is also, like, by the end of it, like $2,500 to $3,000. Like, absurdly high. Both because of its duration, but also because of the flight itself is like half that money. Is I feel like some people spend that in a single weekend when they go to a convention. Like when I hear someone goes to the convention, it's like, oh yeah, I spent only like $1,000. It's like, only $1,000? And they go to like multiple per year? Like I don't know how people do that. Like drop $1,000 for like 3 days. I'm already hesitant to drop like 2,000 for 2 months. I keep wanting to click that double so badly, by the way. The only reason I'm resisting is so that we have a perfect loop. So it's the same every time, so we don't have any variance. It is driving me crazy to not click the very shiny double button, though. It is very tempting. We must resist. Just to make sure that every set is perfectly symmetrical. But it looks like we're going to get a level in under an hour. So whatever we're doing here, whatever this XP rate is, at least at this level range, it is indeed better than Shell Beach, which is why we keep doing it for the last few levels. This, with the 2 bone upgrades that you get at the final 2 levels there, when accounting for knowledge points, even though the XP drops look a little bit smaller, is better than the Shell Beach. For one, we're grabbing resources at a slightly quicker rate, just because there's so many on top of each other. But accounting for the knowledge points is actually hitting through a little bit harder. These all the knowledge points stacking up, assuming I could stop misclicking these bones. But once you have both of these 2 upgrades, definitively, 100%, it is better than Shell plus, you know, Starfish and all that at that level range. At least with every upgrade. The only problem is you get to do this for like 5 levels. Or 3 levels if you only do it when you get to Ramhorn like we did. That's the only problem with it. It's good for its level range, but it's good for 3 levels. Maybe 5 if you come here a little early. But then it's worse for those 2 levels if you come here early. But for those 3 levels is all you get to do. Compared to the beach where you're there for like a 0 at the end. Like 30 levels. Almost. A little bit of a difference. 3 compared to 30. But this is definitely better than what we were doing before. Not by that much, but it is better. It's mostly because of the knowledge points. We're getting way more knowledge while doing this compared to the other method. Even though the XP that we're getting from gathering is pretty comparable, or even maybe slightly lower, the amount of extra knowledge that we're getting from this set is quicker than the other one. Both because we're grabbing slightly more nodes quicker, but also because the nodes that we are grabbing are more knowledge per poke compared to the beach. Or the other beach. So that's something else that's nice too that I didn't even think about. Of why this method is actually giving slightly more too. We actually get to double forager tool. There is one big downside of the beach, and that is we only get to do 1 forager double with this spade thingy, that little trowel thing. But this one gets to do it for Secutor as well. We do get to double on the beach, but one of them is for fishing. This one actually gets to double 2 different forager items. Both the nettle and the highest tier bone, which in this case is our ramhorn. I don't misclick a bone, don't misclick a bone. There we go. Yeah, it's gonna feel weird being away from the channel for so long. Since we've been doing weekly content, aside from that one time that I got snowed in somewheres for like 3 weeks, and one of the reasons why I normally don't want to go any time during winter to somewheres. But aside from that one time that we got snowed in for like 3 weeks during that 1 week trip, we've never really had a big lapse of time where I haven't posted to the channel. This will be by far the longest period of time we've ever not posted anything to the channel. By quite a margin. It'll be like 10, 11, or 12 week period of not posting anything. Whereas our previous longest was like 2.5 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever it was. Hopefully YouTube algorithm will remember we exist when we come back. But since we've been doing weekly content, this will be the longest we've ever gone without doing anything. By late May, early June. But of course, I'll still be grinding everything for any game that's relevant to what we cover. Brighter Stores dailies will still be checked. Gems of War dailies will still be done. We'll still be grinding old school RuneScape on our phone or something. Whenever we can fit it in here and there for waiting for something. So I did it in the wrong order. That's fine. Good time to take a sip of water. Ugh. Which reminds me, I've still been meaning to cover more content for old school RuneScape. I meant to, like, ages back in, like, 2017, 2018. But then one of the accounts I was covering, or, you know, that I was mostly going to end up doing it on, ended up getting hacked. And then my motivation was like, let me just quit for a while. Then when I came back, we were doing some stuff on the hardcore, but I never, we streamed it a lot, but I never really did much videos for it. I've been still meaning to kind of start up a series again for it of some kind. Or not even start, but, you know, make one. The problem is, it's really dependent on if YouTube algorithm finds it. When it comes to a series for that game, I've seen views all the way in, like, the hundreds. Yet other ones that go to, like, tens of thousands for someone's first video ever. With, like, no video editing experience or anything. Like, it is such a wide array as far as if, you know, it works out or not. There's always been my biggest concern with it. There's a lot of series for that games take a long time. Like, one I kind of want to end up doing. Like, each video is going to take, like, upwards of 100 hours. And then if that gets, like, under 1,000 views and you spend 100 hours on it, you're making, like, 1 cent an hour. Which is, like, crazy negative money. Alright, 2.5 levels to go. We're almost there. Double knowledge point will nearly get us to where we need to be. Knowledge rate should be quite a bit quicker for what we're doing now, so we get to get those double knowledges at a higher rate. The amount of XP we get from the double knowledge is the same, but the speed at which we get them is quicker. Like, what we were doing before was about 3.6 knowledge an hour, somewhere around there. Whereas what we're doing now, I'm pretty sure is, like, just cracking slightly over 4 knowledge an hour, probably. And every knowledge point's like 330,000 XP or somewhere around there. Pretty hefty amount. What's nice about knowledge points too is if you're using a weaker XP potion but still boosting up with a stronger one, knowledge points are technically better. Because when it comes to flat XP rate, they benefit more from constantly having a good XP potion active. Whereas, as well as how upgraded your tool is, which is another big factor. But when you use your knowledge points, the main thing that matters is how good your boost potion is. With the biggest downside of knowledge points is they don't get upgraded by tools. But the biggest downside of active methods is the weaker your active potion, in this case our 5%, the more of a difference there is if you have a stronger one when you actually use knowledge points. But it still doesn't make up for the difference of the tools, where our tools are giving us 10%. So even at 5%, we're still gaining more from gathering than we are from knowledge points. It's why XP is always still more beneficial. Is that 10% just is always there and is stacking with the other thing multiplicitly. So that 5% is still giving us more than the 11%, ironically. At least in the sense that the amount of benefit the 11% is giving on our knowledge points is less than the amount that the 5% combined with our tool bonus is giving us to when we're gathering. So gathering's still better. But not by as much, given this potion difference. So hello, Jets. Welcome, welcome. All been well. Man, we're still at the monument grind on the bone zone. Finishing tier 7. Only 3 tiers to go, though. 7, 8, 9. Also, we didn't even make a single 6-7 joke this entire stream. Even though we're going from tier 6-7. About 2 1/4 of a level to go. We're getting like a level every hour. Actually slightly quicker than an hour. And then we'll grab dinner. And then tomorrow's goal is, I guess, getting a level 10 in the tier. So we're good to go for the fishing milestone, or the fishing bounties on Monday for the update. And then from there, we got to do the very scary tier 7. And then tier 8 and 9, I'm really considering bringing out the passives to offset all the dead holes within the grind. But also because Slate Aspire is probably coming out around that time. Slate Aspire 2. I forget the exact date. I want to say it's like the 6th or the 5th of next month. I think it was the 5th. The reason why I keep thinking of the 6th is that's something Gems of War related on the 6th. That's when the new mythic thing comes out. So that would kind of work out perfectly then if it's the day before. Also, how did I forget a bone? I forgot something that cycle. Oh no. I think I forgot to double something. That or forgot one of the bones and one of the beach rooms that kind of hide sometimes. So it feels weird having every unlock for a skill. Like, look at that. 30 out of 30. Don't get to see that too often because the milestone keeps his wall. But we have officially done everything in tier 6. Other than get the last 2.5 levels we need. But everything that can be done has been done. That currently exists and isn't on marked with coming soon. Hey, that's something I haven't checked in a long while. What does the forum of this game look like, aka the Reddit? I almost never check Reddit. Have they been doing anything lately? Someone posting getting level 6,000 with 7 level 10s, nice. All in the production skill chapters too. It's really weird because they have almost like no combat levels, but they did all the skills that would help you with combat. I guess there's this macro efficiently going into all the things that would help them with combat later. It's such a weird spread. Let's see. Someone mentioning the player base numbers, and it's downvoted like crazy. Someone complaining something about the way that the ventures were condensed. Someone doing suggestion for some level up thing. Someone posting the patch notes. Someone thanking them. Someone complaining about something else. Someone with another pair of patch notes because there's 2 patch notes day by day. I don't know what else. Let's see. The brighter leak that Valerie posted. And a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, nothing too interesting. Normal Reddit stuff. Yeah, I basically never use Reddit. Brighter Shore is like the only thing lately that has been making me check it. Just because there's a ton of info there sometimes that doesn't exist anywhere else. So I kind of have to check it sometimes. Just for Brighter Shore specifically. But otherwise, I would never use Reddit ever. If they had like a normal actual forum and not have to use that. That's why I like the Gems of War forum. Because they have like a real forum, so you don't actually have to just use Reddit or something. But unfortunately, Brighter Shores doesn't have a real forum. Oh, there's a double harvest from earlier. This is so late it didn't count for the previous one. So the next set, I definitely got to remember to use the 11%. Actually, probably shouldn't have even done it for this set. I keep forgetting that you get so much more knowledge while doing these. Like even these smaller ones that normally don't give a full percent are almost always giving a full percent. Particularly the other one that has so much more knowledge into it. Since its distribution is so much better for it. Like nearly every time we're getting a percent. There's so many other 8 nodes in the game where you would not have that happen. We need to like, take like almost 2 or 3 of them to equal one single knowledge percent. So they're pretty solid for knowledge. Oh no, we finally didn't get a percent there. Because all the bones are still fractional, but they're like a really high fractional. Like almost like a 0.9 or something. Oh wow, that ended up working out perfectly. Good thing we didn't drink the 11%. Because we got to basically exact 200% right here. Perfect. Wow. Couldn't have gotten that closer if we tried. We did not waste a single knowledge point there. Actually, yes, we will, because I gotta grab these 2 bone spikes. Never mind. We overshot a little bit. As I grab these 2 first, which are gonna shoot us over. It was almost perfect. Gotta ruin it a little bit here. Alright, now we could drink them. Alright, 2 levels to go. We're almost there. And we got that level in under an hour. So we're definitely getting more XP right here, though that's to be expected. That took us like 45 minutes to gain the level. So at this point, about an hour and a half, and we should be done. And then we are at Milestone 7. What does that change? Not much. Bones become a little bit more relevant, but not so much that we'd camp them any more than we already do. Some of the other alchemy supplies become a little bit more relevant, but once again, doesn't really change any of the routing until like tier 8 and 9. The main difference is it's going to take so much longer. Tier 8 and 9 will start changing some of our routing some as far as how we go through it and a lot of it. Oh gosh, there's so many unlocks. Oh yeah, that is one big update, upgrade I did forget about though. Our tool doubling cooldown goes down. That is one of the biggest benefits I forgot about that we do get next tier. The rate at which we could double, use the double mechanic, becomes shorter for every tool. So we'll be able to do them more often. Does that change any cycle? I'm not sure. But the biggest benefit of that is whenever it's available, we'll be getting, you know, the double XP slightly more often. Meaning, yeah, we'll get a little bit extra resources. Not a lot. It will definitely help with the XP curve a little bit. It won't help the full XP curve. It's still going to take forever. But that will help a little bit. And oddly enough, you get another upgrade for that at 9. I actually don't have the 9 upgrade for any of them. I actually didn't even realize there was one earlier, but yeah, 9 gets the final upgrade. Which I actually don't have for a single tool yet for any skill. Not even for mining. As I assume you get one too, yeah. So there are 0 skills in the game that I have the true final max tool for. As I don't have level 9 in any gathering skill. Or milestone 9. Forager will of course be the first. And mining is the only other skill where I have the current, the next tier that we're going to be getting. Obviously Forager as well. I guess we'll go buy them at the end of stream too, might as well. We'll end the stream by grabbing all the next tier tools. Maybe go test it out on Pondweed to see its new cooldown. Pondweed's going to be a really bad example of it functioning though. As Pondweed doesn't really need the doubling mechanic with how it works. The bell plant after it would be that we're going to have to grind like crazy tomorrow will be a much better example. So maybe we won't even show it until then. Because that's where the gameplay loop actually slightly changes based on it. As far as how we have to route our inventory. Because normally I don't think we can end up getting a double bell plant in every time. Only every other time. But the cooldown difference might make it so we can actually get it every single time. It doesn't change that much of the route, but If it was consistent, then it would change having to skip a bone spike, I think. Which isn't too big a deal, but it would allow us to get more bell plants at the cost of slightly less bone spike. But also at the benefit of more XP per hour. But also at the cost of, you know, we need more total XP. I don't know, we'll see how it works once we get there. But yeah, pondweed has almost no effect from the doubling. That's the first thing we'd have to do in the next tier, so... Yeah, we'll mostly be doing those off-stream probably again. They're pretty AFK too, you just grab them all, wait, grab them all, wait, grab them all, wait, bank, repeat. It's a pretty simple gameplay loop. And so far I think we've done that grind for that like literally every time off-stream. And I don't think tier 7 is going to be any different since we're ending at tier 7. So if I'm doing any forge or off-stream, it's going to be exactly that. But all it is just AFKing in a pond, clicking everything when it spawns, click everything again, drop it all or bank it, repeat indefinitely until you hit the level you want or banked as many as you want. There's like no variance to the gameplay, which is why we've done it off stream every single time so far, including this time that we're going to be doing it. Because there really isn't any strategy to it beyond just click everything as it spawns. At least these other things have like some routing uniqueness and stuff like that. Oops, I drank it early, that's fine though. Not worth canceling it for how much XP we would end up wasting. Do gotta remember to keep doing that nettle. It's not that big a difference though. We're talking like a 1000 XP difference at max. It's not gonna be that much. Honestly, I almost want to go and bind the hotkey for the doubling mechanic onto my mouse. I just have a feeling that might get like picked up as like macroing or something. But I'm so tempted to rebind something on my mouse to be the hotkey for the double mechanic. Just so we don't have to click on it directly. Though the current mouse I have doesn't really have that many side buttons. I just have a basic 2. I've had some mouse in the past that had like 5 side buttons and stuff like that. I feel like 2 is too few, but you know, anything above like 6 feels like too many. Well, so I'm surprised to still see people catching these sardines. They really don't seem that worth. It's also a little bit puzzling that you have to drop them like flounder. There's one thing I don't understand about the Milestone update, is why flounder isn't used for a cooking dish, and why sardines were added that also are not used for any cooking dish. Because I thought when they were going to do that, they would make all the dead fish that have nothing, like pufferfish at a lot of levels, which they did, and flounder at no levels, and I guess the new one, you know. I thought they would all have like a dish associated with them. But for whatever reason, flounders still don't, and they added a sardine that for whatever reason also do not. It seemed kind of weird that you would catch some fish that have literally no purpose other than to drop them to the ground. Because you can't sell them to a shop because you can't bank them. So you can't like mass sell them in that sense. But there's also no way to go, like you're not going to catch them, get a full inventory, go to the shop that you can sell them at, sell them, and then go back to where you were. That is so time inefficient. That would be horrifically bad to do. So like their actual intention is literally just to be dropped. Yet they have like a profit thing on them for some reason. As if you're not just dropping them on the ground. I was like, hello, Tansin. Welcome, welcome. It makes no sense. What would make sense is, maybe if you had to bring them to some kind of deposit box, or not like a normal deposit box, but you bring it to some crate, and that guy's like, you know, trying to get a bunch to sell for, you know, somewheres, and then you turn them into that crate to go get money for them, and you keep doing it like that over and over again. But the fact that the gameplay loop for flounder and trout is literally just drop on ground, and there's no other solution than that because the way you sell them is just so far away, this doesn't make any sense at all. Like, having the option to drop stuff for every skill is nice. So if you want a little bit more XP but less resources, you can. But the fact that the only thing you can do with them is drop them, this seems kind of weird. Yeah, we're almost there. Milestone 7 right around the corner. Getting a little over a level an hour. We should finish about 6 my time, so 2 hours from now. Probably even earlier than that. I'm not sure what I'm going to have tonight. I'm starting to run out of soft food that I can have while the tooth is still weird. It's almost fully healed at this point. Give it another day or two and it should be fine. I still want to play it safe just to not get it, you know, diseased or anything. Or whatever you call it. Make sure it's nice and healthy. Infection was the word I was looking for. But my diet the last few days have been like 90% water, just in case. Keep it nice and clean. Let's need to get another water. I have almost ran out. That will be fine. I didn't grab as many waters this morning. I only grabbed 2. I'm almost out already. I do have to say, though, one thing I found slightly weird with the tooth being pulled and everything. I'm surprised my speech isn't any different, like, at all. I guess because it's so far in the back. Maybe only if you had, like, a front tooth removed or something, which hopefully I'll never need to get done. Because it's all the way so far in the back that, yeah, it hasn't obscured any talking, like, whatsoever. Like, to any degree. Like, even slightly. Like, for the first day, I had to not talk because obviously, you know, it affected the jawline and everything. But my actual speech and everything has not been affected at all from the, from that one back tooth. Though, in all fairness, I guess technically the same thing happened when I got my wisdom teeth removed too. Like, all 4 were the wisdom teeth. Yeah, my speech didn't change at all from having that happen. I guess just because they're so far in the back, so it doesn't really change anything. How much longer are we streaming for? Probably about another hour and a half to 2 hours. Main goal is Milestone 7. Then we're going to go buy all the tools, maybe go touch the pondweed just a little bit and, you know, go from there. We're going for about 2-ish hours. We're going to Milestone 7 and then buying the tools and then looking at the thing that we do for 7. And then saying off stream we'll be doing this like for, you know, several hours. Like if we're off stream we'll be doing this whole grind, and then by the time we come in on tomorrow, the goal will be to get to level 10 in Milestone 7. See how bad the Milestone 7 is. And how scared we're going to be of the new XP curve. And then, you know, get level 10 tomorrow then. But today's goal is to get to 7, do the last little cleanup stuff we'll have to do at the end, and then tomorrow goal will be 10. And that way we'll have good passives to go do while we go do fishing bounties on Monday. Because fishing bounties come out on Monday for, you know, Fisher. Obviously. For the fisherman skill. What's it called? Is this called fisherman? Yeah, fisherman. Or fisherwoman, I guess, technically, if you're a female. But yeah, main thing we got done today was just finishing out Jade. We were doing wide farming on it and got a bunch of other yellow potions and a couple other stuff. Some more potatoes. Stuff that'll help us later, but doesn't really affect much in the immediacy of now. And that's the only slight issue of a lot of the stuff that we're going to be getting for Forager going forward. While every single material we touch going forward is going to be very important, it is not important now. In the sense that every material we grab for the rest of this grind, we will not be using for months to years from now. For the rest of the Forager grind. Which is going to feel a little weird compared to Tier 6, where almost everything we could use immediately. But Tier 7 and onwards, because at Tier 5 and below, we weren't really using it because it was too low. Tier 6, it was perfect. But now Tier 7 and above, there will be like 2 years from now, we will be using some of these resources. Even longer when it comes to some of the potions. Because even just processing them, it could be a year or two before we do it for some of these. Just because they're not really on the high priority list of things to process. We'll have to eventually, but, you know, in the near immediate future, we won't really need it. So, hello, how do you say that name? Amberdia, welcome. Sorry if I butchered that like crazy, but welcome. Watch your video from way back comparing the skills to... Oh, yeah, that was a really old video. I meant to do a follow-up on that and never did. Have our thoughts changed? Well, that was before launch. I meant to do one, like, post-launch. Like, a month in, and it never did. But, no, a lot of them are pretty similar. Just a lot of them turned out to be a lot different than kind of expected. As far as anything from that video, Leatherworker being useless was probably the one that was most far off. In the current state of the game, that would be true again. But one thing I didn't put into consideration is they would make Leatherworker worth, like, infinite money. Back when, before they nerfed it into the ground 2 weeks ago. That was probably the one that was furthest off. Where I think I put it in, like, one of the lowest possible tiers. Because it seemed like it was useless. But that was because we didn't know about Armor Maker in Chapter 5 at the time. And we also didn't know that it would literally print money for the first year of the game. That has since been nerfed 2 weeks ago. But every moment prior, it was just literally the money printer. Until they nerfed it. But hello, Ambard! Welcome. That was probably the one that was furthest off from the initial thing we did. But I've been meaning to cover more Brighter Shores video. I've just been kind of waiting until we get more permanent content. Like closer to 1.0. Because I'm not a fan of covering a guide and like half a year later. It's like, oh, the guide's already irrelevant. I try not to do that for most games. Like generally if I cover a guide for a game, you could watch it like 5 years later. It's probably still relevant. For a lot of the older guides we've done for a lot of things. Obviously for MMOs, they have a little bit less of a time span normally. But I hate having to like recover the same guide like 3 times in a year or something. So I've been kind of waiting closer to 1.0. So that stuff doesn't change as drastically as often. Though whenever we do properly start doing guides, we're going to be like nearly max once we do. Like we'll be like 70-80% max by the time we start like regularly covering guides for this game. Potentially even fully max depending on how far away 1.0 is. But there are some things that we can kind of cover immediately if they were to come beforehand, though I'm not sure if they would. Like bosses, for example. Like when a new boss comes out, we'd probably cover a video on it within like a day or two. After like 100 or a couple hundred KC on it or something. Hopefully there's a leaderboard to keep track of your KC with. Though dungeons would take us a while to cover if we were to cover it. Even if we were to still do it in the beta and not before 1.0. My biggest concern with that is when dungeons come out, they're probably going to rework it a lot in the first few weeks. So if we cover one after 1 week, they're just going to rework it again after 2 weeks. Which is my concern there as well. But I feel like for bosses, if we were to cover a boss, if they were to ever start adding them, I don't feel like they would mechanically change it that much from whatever it initially comes out at. There's generally something like that as a small enough piece of isolated content that doesn't change too much. Egg salad? Oh yeah, egg salad would kind of work. I was just making scrambled eggs earlier. Generally, when it comes to me and eggs, it's almost always scrambled eggs. I'm generally too lazy to build it into anything more than scrambled eggs. Basically, just make an omelet and then just mash it together. And just put, you know, whatever's laying around, like broccoli or whatever else. Though for lately, I've just been having it normally. You know, you just put mushrooms in there, put broccoli in there, put whatever. It's really good for spare ingredients. Obviously, you can't put like any spare ingredient in there, but there's like a surprisingly high amount that in like, you know, scrambled eggs and or omelet that you could just, you know, shove anything into. I always consider them pretty much the same thing. Because they basically are, just in a slightly different form factor. Like, if I was to make eggs for someone else, it'd be probably more omelet-shaped. If I'm doing it myself, you know, I just, like, mash it all together and make it scrambled eggs. Because the form factor doesn't really matter that much. As long as it's all cooked. Hey, that's something else I'm going to need to do while I'm out of the country. Try other countries' eggs. Because what's that one disease that eggs have? Isn't it like salmonella or something? Because for whatever reason in America, you're allowed to keep some amount of it in. Normally it gets out whenever you cook it. But in most other countries, it's actually illegal to sell any eggs that have it in it. I'm not sure if Greece is one of them. But I'm pretty sure it is. We need to double check. Because their eggs might actually taste a bit different because of that. Because I know when I used to have my own chickens, the eggs also tasted quite a bit different. So I'm curious with a country that has a better health service, better than how awful United States health system is, if their eggs will actually be better quality. Since they probably have a lot more regulation on how the eggs have to be done and everything. As well as which eggs can actually be sold or not. Yeah, I used to have my own chickens for a little while. Back when I was in elementary school, for about a couple years. Until a local coyote ate them all. But, yeah, I used to have a rooster and 3 chickens. So I had infinite eggs for a couple years. And they were really good. But yeah, we had so many excess eggs, we were literally just giving them to neighbors and everything for free. Sometimes they would tip us. Because pretty much one chicken already makes way more than enough eggs for one person. And that's assuming you're eating eggs like literally every day. Which obviously you don't always eat eggs every day. Nope, misclick. The chickens are weird. They're kind of friendly, but they're really pokey. And they get frightened pretty easily. Also, they like to pretend that they can fly, even though they technically can fly, but they can't, like, fly. It's hard to explain their methods of flight. Like, they kind of can fly, but it's also kind of a glide, but they can still get vertical momentum and jump really high. It's basically just enhanced jumping with glide. Like, they can fly, but they can't, like, fly. Oh, so the rooster was always funny because they actually do go off, like, every morning. As soon as the sun comes up, he's just making a bunch of noise. You can also force him to do it too. If you imitate the noise that a rooster makes to a rooster, it'll think it's another rooster sounding off, so it'll start making the same noise it would otherwise make in the morning. So you can literally make them sound off like that at any time during the day. Because they'll just imitate the other roosters nearby. So if you make a similar noise, they'll still end up doing it. Yep, there's the Brit again. That's another person we'll be seeing every single day. Then that one Jack guy. But this Brit has been everywhere. Every day during this grind, we've seen that Brit. Alright, double knowledge point coming in. 4 more of those and I think we're there. We're pretty close. How much XP do we need for this current level range? Yeah, we're still at a point where we're gaining more than 1 level an hour. Barely, but we're still gaining more than 1 level an hour. So an hour and a half at most at this point. Probably closer to hour 15. Then we'll go buy all of our tools, do whatever other last minute things we want to go do. And then tomorrow's goal is to set us up so that we're good to AFK for fishing bounties. Which, given how the XP curve will change at tier 7, tomorrow's probably going to be the longest grind we've had so far. Like, yesterday was kind of long, today was, I don't know, more average time. But tomorrow might be one of our longer streams we've done, depending on how much grind I can get off stream. Because I'm going to have to make, like, 8 levels tomorrow on stream. Which doesn't sound like that much. But we don't know how much the curve is curving. So 8 levels could be, you know, like we might be getting less than 1 level an hour. So 8 levels is like, oh, over 8 hours. Hopefully I can get some more. Okay, please grab the resource. Hopefully I can grab a little bit more off stream, but worst comes to worst, we could set some goal a little bit lower than that and just use the boost potion. But that boost potion range would need to be within range so that after the night I would still get that level. So I wouldn't have to keep using the potion. So if we were to set a lower goal for tomorrow, it'd have to be like level 8 or something. It would still need to be within striking distance of the boost potion. I say that because that means we could actually buy the +2 boost potion if we did that from the shop. Which is a little pricey, but for one night it's not that bad. I think it's like 20 something silver an hour. But if we were only do it, you know, for like 10, 12 hours, it's not that much. For how much benefit it is. I'm trying to think of what other weird pets I've had in the past, because I've actually had quite a few. I've had 1 rooster, not necessarily all at the same time, though some of these were all at the same time. I had 1 rooster, 3 chickens, 2 cats. The first one was amazing. They were both Persians. About 30 goldfish. But they've repopulated, so it's hard to count. Almost 100, but they kept cycling. So I'm not sure what number to call that. It was a couple dozen, at least. About a dozen koi fish that grew pretty big. And they just spent time with the goldfish in a pond. And they would nibble your fingers. They're pretty fun. Indirectly, a couple turtles and frogs that also populated the pond. We didn't technically own them. They were wild, but the pond was so populated with life that they came around. So technically had them, though they were wild ones. What else? I guess technically a couple hermit crabs. I had a couple like cage birds. Whatever that one is with the red cheeks. Because when I was like really, really young, like when Pokemon first aired, back when I was, gosh, I would have been like 4 or 5 years old. Obviously I really liked Pikachu then, because, you know, it was like the main character and everything. So obviously they couldn't get me a Pikachu. So they got me that one, what's that one? It's like a finch or something. It's a bird that has like yellow face and like red cheeks. So it kind of looks like Pikachu. But they got me one of those in the cage. It was pretty cute. So I had that. I had some other bird at some point to it. I can't remember which one it was. It wasn't that one. But some other bird around that time too. In a cage. And I think it was some kind of parrot. And I think that's everything. Pretty sure that was everything. But it's every pet I've had. Most of them being fish. Mostly because they end up repopulating the pond, so... I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few hundred that cycle through there. But yeah, chicken's definitely the most exotic thing I've ever had. They're really high maintenance, honestly. Like, if it wasn't for the fact they made you free eggs, they would not be worth the hassle. Like, the only reason they are worth it is they create infinite eggs. Infinite egg glitch. But other than that, they are not worth the hassle if it wasn't for the eggs. Like, they're way more high maintenance than a cage bird. Both because they need more space. Also, they eat a lot more. They make a lot more of a mess. They gotta be more outside and in the wild rather than, you know, inside. A little bit more prone to disease because of that as well. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. The local coyotes eating all 4 of them. You know, stuff like that. Why the township would release a bunch of coyotes that would eat all the dogs and cats and birds around, I don't know. They did it for the deer population. But then they proceeded to eat literally anything that wasn't the deer population. In all fairness, they did not attack humans. But they did attack, like, all livestock that wasn't human. But also simultaneously didn't eat the deer. Because the deer were too much effort. So they would never eat the deer because they ran too quick. So the whole reason why they even released them is literally not even what they did. Because they couldn't be bothered to catch the really quick deer. Compared to all the other animals that would just stand there and do nothing. Also, I really wish these two were closer. Why would you do this? Why would you not just make a cliff, but a mega cliff on top of that cliff? Why couldn't you just have them, like, right over here or something? They really wanted to make it as annoying as possible to get to them. I'm not sure why they did that with a handful of these bones. Like, they really wanted to make it so it would never be worth taking them. Like, this bone, yes, that's worth taking depending on your set if you need it. But those two? On cliff and double cliff? Why would you do such a thing? Like, every single one of these bones, well, not all of them, but a couple of these sets of bones, they just really wanted to put double of them on a cliff in the middle of nowhere. Also, it's kind of funny because the goat bone isn't over here. You would think that one would be in the more mountainous area. But, nope, not over here. Hey, that's another thing with Greece, too. I kind of forgot it's so mountainy. I've never really been to an area that's that mountainy. I've been on mountains before, obviously. Not like to climb them, but, you know, like elevation from, you know, going somewhere. But I kind of forgot that Greece is, like, almost made of mountain. Because generally I've lived near areas that are near the water, like my entire life. And generally speaking, though I guess they're also somewhat near water, but most areas, at least in the United States, that are near water are not mountainous at all. So even though I've always lived near water, none of it's really been like mountainy. Since America's geography doesn't really work like that. Yeah, Greece is kind of both. It's both very mountainy, yet also has areas pretty close to water. Which is quite a bit different than Americans' geography. Or most of the mountainous areas are a bit more inland. And this account buildings as mountains. Gosh, this place built up 1 billion buildings across the shoreline. I get reminded of it every single time I go on a flight. Like, you don't feel it much when living in the area. But when you're taking, like, a plane out of the area or into the area and you look at the shoreline, you see more building than beach. It's just like a whole line of metal. Like a barricade right next to the beach. From how many, you know, just buildings are just built up of hotels and everything else. Which, honestly, I don't know how there's enough tourism to survive how many buildings there are there. Because there's no way there's that many people cycling through this area. Like, I know this area is, like, somewhat tourism heavy. But for how many, like, many dozen-story buildings are, I have no clue how some of them are turning a profit. Like, there's no way they're filling even, like, half those rooms. I do wonder that a lot of times when I see some businesses, though. When you see, like, how much, you know, people they get rotating through, and you know what, like, the approximate cost is to probably, you know, rent out a place like that in an area. But then you also see, like, how much it would cost us to, you know, get the items and everything else. Like, it really makes you wonder how a place stays there for, like, 5 or 10 years, or even, like, you know, multiple decades. Like, how are you making money? Like, how are you even in the green? Because I've done a lot of, like, self-employed stuff in the past. And while I did flea marketing during college, if I had the overhead of, like, let's say $1,000 a month from, let's say, you know, just, like, renting out a place, like an actual proper storefront instead of, you know, selling at flea markets where you're going to spend, like, 10 or 20 bucks to get in every single time you do it, which is still money, but it's nowhere near $1,000 a month or something similar. Like, you would barely be in the green. Between having to buy all your product, maintain everything, store everything, but then also have to rent out a place for like $1,000, $2,000 every month or whatever it ends up coming out to in your area. Like, doing that full time, you'd barely even be in the green. Or I was making, like, almost, like 1,000 profit a weekend. Some weekends. But with that kind of overhead, you'd barely be green. Like, the average month, if you had that much overhead, would be, like, maybe 1,000. Whereas you could make that in a weekend without the overhead. West Coast has mountains on the ocean? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've actually never been on the West Coast, so I wouldn't know. But that makes sense. Yeah, I've actually never been on the West Coast of the United States. I've been all the way up and down the southern coast. All the way as south as like the tip of Florida, and all the way as north as Toronto, Canada. But I have actually never been to West Coast America ever. See, I actually don't know about that. But that would make sense. But yeah, East Coast doesn't have mountains on it. But yeah, it's something I might need to eventually do a vacation to at some point. I just don't really know anyone on the West Coast for the most part. And I can't really afford to pay for, like, a hotel and everything else, and the transportation and, you know, all that for, like, a week. That would just be way too much. So that's one of the main reasons I've just never gone West Coast. I just pretty much just don't really know that many people on West Coast that would want to have me for, like, a week or two. Because everyone I know is either East Coast, like inner East, or, you know, kind of like mid-America, or they're in a different country. But I have basically almost no friends that are like West Coast in any way. It's mostly just East Coast or a different country. What do I do for work these days? I do this channel, I do some freelance writing, and that's about it at the moment. But I've done a lot of, like, mixed jobs in the past. But right now, it's mostly freelance writing in this. And just some investments. So those investments don't make anything too crazy, though. Because I have them in really safe investments that will never go down. But because of that, they barely go up. It's still a few thousand a year, though, from investments. It's not that bad. But it's, like, really safe stuff, so I'm never going to, like, make negative. So if, like, the market, like, if the stock market went down 10% tomorrow because Trump said he's going to nuke the country or something, like, what I have invested in won't actually go down at all or anything. So I don't need to worry about fluctuations like that, or, you know, whatever will happen in modern day. Because I'm just slightly concerned putting in something else with how much it fluctuates these days. So I could be making more from it, it's just I can't be bothered to in case it goes down. What kind of writing? Mostly just various stories and fictional writing. Because pretty much everything else AI can do at this point. Basically, anything AI cannot write is what I write these days. Or at least anything like more creative that the AI can't really do as well. Because a lot of the more business side stuff, like some of the stuff I used to do with writing in high school, literally got replaced by AI by this point. Because I had a little bit more of like a almost like secretary-like job with a bunch of Excel sheets and stuff like that during like the tail end of high school. That had quite a bit of writing. But all that type of writing got replaced by AI. So like a job like I had like that, entry-level job near the end of my high school, I couldn't even do in modern day. Like the current generation wouldn't even be able to get a job like that. And stuff like that just got completely replaced by AI. How's my mom been doing? Her leg's been quite a bit better. Still not obviously fully repaired. She is back at work, but with limited hours and everything. She's still like somewhat recovering. Also because it's a slow season anyways. But by summer, like fully in the summer, she should hopefully be back to fully normal. I'm not sure she's going to get fired from the lawsuit or not, but I think that's still pending. Like the lawsuit related to her injury. Because there's a good chance once that lawsuit fully goes through, she might get fired. But there's also a possibility she gets compensation from it, obviously, as well. But a lot of that's still in limbo. But yeah, she's been a lot better now. So you're saying I definitely wrote a quest for Brighter Shores? Hey, honestly, I would love to, if they wanted me to. I don't think they're really looking for that, though. Honestly, I would even do that for free. I don't know. When it comes to quests and Brighter Shores, the writing is the easiest part, though. By far the hardest part would be doing all the coding for it. Is why one of the reasons, if you go look at the Milestone thing, every single one says writing and planning or whatever it says. It's like completed, 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 completed. And there's two reasons for that. One is compared to coding it, writing is just so easy to do. But also because I think they only have one person really doing most of that, which is, I think they have a few other people on the team kind of doing it occasionally, but that one Gower brother is mostly doing it. Paul, I think his name is? Whatever that one was. Not Ian, not Gower, but the other one. I think his name is Paul. But he does like all the story writing and stuff for the game, other than like the few that some of the other devs help on. But like his main role, because I'm not sure if he can code at all. He's mostly just been doing writing and stuff. I feel like I just logged in. Feels weird seeing someone log in. Because normally someone's at a passive activity. There we go. Yeah, Paul. Yeah, that was his name. But yeah, he's doing most of the writing for the game, I'm pretty sure. Like probably like 80, 90% of the writing is done by him. So they don't really need another person for that. Plus, even if they did, they'd probably want someone in-house. And I am nowhere near the UK. Yeah, I don't think he's actually done any of the interviews yet. Because Gower was. I think Ian may have been. But I don't think Paul has been. He's been seen in public a couple times. I think he was at the most recent Runefest, whenever that was or something. So he has been publicly existing. But aside from that, I don't think he's done like any interview or anything on the game or anything like that. Yep, one level to go. Well, as soon as this ticks over, but it will by the time we do our double knowledge point. Alright, only got about another hour. And then we'll go get all of our tool upgrades, go do everything else that we can do for Milestone 7. And then head to our AFK activity. Which, oddly enough, is not the Tier 7 AFK activity. I will be doing the scrap metal instead. Just so I have enough scrap metal for the smithing. Just want to make sure we guarantee get enough. There it is, everything we get, except that passive. I won't be doing that passive. I'm going to do the scrap metal instead. I'll probably be doing that passive tonight, but during the day I'll be getting scrap metal just to make sure I get enough. And then once it looks like I have enough, I'll switch over to that slug. Because I think I still need about 5 more hours of scrap metal. So I'll do it until I go to bed, and then once I go to bed I'll switch it to the slug. Yeah, I've had a lot of just weird jobs over the course of my adult life, or even slightly before, since I had some during high school, near the end. The worst one by far was working at a restaurant that was going, like, partially out of business. I actually got, like, $1,500 in back pay that never got paid out. Like, $1,500 worth of pay, and that was at, like, $7.25 minimum wage. So that was like 200 hours of job work that I made $0 for. And ever since then, I literally have done nothing but freelance work. It's kind of made me not want to get any normal job ever. It was one of my first, like, normal quote-unquote jobs. Stiffed me $1,500. So I've literally never had a normal job since then. And that was back when I was, like, 18. But yeah, the worst job I ever had would have been that. You know, just kind of like cleaning up tables, cleaning up the area, doing the dishes, all that kind of stuff. Occasionally cooking some of the things. Like, you know, some of the basic stuff like burgers and such. But that was definitely the worst job I ever had. Both from the experience of the job and the fact that, you know, I didn't get paid $1,500 that I should have. And the best I definitely had was flea marketing. When doing just selling stuff at flea markets. Which basically don't really exist to that same degree today. As every flea market that I did that in New Jersey don't even exist anymore. They all got sold out and now are just a bunch of housing. But yeah, you just show up at a place, pay like 10, 20, 30 bucks depending on the flea market. Just bring whatever junk you can get off of eBay from, what's the other thing called? Garage sales, stuff like that. Just whatever junk you can end up getting. Sell it for a reasonable price, make a profit. And it makes like a couple hundred in like, you know, several hours of profit. Like normally you'd make like 400 or 500, but obviously not all that's profit between the table and the, you know, actually have to buy everything. Because most of the stuff obviously isn't free. So between getting stock and, you know, paying for your table and everything, it still came out to a couple hundred profit a day that you do it. I did that like almost every weekend during college to pay for college. It was definitely the most profitable thing I ever did. As if you broke it down per hour, not counting getting all the items, which I guess if you did that, it would be a really weird number. It's hard to calculate it out. But if you counted just the selling at flea markets, I think at the time it was like in 2013 and 2014, around that time, it would have been close to like $20 to $30 an hour, roughly. But that's not counting the time of actually getting everything and everything. It was like 20 to 30 per hour pretty consistently. Which is definitely the best job I ever had as far as like the overall experience, how chill it was. Also, a lot of the flea markets had pretty good food. Which of course cut into profit, but you had to get food while you were there. Especially since you're normally there long enough that you would have went through like lunch, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Because normally you get there like really, really early. Like if you want to get there right when some of them open, you got to be there by like 5 or 6 a.m. And then depending on when you want to leave, you would leave by like 3, 4, 5, or whenever, you know, sales started like going a little bit lower. But peak times are normally from like 8 to 5 or so. So I guess I was technically an 8 to 5 job in that sense. Not in a literal sense, but the fact that the hours were around that time. I do have to say, though, out of any job I have had, YouTube is definitely the most inconsistent when it comes to how much money you make. Where I've had everything from $100 in a month to like $3,000 in a month. It is so variable, depending on how much you do, how popular some of the things you do get, stuff like that. Like right now, it's only like a couple hundred a month, so very low. But we're also not really doing anything that's particularly popular. Like Brighter Shores has like, what, 200 player base right now? And Gems of War, while like 10 times bigger, is not like that big of a game. But yeah, as long as Brighter Shores never closes down their servers and everything, I'd still be around. If there's something worth grinding in the game and we have the time for it, we'll go for it. With that being Monument at the moment. With the upcoming things probably being bounties as they come out occasionally. Maybe some of them will focus a little bit more like Smithing and Stonemason, for example. Fishing I don't plan to do that much though when they come out on Monday. After Monday's stream, other than when I grab some when we passively go by to do venture, I'm probably not doing a single fishing venture after Monday. We'll be doing them the same way I do cooking ventures. and that they pile up over a long period of time, and maybe once a week I'll go and clear them out. That's basically what my fishing bounty experience will be like after Monday. Or Monday we'll go spam it for a few levels, but then after that, realistically, yeah, we're not really touching them other than like passively doing them as we go past oysters. Once per day. And then like once per week we'll go clear out the bounties that are good. Because the road that you go by is the same road that has the bounty board on it. It's right next to the fishing shop. Is where the fishing bounty board's going to be. So you go by it at least once per day. Alright, 2/3 of a level to go. Probably 4 more knowledge point, maybe even 3. So close yet so far. And then we got to do all that again 3 more times, except each of those 3 times take even longer than the last one. But yeah, after we start seeing what the tier 7 experience is like, I have a feeling we're really going to go passive heavy. I'm just really concerned it's going to spike up like crazy, crazy, crazy numbers. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. Because there's a good chance every level in tier 7 is going to take over an hour. Which obviously means tier 8 and 9 is going to be even longer than that. Whereas right now we're easily getting over a level an hour. Not much more, but more than a level an hour. But at tier 7, there's a good chance that will not be the case anymore. Meaning 50 levels is already over 50 hours then. Not counting any passive in between. So we're definitely going to start bringing those out just to bring the time down. As passives just keep getting just as strong as they've always been, if not even stronger at some level ranges near the end. Whereas actively training keeps getting weaker and weaker. But it does give you more opportunity to get more useful resources, though. The big issue is tier 7's in a weird in-between. Where the resources you get from it aren't, like, absurdly good. Compared to 8 or 9. But you're also not getting as much from the passive. It's a really weird in-between milestone. Like 8 and 9, it's very clear what you want to do. Passives are just so good. And by 8 and 9, you know, you have, like, all the highest tier resources for a given area, particularly 9. But 7's a really weird in-between, where it's going to be slow, but passives aren't amazing, but the resources also aren't amazing. It's probably going to be the least rewarding tier out of any tier, honestly. It's in just such a weird dead in-between of any tier, with how they end up setting up this tier system. Where tier 7's probably going to feel like the worst grind out of any of them. Because it's both the resources aren't the best, but also the rates aren't the best, but you also can't passive that well. It's a weird, like, mix match. We're just really average at everything. Where active is still viable, but starting to fall off. Where passives are still decent, but it's not at the point where it spikes up like crazy yet. And where the material is good, but it's not like the best stuff you would be using in the true end game later down the line. It's just such a weird in-between area with how they set up the game. I guess you could say somewhat similar about tier 6. But based on my level ranges, I felt it a lot less, but given where all of our levels were. But tier 7 definitely has that issue. Too low for the resources to be good, but too high for it to be quick. I would almost say that we would go do drop methods during it, but I'm definitely not going to. I will be banking everything. Mostly because alchemy will thank us for it later. The, like, beginning area of alchemy, you just kind of have to bank that stuff. Especially if you're skipping botanist. I mean, yeah, botanist. Like, you can't skip both. Like, you will burn so much money if you want to keep every potion and skip both forager and botanist. If you want to keep every potion, you got to do at least one of them. Otherwise, you're burning, like, over a platinum, probably.
Though there are quite a few potions that do profit if you sell it back. That kind of defeats the point of even getting alchemy up though. Because the whole point of leveling alchemy is to get potions out of it. If you're just selling the potions back, then the only thing you're getting from alchemy is the ability to make better potions, but you're not actually yielding any potions. Like, yeah, you can go make a plus 100, but you have like zero, like you'll have 0 plus 90s banked. And if you would have trained it normal, you'd have like, you know, 4,000 plus 90s banked or something. As well as many other plus 95s and other numbers. Which for all intents and purposes in the current state of the game isn't that big of a difference. Like for most general mobs, they'll serve the same purpose. Obviously, you'd want to have the really high stuff for, you know, eventual future content, but we got a ways until then. That's not anytime soon. Though I am pretty curious how PvP is going to work in that regard. Because there's no way they're just going to let you drink 1,000 of the strongest healing potion in the game. For very obvious reasons. And there's no way DPS is going to be so high that someone constantly chugging 52% potions would be allowed. Because then time to kill would be way too short. If you could actually kill through someone constantly chugging 52% heal pots. Because then time to kill in the game would be like 20 seconds, not even. Probably even less. Like that'd be like 10 to 15 second time to kill. Which when it comes to time to kill, I'm not sure if lower or better is better. Generally speaking, it's somewhere in between. Or like lower or higher is better. Like I feel like in an average game, like 1 to like 3 minutes time to kill for PvP is probably best. Like 1 minute to 3 minutes, maybe 30 seconds to 3 minutes, depending how it's set up. Anything too much lower than that, then you just kind of drop instantly. It's an issue old school RuneScape actually has at the moment. At least if you're like in super max compared to like someone in mid game, if you're like in, you know, wilderness or something. Damage has just gotten so insane that you could drop someone in literally like 1 second. Even though an average real fight is closer to a few minutes. But the speed at which you could just drop someone instantly is literally 0.6 seconds. But I'm hoping Brighter Shores has like a nice in-between. Where it's like 1 to 2 minutes probably for a match. And of course the inverse issue, if it takes too long, it's just a slog and you're wasting too many resources for like no gain. We're almost at our next double knowledge. Unfortunately, that double knowledge will not get us there. The knowledge after that, maybe. 4 knowledge is 100% would get us there. We got about a half a level to go. 1 stone at a time. Well, I guess in this case, 1 bone at a time. Stone, bone, same difference. They both rhyme. Also, I still haven't heard any lightning since that one big lightning from like 2 hours ago. However, the rain has not stopped yet. It went from like no rain at all to just constant rain the last 2 hours. I do have to say, I do kind of like this change of pacing gameplay loop compared to the other one. Like, I actually prefer this over Shell Beach. It's just, there's such a low level range where this is better than it. There's like 3 levels total. We're doing what we're doing now is better than Shell Beach. And then the rest, honestly, I do like the gameplay loop of the other one. Not the pondweed, but a bell plant. I'll actually be streaming it a lot tomorrow. Out of any forager loop that we do in all these sets, I think it's my favorite one, personally. It's very straightforward, but it has a nice variance to it. Because the way that it doubles back on itself. I actually kind of like it. Also because you're not stuck there forever. You have multiple ways out if you ever want to stop it. There's like multiple angles, like kelp or wall plant. It's not like some of the other ones where, like shell, where you're just stuck there forever. Alright, we're halfway there. 1 level to go. Technically the last one accounting for the knowledge we haven't used yet. Come on, how much more XP is that? Come on, you're so close yet so far. And then only 150 levels to go. And of course, every day we're getting at least 1 passive level. So in a sense, that's only like 130 levels to go. Except they're only going to take 1 billion years each now. Each level is going to take so much longer. But when counting how much we're going to be getting from passive, it could vary based on a lot of factors, but let's just say 20. Yeah, we only have 130 levels left to do after today. But they just keep getting slower and slower is the problem, though. Because we have, during this grind, already gotten over 130 levels. But they're the earlier, easier levels. So numerically, we're more than halfway there. We started at about 250, or sorry, 415. So since then, we have gained, as of today, 135 levels. Oh yeah, so exactly that many, basically. Numerically, we're halfway done as of today. But total grind-wise, I wish. We are not even close to halfway done. But as far as total numbers gained, we have gained half the levels as of today for completing out the grind. So we're halfway there. Kind of. Big asterisk next to that. But we're halfway there. Except we're only like 1/3 the way there. But we're technically halfway there. After, what, 12 days? I think we're on day 12. Which means if that's the case and we technically are 1/3 the way there, that means by day 36 we should be done. Roughly. Give or take a little depending on how we spread it up and how much we passive it and everything. But that means by about day 36 to 40 we would probably be done. If we kept up the same momentum of how much we have in the last 2 weeks. Which, what is that then? That is 24 days. 24 days is 3 weeks and 3 days. 1, 2, 3, 3 more. Wait, I calculate that long. 1, 2, 3, 3. That means by the 17th we'd probably finish it, roughly. By like mid-March, basically. Given that we started like early mid-February, I guess that works out then. We started like early mid-February, we finished mid-March. It's not too bad for a grind that we'll hopefully never need to touch again. Other than a few resources here and there. Obviously we'll need to use it in dungeons and stuff like that too. I'm still really curious how they're going to do dungeons. It's definitely going to be different than how most people expect it to be. I know that for sure. Knowing their past track record with making a quote-unquote dungeon. Because it's going to be like 80% skilling in puzzles. 100% is going to be 80% skilling in puzzles. Like, some people hear dungeon, it's like, oh yeah, 90% combat. No, that's not what they're doing. There'll be some combat. It will not be a percent bigger than like 30% though. You'll be lucky if it's like 50% combat. So you might even be lucky if it even has combat in it. Oh, it definitely does. There's definitely some amount of combat. It has associated dungeons, so. It's the very first tier, so you probably needed to even enter dungeons. This is that tier 1 for it. So there's some amount of combat, but it's like 20-30% at best. There's going to be a lot of gathering, a lot of production, and a lot of puzzles. It is very unlikely to incorporate too much combat. And if it is, probably really surface level. Let's say put a cool boss at the end. But anything that you fight in between, if there's not a cool boss at the end, is going to be very surface level. Like, click enemy and it dies probably level. Like, you know, most combat in the game currently. You might have to, like, lure it somewhere. You might have to do some kind of mechanic with it. It's relatively small, but very minimal. If anything, they'll probably just use it to DPS you while trying to do a puzzle or something. And then you, like, activate a trap that, like, kills them. You don't even kill them yourself. I can definitely see that happening. I also could see them incorporating an infinite ammo puzzle room. Where they give you infinite ammo, but there'll be something that ends up utilizing it. And they count that as combat. Not as a puzzle or anything, literally just as combat. Using your bow or something for some kind of ranged puzzle. I have to trigger something in a certain order or do something similar. Because we'll get to see their first instance of something that might be incorporated into a dungeon with the smithing thing. They're doing it instead in the smithing bounties. But stuff like that is likely what will be very heavily used in dungeons. It's basically like a color thing, and you have to figure out which path goes to what path for the smithing activity. And it's very on point with what I would consider probably something they would put into a dungeon for one room. Not the exact puzzle, obviously, but, you know, in the same essence of that puzzle. Alright, we're almost there. Slightly more than half. Double knowledge point about to come in as soon as we go to the next plant. Only got like a third of bar to go. After we go dump these in. So next double knowledge point, 100% we're done. For today's goal anyways. Alright, put that in. Convert, forger, convert, forger. There we go. Third of bar to go. No clue how many laps that is. I want to say like 10. I never bothered checking how much XP this is per lap. I know the other one was 201,000. But if we were to consider this one similar, let's say it's 200,000. How many laps is that? Oh, put that number to there, put that number to there. 8. We gotta do 8 laps after this one. 8 more laps! Though maybe a 9th if the other knowledge point isn't in by then. Basically, double knowledge point is how much more we have to do. But it's about 8 to 9 laps. It depends where the second knowledge point falls. Like, if we had the, by 8 laps, if we had the second knowledge point, yeah, it'd be done by then. But it's probably close to 9, because I'm pretty sure, because that XP that I'm trying to calculate out for is already incorporating in the knowledge point, it would require that second one then. So yeah, probably 9 more laps then. And then we say goodbye to the bone zone for a while. We're then going to the water zone, I guess, technically. Where you have to do the pond lily and then the bell plant, which is also kind of in water because you fish the salmons. And then after that, do you know where we're returning to? The beach. That doesn't mean I'm not going to be doing combat this Sunday like we initially said. Is the only downside of that. Guys, maybe we'll do it for tier 8. Because I'm mostly trying to get the passives aligned for Monday. I don't know, I guess it's not that big a deal. I don't know, maybe we'll do some combat tomorrow, we'll see. The problem with to be able to do combat tomorrow, which is the main reason why we likely won't, to be able to even do combat, I would need level 7 already anyways. So if we do any combat tomorrow, it would be all the way at the tail end. Maybe that's what our goal is for tomorrow then. Maybe my goal for tomorrow is just to get tier 7 and do some combat synergy with it. Maybe that's the game plan. Is we just aim for tier 7, and then for like one level we do some combat into wall plant mix. But just aim for tier 7. Or, you know, 7-7. Tier 7-7. Whatever you want to call this. The levels are so confusing. Level 357. Whatever that wall plan is. Yeah, that'll probably be our main goal then. It's also a lot more realistic to do in an average amount of time. Like how much we went for today. Because otherwise it would take like over 10 hours. If we set a goal to go get to like milestone 10. Whereas milestone 7 would take closer, with all the XP that we'll get by then. It's closer to like 5 or 6 hours probably. And then we could just chill for the final hour, just messing with combat plus wall plant. Then that would also allow me to do the somewhat AFK off stream, since you can aggro potion them. Which would be perfect going into a Monday, since I won't have as much time to play. And then of course on stream on Monday we'll be doing the fishing bounties. That's still gonna be the case. Monday's Brighter Shore stream will be literally only fishing bounties, and stream does not end until we have level 25 because I need that for lobster cages. And by then I should have about level 23, so we gotta do 2 levels that day then for fishing. So it'll give us a good chance to try out the fishing bounties, disguised as us actually training to lobster. Because I haven't gotten to try the 23-hour lobster venture yet. I still need to go upgrade the cage 2 tomorrow, on Monday. Because they changed that this week's Tuesday, but I haven't had the chance to do it because I haven't gotten to level yet, but we will by fishing bounty day on Monday. Hopefully fishing bounties are good. I have a feeling they're not going to be. It'll be worth doing 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, but I don't think you camp them. Like every time you ever walk past that street, you will check the fishing bounty board just in case there's something good there. But I have a feeling you're not going to take anything that isn't above, or you know, you're not going to take anything for base value. Like if it's not 2 times, you're not taking it, most likely. Oh no, we'll mess with the entire system. Hopefully it's spammable. I sure hope it's not like a 1-hour timer. Because that's another factor I didn't like fully put into consideration. I'm hoping it's like a 2-minute or 5-minute cycle. That'd be very, very, very bad if it's 1 hour. I assume it's not, but you never know. They gotta add as few, if not 0, 1-hour ones going forward. Possibly even change chef bounties to be 5 minutes or something. Like just get rid of like every 1-hour board in the game. Which currently there's only 1. Like you can add a 5-minute board. 10-minute board's a little bit pushing it, but you could do that too. But once you start getting to like 30-minute and an hour, you're basically making it into an hourly. Which is not good. Because most of them reset at 2, 5, or 5 minutes right now. I believe they changed some of them to 5 minutes, like the detective one. Where it used to be a 2-minute. And obviously merchant's 2 minutes, cooking is an hour. Maybe we'll just make every single one a different time. Like they'll make fishing bounties like 9 minutes for some reason. That'd be funny. No, but if I had to guess, it's probably gonna be a 5-minute bounty board. I don't think it's gonna be as quick as merchant's 2 minutes. And I really hope it's not gonna be the 1 hour that cooking has. But if I had to guess, given that the change they made to the detective board makes it seem like that's gonna be what they go for a lot of boards. But to simply go for the 5 minutes unless the skill specifically has like a different mechanic for it. But it seems like most bounty boards will probably be a 5-minute timer. We'll find out on Monday. But if it is, I would probably confidently say, if they make fishing bounties 5 minutes, smithing and stonemason bounties are almost guaranteed also going to be 5 minutes. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Because if those are hourlies, oh no. You definitely got to check them every hour on the hour. It's just too slow of a skill to train without bounties. Like, cooking you can. Smithing and stonemason you really can't. It just burns so much money. And even if you gather it, you don't gather enough to be able to do it without the bounty bonus. Is even if you get 500 mining, you do not get 500 you don't get 500 stonemason or smithing supplies from 500 mining. There's a couple of reasons for this. The way it's distributed, the fact that your tool gives extra XP, stuff like that. But getting max mining does not give you maxed stonemason and smithing. That was at least before the update, but I'm pretty sure even after it's still not quite the case. Because there's still an XP bonus and everything. So there's still a disparity between how much supplies you get and how much you need for the skills. There will always still be gaps. Even in the new system. There'll be less gaps. But there will still be gaps. Woodcutting Carpenter I don't think will have gaps anymore though. At least not to any degree that it did before. But mining to stonemason smithing still does just because of the way that mining is set up into 2 skills. Whereas woodcutting is only feeding 1-to-1, so it can be set up a lot more evenly. Because it's not competing with fire making. It's nice to see what woodcutting can be like when it's not competing for another skill. Because that's the issue mining has. It's competing for 2 because it's split. But woodcutting, luckily, is not split into, like, fletching and fire making and, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's just simply going into carpenter. So it can be a lot more 1-to-1. But that has the issue with mining not being as 1-to-1. But also because it was the highest XP tool at one point. Not counting all my extra, we were at 35% extra bonus. Not even counting my extra a little bit I put on it. Which gave me also another like 2%. But now that all the other tool bonuses don't work anymore and it's just simply a double resource. They're a lot more even. Because when you get double resource for double XP, you're also getting double resource of the thing. So you're not falling behind on resources like the previous system. That's one of the main reasons I'm pretty sure they changed it. Is there were some really big gaps for some production skills, most notably mining into stone, mason, and smithing. But all of them, including woodcutting, carpenter, and stuff like that. And the main thing that was providing that hole was the fact that the tool bonus before was giving you extra gathering XP, but not extra production XP. Because what it was doing before was just giving you here some free XP, but it wasn't giving you any extra resources. The reason for the doubling mechanic, or I'm pretty sure why they did it, is it does both. You're getting the double XP, but you're getting for what you take, but you're also getting double the resource. So you don't fall as behind on resources compared to the previous system in the game. There's still some XP bonus that you get from your tools where you will fall behind, of course. Like the 10% that you'll likely have on every tool from getting it to level 25. But the amount that you do it for is nowhere near as big as in the previous state of the game. It's a lot more even, like the resources you get for all your production stuff relative to how much you gather. You'll still have to gather for less time than how much you have to produce, though, due to the 10% or however much you've upgraded your tools. But that 10% is making it so there'll be like a 10% gap between your production stuff and your gathering. But that could just be offset with knowledge points and stuff. It's not that big a deal. Whereas before, you had to go and offset like 35% or something, which was a lot harder to do. Well, offsetting for about 10-15% is not that hard. 15% would be if you got a level 50, which I'm pretty sure most people don't do, but if you're really loaded with multiple platinum, it'd be something you could technically consider. I believe for a level 50 tool to be worth it, you'd have to have a money-making method in-game that's like 8 gold an hour. And currently nothing does that other than pre-nerf leatherworker. And even then, there's probably better things you could have been spending that gold on. I was saying that 2 knowledge points would probably get this. Honestly, this next lap, looking like, okay, maybe 2 laps. But yeah, I don't think we're going to need double knowledge point. I'm going to 15% this one and then 5% the next one, and I think we're done. And then we'll go buy all of our tools, go poke some stuff. And then, yeah, tomorrow's grind will be, I guess, level 7, and then do the combat wall plant mix. But tomorrow's goal will be to get to Forger level 7. Or, you know, level 357. Milestone 7, level 7. I don't know, how many different ways can you denote the same number in this game? Well, we had 77. Not to be confused with 77. Upside I drank this early, but that's fine. I'll use the thing as soon as we go into the next room. Just so we can get a nice fade in on it. So we don't waste any tiles. Boom, boom, boom. I'll click it as soon as we get there. There we go. Alright, come on, we're almost there. Come on, this lap. Okay, I might need one more lap after, but this lap's looking really close. Come on, XP bar, move, 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 move. That wasn't too bad. That took a little over 5 hours to do every grind we wanted to get done today. Not bad at all. Good thing I extended the other grind from yesterday to today. I felt a lot smoother doing it today rather than yesterday. But there we go. Any second now. The bars are gonna look fully finished for like 10 more resources. It's just gonna keep hugging the bar closer and closer. Oh, no, don't move, don't move. Go back. Click that, click that, click that, click that. Okay, we're good to go. Come on, level. Any resource now? We can see. It feels like we should like already have it. Let's see. There it is. I was just saying, like any second now. 7-0. Tier 7. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, we'll finish this lap. I'll run to the effect, of course. No point in teleporting now. Then, yeah, let's go get all this stuff. We got our better XP curve. We got Pondweed. We got a new AFK that I'll be doing tonight, but not right now. And we got 3 new resources. Because right now I do want to go get more scrap metal when I go grab dinner. Or later tonight I will switch it to the slug for better XP rate. I just need like a few more hours of scrap metal. So we have it for smithing later. It hurts our XP a little bit, but the resource we get in return is way better. I don't know, maybe I'll just go to Sea Slug. I kind of want the XP, honestly. Especially because the 10% tool affects the Sea Slug, but it doesn't affect the other thing. I could actually skip a bone here if I go for a double. You know what? I gotta get a better plan. I'm going to take this bone, but I'm going to leave the other bone on the ground. Because it will auto-drop for us. So I'm going to do this and double it. One will go onto the ground, one will go to our inventory. There we go, perfect. Alright, let's go get our tools. Let's go check chef bounties while we're over there too, might as well. Go say hi to the chef bounties. Teleport to Hopeport. This will also be when we grab our fishing bounties if they were to exist, but they will in 2 days from now. This would be a great time to go grab our fishing bounties. Honestly, we'd just grab every bounty. We would go check cooking, see if there's anything there. Go check alchemy, go see if there's anything there. Go check wherever you check forager, which hopefully is not in town. Otherwise, that's going to be so bad. You would check that, and then you would check the fishing bounties, which should be right there when they come out on Monday. Also, I'll grab some eggs, because why not? Plus, I might have a task for them. Actually, am I at the point where I can get a task for eggs? Let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I can still get egg. No, I can't. Never mind. Yeah, I can't get egg task anymore. Oh no, that's not ideal. Because you get your most recent 5. Oh, I'll take that to scrap merchant. Nice. And some leek pies to go make. I guess we could. Let me get rid of these eggs. I'll make some leek pies. I'll make 2 sets of leek pie. I don't see why not. Honestly, take about as long as the eggs anyways. Grab that, grab that. Grab... Oh, maybe longer than the eggs, but not that much longer. I'll grab that. I'll make 1 set of 8 and then another. Actually, I'm just going to grab another set from the thing. So we got cook only for 14. We got an apple pie over there. We'll wait till later. I already did this chicken and leek at one point earlier, so I don't need to worry about that now. And we have the special bounties where they get refreshed automatically. Then we'll go, as soon as we finish out these bounty boards, we'll go check out the tools we need to go get. And then, yeah, I guess we'll go touch them real quick and then go to our AFK and we'll be good to go. Alright, so I'm going to drop all these to the ground. And then I'm going to grab another set so we can cook them both at the same time. You can technically do this for 3 inventories so you can go there all at once. But for now, we'll just do... What am I looking for? A leek. So I'm so glad we got all these spare leeks from when we did the Gatherer grind back when it was still Gatherer. We're almost at the point where I don't need these leeks anymore. As soon as I hit Milestone 5, we will never need a single one of these leeks ever again. And they only sell for like a few silver. Oh, you know what? That's not that bad. They sell for 4 silver each. That means I have over 1 gold worth of leeks just sitting there. I almost have 2 gold worth of leeks in the bank. Wait, that's a lot more money than I thought. Wait, I might actually need to sell them. I didn't realize it was that high. I was expecting that number to be like 2. It's like 4 point something. Like 4.4. It's not that bad. That's slightly over 8 gold worth of leeks I can go sell once we're done with these. In 3 more chef levels where I never need to make another one ever again. At least of that tier. But yeah, we get to cash that in for like 8 gold. That's not bad. It's not amazing, but 8 gold's 8 gold. Every little bit helps the pile. It would take like half an hour to sell though, so we do have to factor that in to some degree. Alright, bounty completed. Other bounty will be completed soon. We'll store it all away. Double check if we got anything else. Head over to go get all of our forager gear. So just in case, I'm going to not cook these other 2. Just in case it tells me to cook more leek pie. It did not. Okay, let's just cook them and store them then. Luckily it's right here, so it doesn't waste that much time doing it that way. Alright, cooking bounty's done for now. Revisit them more later. Deposit all in case these foods are actually useful in the future. Since we have no clue what any of them do yet. So we're just banking all of them. Because if we ever have to sell them down the line, it's literally like 2 tiles from a bank that you sell them at. Like, it won't take that long. It'll take longer to store them and then have to sell them later, but in case they're actually good, we want to keep them. Alright, let's go get all of our forage supplies. And see how bad the XP curve's looking. 5 million? Honestly, not that bad. Oh, I should have grabbed some wall plants while I was here, too late. It is previous tier rather than the really good ones that we get in 7 levels, though. Alright, give me every tool. It's probably like 10 gold. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, it's like 10 gold. Roughly. Alright, give me one of your entire stock. It's definitely worth the cost. Alright, there we go. Well, plus we needed to even be able to get anything. Like, it was mandatory to get. Alright, and then we have one more tool upgrade at tier 9. Which we won't have for a very long time at this point. Alright, I guess we'll go say hi to the pond. Real quick. I guess we'll walk there. I'll go grab the non-existent fishing bounties. Also grab the wall plants while we're heading there. Since it uses a different tool than the other thing. Don't worry, Def Curl. We'll be back for you soon. We'll be back for you tomorrow in like, give me 24 hours. We'll be back here. 24 hours from now, we will be back. To go take the wall plant tier 7 while killing the Death Crow. That's our main goal for tomorrow. But for now, let's go touch the pond weed, go to the AFK activity literally in the room next to it, and be good to go. Go grab our non-existent fishing bounties as well. Go grab our cooking bounties, grab the non-existent alchemy bounties. Hopefully the forager bounties aren't over here, but we could have grabbed those while we're there. And fishing bounties are right here. Unless they move them. But right here is where the fishing bounty board is. They showed this in a couple of teaser things already. But you just go right here and get your fishing bounties from this board. Should be on these exact 2 tiles. Unless they move it over here. Unless they move it like completely. But it should be on these 2 tiles right here. Well, we gotta wait till Monday, 2 days to go. But we'll be doing that all day Monday. Well, maybe not all day, but you know. We'll be doing that on Monday for a couple hours. Oh, and there's our lobster venture. We'll be doing that as well on Monday. We'll be sending those up. Because our goal for that stream is to get level 25 so we can just start doing them. But of course, with our new upgrade, we can now do pondweed. Pondweed are just chilling over here at a nice solid number 7. And their gameplay loop is take everything, go AFK, take everything, go AFK, take everything, go AFK. Drop them on the ground or bank them, repeat indefinitely. And I'll be doing that off stream. Because it's very straightforward. But you just click all of them, wait, click all of them, wait, click all of them, wait. Then either bank or drop. Or repeat until done with the pondweed. But of course, these make the 8-minute AFK potion. They make this one right over here. The 8-minute enrage. And I'll just show one wait time. We'll grab them all again. Normally I just wait at this spot so I don't have to move. If you want to do it quicker, you'd move all the way to the beginning. But if you're mega AFK, you're just wait here till they respawn. Wait until you realize that they respawned and then click them all again. I just keep doing that till you have a full inventory. And then bank or drop. And then repeat until bell plant. Though I probably would camp these a little bit longer so we can have more potions. Just to make sure our pond weed to bell plant ratio is better. So if I have time later tonight, I'll be camping these for probably a good couple levels. Like at least like 3, 4, maybe not that many. Probably at least 3 levels. Like almost until kelp. But anyways, and then you just go bank them. If you want, you can grab some of the other tier thing if you have some inventory space holes. And now let's go to our AFK activity. And I lied, we're not going to do scrap metal. I want the better XP. I just can't really justify giving up like 40% XP just to go get some scrap metal. I'd rather just spend the silver to go buy some scrap metal or wherever you do with it. Which reminds me, let me go check. How much does scrap metal cost? Just hypothetically. How much is tier 6 scrap metal? Hypothetically, if we wanted to buy it from you. I assume you're the guy we buy it from. That's not cheap. But if we only need like 5 or 10, compared to anything else that you spend for this skill, it's not that expensive either. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm fine not doing scrap metal here. Plus, the thing we're getting, we could always sell back for some money. Even though I only plan to do it for first-time bonus on fishing. Because there's definitely no way we're passiving fishing. Venture already covers it more than enough. But then we go to the pond. And pond is over here. 2 different ponds. This is for the other one. And it was chill right here. Oh, I forgot to get the knowledge point. Never mind. We got to keep going for a little bit. There's a slight flaw in my plan. Anyways, we're going to do pond weed for a couple inventories. Hold up, and I'll go grab dinner. There's one small flaw in my current plan because I'm not doing scrap metal now. Because I didn't get the knowledge point yet. Whoops. Let's go get the knowledge point. Mistakes have been made. I forgot to grab it. Well, good water break time. Yeah, we'll do this until we get 1 knowledge point. And I'll be doing this for multiple hours off stream because it's pretty AFK. But we'll do it for half a knowledge point right now until we get the full thing so we can go AFK the other thing. Then I'll grab dinner. And then we'll be back around noon Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Where our main goal for tomorrow is to get to combat Forager synergy. I want to get to 7-7 and then we'll do a little bit of combat while doing Forager together. But our main goal is to get to 7-7. And that way I'll have a nice passive to do for when we are doing the fishing bounties and everything. Or, you know, during that day and everything. We'll have the, not that one. We'll have the, feather. Because Moth Feather is the next good passive. The one we're doing now, we're doing it purely because of XP. But our next actual good passive, as far as resource we get, is 10 and 15. This makes the boost potion plus 8? Or plus 7? Plus 8. Whatever it is. Yeah, plus 8. Because the final one goes to 10. So it makes the boost potion plus 8. And then the other good one is the Enamine into Spray, which makes the XP potion 12%, I believe. And then the last good one is, you know, Scrap Metal. Oh, I didn't need to move there. I did so late that it wasn't even worth moving. Normally the way I end up doing it too is since we end up getting... Oh, nice! The double is quite a bit quicker. Alright, maybe we do go bank now. I was going to say I normally wait and just grab a few of them, but now that the tool... Oh, excuse me, tool doubling is quicker. I think we go bank right now. And just grab a couple bones on our way there. But yeah, that quicker speed is nice. I like that quicker speed. It's already noticeable. Like the reduced cooldown on the tool. Because the closer you get to 0, the more beneficial it becomes. So every single time it's knocking off like 10, 9, 10, whatever seconds. It might not seem like much because each upgrade is technically the same. But every further upgrade, even if it's the exact same amount of time reduction, is actually a huge improvement. As the closer that number gets down to 0, the more benefit it gets. Whereas the first reductions don't really do that much, but the further and further you go, the more benefit you end up gaining from the reductions. Until the final tier. We just gotta do 2 more inventories. We're technically 1.5. At this point, I think we'll do 1 more inventory and just grab some stuff off the beach and just click on it and we should be good to go. So I think these knowledge rate is kind of bad on these. Because they should be really good for XP, but bad for knowledge. Yeah. They're not the worst thing for knowledge, though. But the XP rate is 110%. It's one of the reasons why we're doing these. Even with no XP pot, which I forgot to even bother drinking. But even with no XP pot here. And with the XP pot, obviously, it'd be over 10,000 each. 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 10,000 e Also, I'm not sure why I'm tiling like this. This mattered more when they spawn separately. But now that they all spawn at the same time, that doesn't really matter. But yeah, we'll go finish out this inventory and then finish whatever else we need, I guess, on the beach or something. And then we'll go do our knowledge point. But so far, honestly, it doesn't seem like the XP bar is moving that much slower. Maybe the amount of XP we need per level starts to really jump as we keep going through this skill, though. Or, you know, through this tier. I guess it's also from the cumulative number that's making it seem big, too. Because even if the jumps aren't crazy, it's still stacking everything. So it just keeps getting longer, and then longer, and then longer, and then longer. So even if the jumps specifically aren't as big, it kind of starts adding up. This is because it's also counting every other jump that's happened prior, or, you know, every other increase. So it's just stacking and stacking and stacking them into a big number. So even though the amount of more XP we need for this specific level isn't that much higher, cumulatively, as it keeps going up, it is actually quite a bit higher. But for all intents and purposes, honestly, this first level is not that bad. We're already like 1/4 the way there, and we haven't even gotten one knowledge point yet. Not even half a knowledge point. Because half of that was from before. Alright, we'll go bank this set right now. Actually, no, I'll wait for it to respawn. We'll do a full set here. And then we're going to grab one more set of pondweed, and then we'll call it there. So we can get to the AFK, because that's the whole reason we're doing this right now. Just trying to get to the AFK activity. We forgot to get the knowledge point for it. Well, whoops. Because originally I was going to go do scrap, which in the plan didn't require a knowledge point. But the thing that we are now pivoting to does require a knowledge point, so I do need to go get it real quick. Luckily, all activities only need 1 now instead of 4, so we're pretty much never going to be in knowledge debt ever again on this account. My side accounts, maybe. But as far as my main account is concerned, we are never going to be in knowledge debt ever again. Yeah, this should be the last inventory. And I'll do 3 sets of pondweed into whatever we need to go offset with the horns. Since we didn't really grab that many of them last tier. The only problem is, at tier 9 of these, you don't get to grab tier 9 of these. Is there anything that's going to be kind of awkward about tier 9? Is I'm probably going to be at pond... Oh, but then again, I'm not going to be at pondweed for nearly as long. It's mostly tier 8 where I'd be at it a lot longer. So I guess that might not be as big an issue. But you're always grabbing this bone 1 tier below. You're never grabbing it at the tier above since it's 17 levels higher. And by that point, it's not worth doing pondweed anymore because you have shell on the beach. Also, even click to the quicker tile just to make it even quicker. Which I even have time to 5%. We'll go for it, why not? Interesting, you went for the bone. I don't think that's worth. Once you're in the pond, you kind of have to stay in the pond. It just takes too much time to jump out and jump back in. Alright, knowledge points almost online. 1 more set of pondweed. I'll even wait here just so I can cycle back into it. And then we'll grab a couple bones just to go and get our level up. And if I still have to touch something on the beach, we'll touch something on our way there, but we should be fine. Just grab these 6, grab the 2 bones, and if that's not enough, we'll touch something on the beach and we'll be good to go. But anyways, guys, any other questions, any other anythings? Otherwise, we will be back tomorrow around the same time as always, noon Eastern Standard Time. Game plan for tomorrow is to go get 7 forager levels between, you know, what we do off stream now and going into tomorrow. And from there, we will be able to do combat plus forager finally. We'll have that access again. And then after that, for Monday, we are going to be doing fishing bounties. Fishing bounties get released. It will be a launch day of fishing bounties. And around noonish, we'll do that for a couple hours, with the main goal being to hit level 25 fisher from whatever we're at by that point. And that'll be our plan then. Hopefully, they are not a 1 hour long, so we can actually spam them. Hopefully, they're like 5 minute or 2 minute or something similar. So we just spam them straight down and be good to go. Well, that's our game plan for the next 2 days then. But we are at milestone 7, only 3 to go. Unfortunately, it only keeps getting longer and longer and longer from here. But technically 3 to go. Nice, exactly on the dot. There we go. And now we can go AFK this now. Now we can go do this. So we'll go bank all this junk. And now we can go AFK. Anyways, guys, I'm going to go grab dinner. Have a good weekend. And goodbye, everyone. Which we'll wait for the first time bonus to tick in. See that nice juicy XP drop for doing nothing. This will probably be the AFK I do tonight as well. The resource we get from this is awful, but it's really good XP. It's about 40% more than if we were doing scrap metal. Even though scrap metal is a good resource, this is just way better XP. Because the net, but 10% applies to it, which is why we got a 3,446. But also because we just moved up a milestone where the passives just like jumped like crazy. Where this thing's base value, not counting any extra, is 281. And the one previously was way smaller. We just went from we went from 192 to 281. That is a little over 80% more. That's like what, 89%? Somewhere around there. Unfortunately, the resource we're getting is worse, but we're getting 89% more XP per hour. Or sorry, 89,000 more XP per hour, which is about what, like 40-ish percent, 30-ish percent, somewhere around there. It's high enough to make this justified doing it, and that's not counting the 10% extra we're getting as well, which that doesn't calculate out for. This net applies 10% because we have the net right over here. If we go check this, we have 10% bonus, and he's using the net. So we are getting that 10% bonus, whereas the other activity does not have any tool associated to it. So it gets 0% bonus. So it's actually even 10% higher than the number we showed there. So yeah, it's like 40% better with both in consideration, somewhere around there. Unfortunately, this resource is really useless. It's just used for catching a fish that we're never going to catch because ventures are so much better for fishing. But we can still sell it for money later, I guess, if nothing else. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have one for the rest of your weekend, and I'll catch you guys later. Bye, everyone, and thanks for watching.